This guy has godlike power. With just one hand, he can snap a mammoth's tusks like twigs. Even swimming through the eternal lava of the Fire Clan feels like nothing more than a gentle tide to him. He's even saved his own enemies from drowning. He defies gods and slays demons, yet somehow Ichino Zen just got isekai'd into the body of the very demon king that millions of players across the server are hunting down. Just minutes ago, Zen was the last man standing, taking on the final boss of the Demon Clan amidst all the complaints about the nightmare-level boss being unfairly difficult. Zen, stubborn as ever, kept spamming thousands of afterimages buzzing around the Demon King like a swarm of mosquitoes. He wore out his keyboard, but finally he managed to leave a scratch on the boss's arm. He successfully bathed his blade in a single drop of dark blood. The Demon King smirked, "Not bad, you puny human," and kicked things into serious mode, unleashing his ultimate skill, Echo of the Abyss. It scorched everything around them, locking Zen in mid-air with countless pitch-black thorn-covered tentacles that pierced through his body. "I'll commend you for your sheer bull-headed persistence. If you want to beg for your life as a reward, I might just listen and consider it." Even while trapped in such a desperate situation, Zen sneered with arrogant defiance. "That's pathetic. The stalling game is over." He immediately gripped that special sword, the very incarnation of the Angel King, and summoned a massive pillar of blinding white light that tore through the darkness. The Demon King. Sarah remained as calm as ever. "You think you have a chance against me just by summoning the remnants of the Angel King?" But his smile faded the moment he realized it wasn't just a remnant. It was the original entity, and not just a normal one. It had been corrupted by the very blood of its sworn enemy, Sarah. Those pure white wings began to be tainted by a crimson aura. Seeping into those bizarre eyes, the Angel King Ket roared in fury at his own defilement. "Blasphemy! Blasphemy!" Watching that rage unfold, Zen calculated silently. "The rest depends on me now. If I time this just right, I'll have a chance to take down the Demon King." However, the power behind Ket's attacks made it incredibly hard for Zen to dodge. Faced with the chaotic scene, Sarah questioned in shock. "What have you done?" Zen backed away while explaining his plan. "The truth is, this sword is the holy relic of the Angel King. I tainted it with impurities to make him go insane, feeling humiliated by someone as lowly as me." Sarah roared, "You human! How dare you play such dirty tricks! I won't give you a hope of survival!" He frantically gathered purple energy and lunged while the Angel King Ket kept screaming in his hysteria. "Blasphemy! Blasphemy!" At the critical moment, Zen shouted, "Now!" Demon King Sarah immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Echo of the Abyss, colliding head-on with the technique of the Angel King's holy judgment. Zen roared triumphantly, "Demon King Sarah, you've lost!" A earth-shattering explosion ripped through the area, swallowing everything in a terrifying flash of light. Amidst the blinding glare, Zen looked at the ruins with a smug smile and declared, "It's over. Your fate to be sealed was set from the very beginning." Instantly, the necklace around his neck shattered, releasing a massive wave of energy. A system notification rang out, shaking the entire server. "Demon King Sarah has been defeated." The Hall of Fame appeared with an authoritative message. The one who slew Ichino Zen with this unprecedented achievement. He officially received the title of the first player in game history to defeat the Demon King. Back in reality, in his dark room, Zen couldn't hide his excitement. He laughed with pure satisfaction. Even the Demon King wasn't all that tough. The otaku screamed in delight. "I did it! I am officially the strongest player." This was the brightest moment of his gaming life, the ultimate glory he had always dreamed of. Zen smugly stroked his hair, soaking in the praise from the system. "Man, this feels amazing." Just as he was celebrating, a new notification popped up, catching his attention. "Oh, a gift from the trainer. I should probably send him a proper thank you, shouldn't I? But suddenly another message from the management appeared with a mysterious tone. "So the Demon King wasn't all that tough, huh? Then why? Don't you try accepting your new mission as..." Even though the message looked strangely cut off, and he didn't understand what the new mission was, Zen just shrugged it off. "Free gift, might as well take it. I'd be stupid to refuse." He firmly tapped yes. But a chill suddenly ran down his spine as he realized something was wrong. The Demon King wasn't all that tough. Someone had heard him say that. And how on earth did they hear him? Zen's face paled, his eyes trembling with fear as he realized he was no longer in his safe room. A shadow entity with a jagged, toothy smile and razor-sharp fangs suddenly appeared, growling, "Right here, Ichino Zen, let's play!" Zen could only let out a terrified gasp before pitch-black tentacles burst from his computer screen, wrapping tightly around his body. Zen screamed in pain as he was dragged by a deep blue current into a void. In front of the Demon King's castle, a chaotic scene unfolded with goblin minions lying scattered on the ground. A majestic white tiger stepped forward, making the goblins tremble. It scolded the useless, stupid mutt cat. "Sarah is dead, it's all over." Instantly, the tiger roared in fury. "Don't you dare speak Lord Sarah's name so casually!" But in the face of such terrifying intimidation, the group of losers only managed to leave behind a pathetic threat. "We'll remember this before running for their lives." The tiger scoffed coldly, "Good riddance," and watched the silhouette of the lonely castle lost in deep thought. "Lord Sarah, my one and only eternal master, I will continue to protect this castle from this day forward." Just then, a stumbling figure appeared in the distance. It was Jen, but he was currently in a state of utter confusion. "What the hell is going on? I didn't know they meant for me to be the Demon King when they talked about a new mission." As soon as the words left his mouth, he frantically checked his status screen. His character name had been changed to Saza. Herat Demon Race Level Experience 0. Jen turned pale as he saw the text. Status cursed. Strength 9,999, but currently sealed. He groaned. "On top of that, what on earth happened to my stats? I'm starting with 0 experience and a bunch of debuffs." Looking down, he saw the white tiger staring at him. Jen forced a smile and raised a hand. "Yo, you good, bro." However, its reaction was completely unexpected. It roared in shock and then turned to pure rage. You stole Lord Sarah's armor, you thief! I won't forgive you!" However, he quickly regained his composure. "Wait, no, if I have the Demon King's power, then this guy should be a piece of cake." Jen raised his hand, intending to unleash Sarah's familiar ultimate move, Echo of the Abyss. But instead of a destructive blast, nothing happened at all. The tiger lunged and clamped its jaws onto his arm, making Jen shocked. A skill lag. He screamed in desperation, "Why can't I use my ultimate move?" The tiger pinned Jen to the ground with ease. Just then, a cold system notification echoed, "Attack successfully blocked. Learned skill darkened increase. Movement speed increased by 30% for 5 seconds. Jen bitterly realized the harsh truth. This meant he would have to relearn every single skill from scratch. While he was still stunned, the white tiger roared again and launched another attack. Even though he was in a dire situation, Jen tried to keep a confident look and told himself, "Of course, even in this condition, I'm still the Demon King after all. I'm still the Demon King." But a fiery red system notification suddenly appeared, shattering that optimism. "You have been affected by a curse. Darkened increase has been transformed into stone hardening. Duration 10 seconds. Jen panicked and shouted, "Oh, what the heck is that now?" The white tiger seized the moment and lunged with terrifying speed, leaving him only enough time to raise his arm in a hopeless shield. "Damn it, I can't dodge it!" As the powerful bite landed, Jen was horrified to realize the terrifying transformation of his body. Is my arm actually turning to stone? Even though he was clamped tight by the sharp teeth, Jen gritted his teeth and endured it with a faint hope. "If I can just try to hold on until its bite weakens." Luckily, the system board notified that the petrification status was about to end. To his surprise, the beast seemed to notice the anomaly too. It scoffed with disdain. "Useless curse! I am the king of tanking. If you've got guts, come on, keep going." The layer of stone on Jen's arm shattered, releasing a surge of power that created a massive energy explosion, knocking his opponent far away. Unexpectedly, after being knocked back, the tiger didn't continue the attack, but instead let out a whimper that sounded almost affectionate. Its red eyes stared at Jen with adoration. It silently realized the truth. Wait, this vibe is way too familiar. It really is him. This is my master. Instantly, a brilliant light enveloped the beast. Its body began to transform, tearing away the outer fur. Master has returned. The emotional affirmation echoed as a girl landed gracefully. The Herat beast woman with her signature tiger ears and tail knelt before General. With teary, happy eyes, she said, "I have waited for you forever, Lord Sarah." Jen was stunned to realize the previous Demon King actually had a female subordinate, as beautiful as this in his ranks. Before he could react, the tiger girl lunged and hugged him affectionately. "Lord Sarah, I've missed you so much." Jen panicked and tried to push her away. "Wait, hold on! Who are you? And stop hugging me!" The girl looked stunned and explained, It's me, Mammon, your tiger mount. Have you forgotten me? The name, Mammon, left Jen speechless. He hurriedly asked, You said, Mammon. Seeing that his master was still confused, the girl asked, Have your memories not returned yet? In Jen's mind at that moment an image appeared, a giant ferocious tiger demon with the title of Beastman clan leader and the Demon King's right-hand man. Seeing the image of a muscular tiger man roaring, Jen screamed in terror, What the hell is this? Were you cosplaying? Why is it so different? Faced with his utter astonishment, Herat blushed and confessed, Well, all of that happened 100 years ago. According to Herat's story at that time, the former master was ambushed by the Archangel leader, Bikest. Even though he fought valiantly, he still had to accept defeat. This led to the complete collapse of the Demon King's army. The Demon Clan was then unable to defend itself against the purification of the new Archangel leader named Ben. This event caused a major shockwave as 6 out of 7 leaders of the Demon Clan were forced to surrender and obey the angels. Only the beastmen under her command still continued to fight back. However, even the beastmen didn't escape the purge and were captured by the enemy. Herat painfully recalled the moment she was cursed by Ben, which caused her body, originally a brave warrior, to be transformed into a woman. Since then, the angels successfully took control of the demon army. She silently used a stick to draw images of their army on the ground, filled with sadness. Herat anxiously asked, Does Master understand the current situation now? Jen could only nod in acknowledgement, but secretly mocked her drawing skills. Don't ever draw again. He felt extremely strange when hearing about the feat of defeating say, My character has been completely forgotten in the story, and I'm wondering why it's been 100 years since that time. Suddenly, a quest board titled, The Return of the King, appeared requiring me to free the beastmen and regain the support of their leader within 2 days. Jen thought to himself, since he has to live in this world, it's best to follow the system's instructions to get the rewards. But Jen suddenly changed his attitude, wearing a defiant look as he said, I refuse. He didn't want to take risks without knowing the extent of the curses on him. The system immediately imposed a penalty for failure, the blood source curse. It causes growth obstruction and permanent migraines, which terrified General. He was going to ignore the mission, but then a 40-minute countdown appeared, forcing him to grudgingly admit that he had no choice but to start. Reluctantly, Jen clicked yes and irritably asked, Are you satisfied now? A reward selection board appeared, offering the choice between unlocking the Demon King's power or finding a way back to his old world. Jen briefly dreamed of a luxurious life, full of treasures and beauties as a king, but then he snapped out of it. No way. I have a real life to go back to. He turned to Herat, the leader of the Mammon, and asked earnestly, If I ask you to fight by my side once again, will you lend me your strength? Herat cheered with joy. Yes, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Jen was pumped and made the decision. All right, let's do this. I'll choose option A as my reward. But Herat suddenly poured cold water on him, revealing that she was no longer the leader because her strength had diminished after transforming into a woman, and that position had been taken away. Jen was so shocked his face distorted. He shouted in desperation, What did you just say? I asked you because I thought you were the leader. Herat calmly replied that if he wanted to meet the current leader, he could do so immediately. Herat excitedly asserted that if everyone knew Lord Sarah had returned, they would definitely come back. Jen could only mutter in disbelief, Really? Suddenly she lunged at him, hugging him tightly, happily, savoring the feeling of being one with the master she had longed for. Without letting Jen regain his composure, Harris hoisted him onto her shoulder and dashed toward the Beastman base. Being dragged so roughly, Jen could only scream in pain as his body collided repeatedly along the way. Meanwhile, at the Royal Angel Temple, a gloomy atmosphere shrouded the magnificent hall. The supreme leader of the angel tribe, Ben, was sitting quietly at a chessboard. A subordinate reported, Lord Ben Sarah has been resurrected. Ben curled his lip into a mysterious smile. It seemed everything was going according to his plans. He ordered his subordinate, Go inform the other angels. As his eyes revealed a sinister look, he told himself he had to take one more step to destroy Sarah in utter despair. Because Sarah had killed the person Ben loved, he swore he would make the Demon King suffer in front of his demon subjects before taking his life. Coldly, Ben pushed the white pawn forward directly, taking out the black piece on the board to confirm his resolve. Sarah, you're really out of the game this time. At the Dragon Valley, Olga, an assassin with silver-white hair, stood proudly atop the carcass of a giant dragon. A subordinate rushed over to report, "Captain, the angels are pushing our deadline again. We need to eliminate the resurrected demon king, Sarah." Hearing the opponent's name, the one called Captain smiled excitedly, thinking this was a chance to escape his boredom. He quickly jumped off the high cliff and ordered this request to be transferred to the third team of the Dark Moon. The leader of this group was Jiro, an assassin of this Dark Moon tribe with the title Black Crow, currently at level 32. With red bloodthirsty eyes, Jiro led his army forward and declared cruelly, "We will kill them all." At the Kazda Mountains, a new beastman village appeared with an atmosphere of worshipping the angels. The people here were kneeling before a giant statue, believing that only the leader Belphegor could bring them true happiness and protection. Observing from afar, Herat wondered, "Lord Sarah, why don't we just walk right in there?" Jen looked at the flag with the words, "Hunt down Sarah," and replied uneasily, "Walking in just like that after seeing a flag like that is a bit—" He glanced at the countdown. The mission had less than 37 minutes left. He was deeply troubled. In this game, the losers are usually forced to work for the winners, but Jen had never seen them forced to change their beliefs so extremely like this. He was secretly wary of the terrifying influence from the new angel leader. Jen determined that the first thing to do was to regain the Beastman leader position for Herat. Jen spoke loudly, "Don't worry, I guarantee that your loyalty will be rewarded. I promise you will regain your status in the Beastman tribe." Herat was moved to tears. "I am not worthy of your words, my lord." When asked about the location of the current leader, she pointed toward a house with a red flag on the roof and warned that the two of them needed to convince the head honcho before entering. Suddenly, a rain of arrows poured down violently from above. Herat immediately lunged out to shield him and shouted, "Lord Sarah, get back." She was hit by an arrow but tried to endure it and told her master to worry about himself first. From above, the mastermind revealed himself with a look of contempt. "Mammon, you're still wagging your tail for that guy." Just as the angels said, the Demon King is a coward who hides behind his subordinates. It was Angie, a celestial wolf of the Beastman tribe, currently at level 32. The younger brother drew his bow arrogantly. "I should also thank you for bringing the target here." The former leader's brother roared, demanding Mammon move aside so he could offer Sarah's head to Lord Bayo. Replying, Herat scolded the traitor to his face, calling him a disgrace to the Beastman tribe for willingly becoming a slave. Sensing that the angels had picked up on his presence, Jen calmly observed the situation as his younger brother ordered his soldiers to capture both of them. But Herod immediately took a defensive stance, declaring that she would tear anyone who dared to touch her master to pieces. Faced with her provocation, Jen suddenly smirked confidently and spoke to Herod. "Leave the rest to me." Jen looked at the beastmen with a look of disdain and mockery, calling them nothing but a bunch of weak kittens and puppies. A crimson aura taking the form of a devil suddenly erupted behind him, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even Angie was shocked by the sudden change in attitude and the terrifying pressure radiating from the one he had just called weak. The system announced that Jen had successfully intimidated the enemies and received a new skill called Dark Lord's Stride. This skill allows him to place opponents into a state of fear for 15 seconds. Jen excitedly wondered about the effectiveness of this new skill. Hey, this skill is actually pretty good. To activate the power, Jen only needed to perform a simple stomp. He wore a sinister smile, deciding to test it immediately to see what the pressure of a true demon lord would feel like. A powerful stomp created a wave of deep green energy carrying the souls of the grieving rushing toward the enemies. Jen loudly proclaimed, "Try to endure the pressure of this demon lord." The beastmen were completely submerged in the wave of terrifying power, screaming in pain as their very souls were shaken. But just as the soldiers were collapsing from fear, a bright red system notification appeared maliciously. "Oops, the effect has been reversed. The curse has been activated." Jen went pale with horror as he realized a disaster had struck. At that critical moment, he hurriedly turned and shouted, "Herod, run!" This left her stunned, not understanding what was happening. The wicked curse had turned his intimidation skill into a mockery, causing the beastmen, instead of being afraid, to become crazed and bloodthirsty. Their eyes glowed red as they roared with fury, charging at him like mindless beasts. "Kill the demon lord!" The system notification chimed coldly and provokingly. "Success. Target locked for 60 seconds. Jen turned pale as he saw the crazed beastman rushing toward him, thinking desperately, "It's really over. I'm going to die here." Immediately, a rain of blows descended, leaving Jen beaten to the point where he couldn't react, seeing her master being tortured. Harad could only cry out in worry, "Master Sarah." In his pain, Jen decided to bet everything on one last move. There's no other way. "I need to use it again. If I put all my remaining strength into it, then maybe I can intimidate them one more time." He poured all his remaining strength into a powerful stomp that tore through the ground, roaring, "Bow your heads to me or I'll crush you right now." Jen tried to maintain an arrogant facade despite his severe injuries to hide his weakness, suggesting, "You trash dare to defy me. I wanted to avoid a fight for the sake of Mammon." However, Harad realized he was pushing himself too hard. Clearly, Master is forcing himself too much. I don't think he can keep this up much longer. Seeing this, Angie stepped forward, forcing the former leader, "Stop this meaningless resistance. For the sake of the Beastman tribe, he must die. This is a good opportunity." Harad suddenly woke up. She realized this was the moment to rise up once more. She shouted loudly to stop the crowd. "Everyone calm down. Let's resolve this the Beastman way through a duel of the 100 beasts." While Jen was still dazed, not understanding what a duel of the 100 beasts was supposed to be, Angie immediately questioned him. "You're just stalling to save him, aren't you? Do you think I'm stupid?" He was about to finish him off when an authoritative voice suddenly stopped him. "Stop, Angie. Harming the one who initiates the duel of the 100 beasts is against our regulations." The crowd parted as a new character appeared, making Jen sigh in exhaustion. Another new character. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. Sitting on a palanquin carried by burly beastmen, he sternly reminded Mammon, "A duel of the 100 beasts is not just a normal duel. It is a battle where you put everything at risk, even your life if necessary." The person who had just appeared was Dawson, an elderly beastman advisor with level 35, though he is currently sharing the same fate of having his power sealed. Standing before Harad's reckless proposal, the old advisor Dawson pondered and asked, "Do you still want to do this?" Looking at the old man's dignified appearance, Jen secretly realized this was the current leader he would have to face sooner than expected. When Harad firmly confirmed, Dawson was still puzzled, asking about Mammon's whereabouts. Only when the soldier standing next to him pointed toward the tiger girl did the old man realize with shock that the valiant leader of the past had changed completely. The old man clicked his tongue, a scar, of course. "I knew it from the start." Seeing that the situation seemed to have been arranged, Jen immediately spoke up. "Mammon has been injured, so even if we have to fight, we must wait until she recovers." However, Dawson coldly dismissed him. "Shut your mouth and stop whining. You were the one who challenged us to the duel of the 100 beasts in the first place." Despite his harsh words, the old man threw a potion bottle toward Jen. "Here, take this." Jen quickly caught it and didn't forget to thank the grumpy old man. He secretly wondered if the old man had some hidden motive behind agreeing to the duel and providing this medicine. Nevertheless, Jen knew he had no choice but to fight. He gently told Harad, "Try to hold on for a bit." Then he decisively pulled the arrow embedded in her shoulder, causing the girl to cry out in pain. Seeing the fresh blood flowing, Jen shuddered, realizing the terrifying realism of this world. It was no longer just a simple game. He knew that the duel of the 100 beasts was the highest ritual to choose a leader, and it was the only way for him to gain recognition from the Beastman tribe to survive. While Jen was bandaging the wound, Harad whispered anxiously, "Master Sarah, while I distract them, please escape." She considered herself a burden now and was ready to gamble her life to protect her master against that foolish sacrifice. Jen suddenly grabbed Harad's cheeks and squeezed hard, distorting her face as he snapped, "Don't be such a fool! I can't just leave you behind and run away." He wore a sinister smirk and stated with absolute confidence, "Don't worry, there's no way I'm losing. I'm a top-tier player who has defeated every race in the game." Jen declared that he had found the Beastkin's weakness, and his confidence ignited a fire in Harad, filling her with hope for their coming victory. Jen quietly mused that she had become so kind-hearted since her transformation, even though her strength had dropped significantly. Just then, Dawson slammed his staff into the ground. A sharp, dry crack echoed out as he loudly proclaimed, "Now let the beast duel begin." Jen looked toward the arena, telling himself he had to get used to combat as quickly as possible, while the old advisor Dawson began explaining the rules to the newcomer. Just like Jen thought, the beast duel was a trial held by everyone whenever major decisions needed to be made amid the deafening roars of the crowd. The old man emphasized that the challenger would have to fight against the three elements land, sea, and sky, and the challenger could choose the method of combat. "I got it," Jen replied. He nodded confidently, leaving Herat in awe. "My lord, you look so confident," he thought to himself. The rules are still the same as in the game. If I recall correctly, the first opponent representing the land element should be Shadow of the Night Wolf clan. But Jen's calculations were instantly shattered when Old Man Dawson roared, "Panda, come out!" Land. Representative. Jen's face turned pale with shock as a massive shadow loomed over him. He only managed to gasp in horror. "What on earth is that?" Before them stood Panda, an elephant beastkin with a bulky, muscular physique. Dawson announced, "Let's have a fair fight." According to the system data, Panda was the king of strength at level 28. Even though he was sealed, his aura was absolutely terrifying. Jen was in a state of total panic, his face contorted in fear. "It was supposed to be Shadow." Why did the lineup change all of a sudden? Match fixing. Panda looked at his opponent with bloodshot eyes and a grin. "Let's have some fun together." The chosen format was arm wrestling. Seeing Panda's massive arm compared to Herat's, Jen hurriedly whispered, "Hey, isn't the land representative supposed to be Shadow?" Herat sadly explained that Shadow had sacrificed himself heroically in the battle against the angels 100 years ago. Even Anger of the Sky and Waka of the Water were gone too. Jen froze as he realized his fatal mistake. "Damn it, I forgot that it's been 100 years. The cheat codes are all gone. No more rigging the game." Old Man Dawson slammed his staff, conjuring a sturdy stone table, and commanded, "Both sides get ready." Jen tried to reassure himself that since his opponent was also sealed, the strength gap wouldn't be too huge. But the moment he faced Panda across the table, he instantly regretted it. He took back his words. The guy looked like he could take down 10 people like him and Herat combined. Jen's face turned as pale as a ghost. He even imagined himself lying in a grave. Seeing his master worried, Herat whispered the old plan. "My lord, do you remember the plan I mentioned? While I distract them, please run away." Jen stared in horror at the tiger girl as she prepared to step into danger. When Dawson shouted, "Ready!" Herat and Panda locked arms. Jen admitted bitterly in despair. There's definitely no choice but to run. Fighting is obviously just a path to defeat. Just as Dawson shouted the start command, Jen suddenly stepped forward to stop Herat, making her gasp in surprise. He looked at her with determination. "Listen, the plan is for me to fight instead of you, right?" Though he was still trembling inside, he knew that if he were to act like a coward and run now, he would have to spend his life in hiding. Seeing his opponent swap, Panda laughed excitedly. "How interesting, the Demon King himself is going to fight me." Watching from above, Angie scoffed at this meaningless effort. Old Man Dawson turns to ask his representative for his opinion, and Panda immediately agreed to fight with great enthusiasm. The match officially began with a powerful arm lock. Jen gritted his teeth, realizing that despite how cool he tried to look, his arm was about to snap under the giant's terrifying strength. At that critical moment, the system notification popped up asking if he wanted to activate the petrification state, for defense or not. Like a drowning man grabbing a straw, Jen screamed in his mind, urging the system to do it immediately because he was at his limit. "Do it quick, quick. My arm's about to break." The 10-second petrification countdown began. Jen desperately endured the pain as his arm gradually turned into gray stone. A burst of energy erupted violently from the point of contact. It created a shocking collision that made Panda's eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected resistance. The power from Jen's petrified arm triggered a massive pressure wave that tore up the surrounding ground. It sent tremors through the entire arena. Panda was stunned, unable to believe the sensation coming from his opponent. Is this guy born in the year of the ox or what? A cloud of dust rose from the center of the explosion, leading Angie to mistakenly believe Panda had won easily. Amid the chaotic scene, Herat cried out her master's name in despair. However, Old Man Dawson, with his sharp eyes, noticed something unusual happening beneath the dust. He gasped in surprise at the true result of that clash. Herat cried out with hope. "Look! The Demon King hasn't lost yet!" Among the rubble, Panda was bracing himself, amazed by his opponent's resistance. Oh, a worthy opponent indeed. However, Jen was silently sweating buckets. Damn it, petrification isn't a long-term solution for this. Immediately, the system issued a warning his right arm had been overloaded and was beginning a petrification upgrade to adapt. Jen smirked with renewed confidence as he felt his new strength. All right, just in time. Now it's time to counterattack. A shockwave erupted from where their arms collided, leaving Angie stunned and wide-eyed in disbelief. She couldn't believe that guy was actually holding his own against Panda. Is that guy seriously strong enough to move a mountain? Jen felt a rush of triumph at the crowd's amazement. You guys have no idea, he thought. The more I fight, the stronger I get. It's just how the game works. System notifications kept popping up, showing his petrify level and defense stats increasing. He realized that ever since he met Mammon, this reality was completely different. Compared to playing games from the safety of a room, Jen told himself that no matter how cursed or harsh this world was, he had to fight to survive. Panda started looking rattled as he couldn't budge Jen's arm. Wait, why is he stuck like this? Jen planned to drag the fight out until his opponent ran out of steam, but the system pinged him with bad news. His mana consumption was spiking and the petrification effect would wear off soon. He turned pale, worried it was happening so fast. Noticing the pressure from Panda weakening, Jen figured the guy was running out of gas, but then a surge of pitch-black killing intent suddenly engulfed the giant. The giant roared, "You've officially caught my attention now." Jen shouted in horror. What the? The beast mode was officially triggered, causing Panda's body to transform and emit terrifying pressure that left Jen reeling. Realizing his opponent had unleashed the true form of the beastkin tribe, Panda shifted into a massive, woolly mammoth, his roar shaking the entire arena. Everyone witnessed the terrifying sight. Jen couldn't help but yell out in frustration, "That's cheating!" Even the old advisor Dawson was shocked, admitting he never expected Panda to possess such earth-shattering power. Standing on the sidelines, Herbert was incredibly anxious. She screamed a warning to her master, "Lord Sarah, stop in less than a minute, he's going to revert back." But Jen was already at his limit. His arm hurt like it was about to shatter. Cut the crap, my arm's about to break. In that life-or-death moment, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. That's it, I'm using that technique. Jen poured all his remaining strength into a roar of authority. Open your dog eyes and look at this. A surge of blood-red energy erupted, creating massive magic circles that surrounded the woolly mammoth. The pressure from this new move was so intense, it felt like the space around them was being crushed. Ignoring the massive size difference, Jen lunged straight at his opponent, creating a thunderous impact that tore the ground apart. The force of the energy explosion was so powerful it blew away the crowd watching. Old Dawson and Herbert only just managed to shield themselves from the violent gale. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Jen's glowing red eyes locked directly with Panda's murderous gaze. A massive column of light shot up from the center of the battlefield into the sky. It signaled that the final deciding blow had been struck. As the dust settled, the giant Panda was completely exhausted, wobbling as he knelt to the ground and uttered a bitter admission. I surrender." Dawson immediately announced the result to the entire tribe loud and clear. "The winner is Sarah." Jen stood silently in the middle of the arena, panting heavily. He still couldn't believe his own victory. I actually won." While the beastkin began cheering excitedly for the next fight, "We'll beat him in the next round." Herbert happily ran over to her master. "Lord Sarah, you did it." Panda quietly accepted his defeat, leaving everyone who had looked down on this new Demon King in complete shock. Witnessing the Demon King's unexpected victory, old advisor Dawson pondered deeply. Although the beastkin tribe had submitted to the angels, their loyalty was clearly forced, and he wondered if the return of Saza was the key to breaking their current chains. Meanwhile, even though Jen had won, he found himself in an awkward spot. His whole body was petrified and stiff, unable to move. He had to embarrassingly ask for help. "Sorry, but could you carry me?" Herbert immediately obeyed, bracing herself to hoist the stone-like figure onto her shoulders with heavy gasps. Seeing himself looking pretty imposing in this state, Jen spoke up. "What kind of technique is this? It's so stiff and cool." The tiger girl just blushed and reminded him to watch his language. According to the system notification, this defensive petrification effect would last another 13 minutes. Exactly 13 minutes later, once his body returned to normal, Jen and old Dawson ventured deep into a fiery volcanic cave. Jen, dripping with sweat, asked, "Hey, old man, how much longer until we get there?" Dawson gave a mysterious smile and replied, "Heh, we're already here." He pointed toward a jagged stone structure standing amidst the flowing lava and declared, "This is the location for the second round." Jen gasped in shock. "Here!" The sweltering heat made him incredibly uncomfortable, and just then, a mysterious black shadow suddenly leapt down from the high cliff, blocking the group's path. The stranger landed with great force right in front of General Dawson, explained that the next test would be a brutal challenge of endurance. The mysterious figure slowly took off his cloak, revealing the muscular body of a dragonkin warrior with long white hair and a scaled tail. He looked at Jen with a challenging gaze and loudly declared, "All right, let's get this hot match started." Right behind him, a pool of boiling lava with floating stone slabs appeared, ready to swallow anyone not skilled enough to survive this life-or-death challenge. Seeing his opponent still hesitating, he taunted, "What's the matter, scared? There's still time to run." But Jen just gave a sinister smile. "Give up. Actually, I'm really looking forward to enjoying a nice hearty seafood hot pot." He had calculated that water-type beastmen were heavily influenced by their mental state, so he intentionally tried to provoke his opponent. However, the dragon warrior remained amazingly calm. Let's see if you can still keep that mouth of yours once you're under the lava." Seeing that both sides were ready, the elder advisor Dawson loudly announced the start of the match between Sasa and Wara. As soon as the command was given, both dove simultaneously into the boiling lava. Their jumps created massive pillars of fire and bubbles, leaving the crowd on the shore in shock and terror. In the middle of the molten magma, the warrior, Wara, suddenly rose, looking powerful and imposing, as if the searing heat didn't bother him at all. The Beastman crowd roared Wara's name while Herat stood on the shore, worried sick because Sasa still hadn't surfaced from the scorching magma. Wara laughed triumphantly, assuming that the extreme pain had left his opponent speechless, and perhaps his entire body had melted away under the terrifying heat. But then, a sudden kick shot up from beneath the lava, making the Water Tribe warrior's eyes widen in shock. The arena was overcome with amazement as Jen casually surfaced, looking incredibly refreshed, enjoying the magma as if he were soaking in a real hot spring. This made Herat cheer joyfully, calling out her master's name. In contrast to that excitement, Wara began to tremble, unable to believe his eyes. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, Jen dove deep into the fiery lava again, creating powerful shockwaves. Wara struggled in vain to find his opponent's whereabouts, wondering where he had disappeared to. Jen silently noted that the fatal weakness of the Water Tribe beastmen was their tails. While Wara was busy calculating stamina and fearing a surprise attack from below, Jen had silently closed in from behind and suddenly lunged upward. He grabbed his opponent tight and roared with killing intent, "Die right here!" Jen hoisted the giant Wara into the air to the horror of his opponent. He smirked, revealing the secret that he knew full well the Water Tribe couldn't maintain their state. "In lava for too long?" Wara panicked, completely screaming, asking what the hell Jen had done because water beastmen had to go through extremely harsh training to be able to endure these temperatures. "So why? Can you be this incredibly calm?" Jen smirked mysteriously at his opponent's astonishment. "You want to know why? My dad doesn't like to talk about it. So drop dead at that very moment." The system continuously issued warnings about the high temperature burning his body, but another curse called the Lament of the Snow suddenly activated, helping him completely neutralize the effects of the lava. Taking the opportunity, Jen launched himself out of the fiery magma, leaving a stunned Wara behind. Despite being at a disadvantage, Wara gritted his teeth. Resilient, the Beastmen tribe won't be defeated this easily. At this rate, I'm forced to use that. For the sake of his tribe, he couldn't lose. He decided to use the ice-cold stone, a treasure of the Water Tribe that helps adapt to and resist the extreme heat of lava. While the battle deep under the volcano was still intense, Jiro's group of assassins up above received a new report. "Captain, all preparations are complete." Jiro asked coldly, "Where is Sasa?" The subordinate reported that according to intelligence from the Angel Tribe, the target was currently in the lava tunnel beneath the volcano to carry out the duel. Jiro smiled calculatingly. Very good. He deemed this a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity, the perfect moment. He is walking into his own death trap. All that's left for us to do is deliver the finishing blow. Without delay, Jiro immediately cast a secret technique called Jigen no Jutsu, firing sharp stakes into the ground to create a dark formation that surrounded a pitch-black energy sphere. The subordinates standing nearby couldn't help but be terrified, realizing this was the legendary technique that could burn everything to ashes. Jiro gave a firm order, "Blow it to hell." A horrific explosion erupted, releasing streaks of burning red energy. When one subordinate questioned if their mission was only to kill the newly resurrected Demon King, Jiro looked into the distance with cold eyes and corrected the true intent of Lord Ben. He declared that the actual order was to wipe out everyone associated with the Demon King. Meanwhile, at the Beastman settlement, the atmosphere remained incredibly peaceful. The children were still playing chasing each other for their toys in happy laughter. A pregnant angel woman with white wings sat quietly rubbing her belly affectionately, choosing names like Win or Rut for her unborn child, looking forward to her husband's return to ask for his opinion. But that peace seemed to be only the beginning of a storm. At the center of the village, the giant angel statue, which was a symbol of protection, suddenly shed tears of crimson blood running down its face, signaling a horrific tragedy about to strike. The second round of the duel of beasts continued in the hot lava. Jen smiled triumphantly at his opponent. "You don't look so energetic, do you? And it's only been 30 minutes. However, inside he was secretly worried because he needed to end the battle quickly otherwise. He wouldn't make it in time for the system mission's countdown. Wara was running out of steam. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Don't get cocky. You did something to this lava, didn't you?" He noticed the surrounding temperature rising abnormally and wondered if the effect of the ice-cold stone had worn off. Seeing his opponent has reached his limit, Jen speaks up, "If you admit defeat now, we can end this fight right here." Watching from the shore, Angie mutters jealously, He wouldn't be able to act all high and mighty like that if he were fighting me." Suddenly, Jen freezes, noticing something wrong. From the surrounding environment, Wara moans in agony while air bubbles rise violently from the bottom. A bright red system notification pops up warning about the ambient temperature. It's skyrocketing. Jen, shocked, asks the system, "What do you mean the temperature is rising?" Just then, Wara collapses, leaving Jen to shout in a panic. "Hey, Wara, what the hell is going on?" Through gasping breaths, Wara warns of the terrifying truth. "This temperature! The volcano is going to erupt!" Jen's face turns pale with horror. "Are you serious?" Without a second of hesitation, he lunges to grab the sinking Wara and screams to the crowd on the shore, "Everyone get out of here now, the volcano is about to erupt." Old Dawson and the Beastkin are stunned, unable to believe their ears. Did he just say it's erupting? Instantly, a massive column of fire bursts from the cave with terrifying power. Jen hugs Wara tight, gritting his teeth, realizing they are hanging by a thread. It's already started. We won't make it in time. Outside the mountain, Casa shakes violently with thunderous explosions. Amidst the thick smoke and fire spewing from the cave entrance, a giant eagle suddenly rockets out. Just before a horrific explosion swallows the entire entrance, everyone on the eagle's back lets out a sigh of relief. Almost got reincarnated right there. Thanks to Sarah's quick reflexes and the timely help from Angie's beast form, the group narrowly escaped death. They look toward the Herat base, shocked and anxious. "But what about the Beastkin village?" Jen asks, full of concern. But then they all fall silent as they look down from above. A horrific tragedy is unfolding before their eyes. The entire village is being swallowed by a sea of blazing red fire. The volcano erupts violently, raining fire down upon the land, causing the people to scream in desperate chaos. "Help!" Looking down at the rubble, Angie is horrified to see her own people. In the middle of a burning house, a woman of the angel tribe is desperately trying to shield her small child in her arms. A heart-wrenching cry rings out, "My wife!" A man prepares to dive down to save them immediately, but Jen stops him just in time. "Wait, don't dive down. Don't dive. The wind from your wings will only feed the fire." Below, the woman and child are fainting from smoke inhalation. Old Dawson urges them fiercely, "We need to save them right now." Jen's gaze turns cold and resolute. He shouts, "Mammon!" Understanding her master's intent, the tiger girl immediately responds, "Understood." Jen leaps into the air, somersaulting off the eagle's back. At the same time, Herat activates his beast origin state. Transforming into a majestic giant white tiger to catch him mid-air, they land in the middle of the smog and fire. Jen reaches out toward the terrified mother and child and yells, "Hurry, get on." He grabs the woman's hand, pulls them onto the tiger's back, and commands, "Mammon, run!" The brave white tiger roars and darts away through the collapsing ruins. Jen reassures them amidst the thunderous explosions, "Just reach the high ground ahead and you'll be safe." Once the mother and child are safe, the woman chokes up, thanking them emotionally for saving their lives. Jen doesn't take a moment to rest and immediately urges, "Save the thanks for later, Mammon. Let's go save the others." The volcano continues to erupt violently. Angie, in her eagle form, screams anxiously as she looks down at the sea of fire. "It's still erupting. If we don't stop it soon, the entire Beastkin tribe will be wiped out." Riding on the back of the white tiger, Herat races through the flaming ruins. Jen reflects, recalling information about this land. If I remember correctly, Mount Kakaro is predicted to erupt every 1,500 years, so the next eruption should have been... He begins to wonder if his presence in this world is the reason the disaster arrived earlier than expected. Looking at the quest countdown, there's only 29 minutes left. Jen tells himself, saving the Beastkin tribe is part of the quest that old man gave me so I could earn their recognition. He decisively orders, I'm going to do something about this volcano. So Mammon, I'm leaving everyone to you. Old Dawson, who is being carried on a soldier's back, hears this and asks in shock, What are you planning to do about this eruption? Jen glances back with a determined look and affirms, I'll find a way. After all, I am the Demon King. Seeing her master heading into danger, Wara immediately speaks up. Lord Sarah, please let me lend you a hand. Meanwhile, from a high cliff overlooking the village, engulfed in flames, the assassin Jiro coldly enjoys the chaotic scene. Keep burning. Soon the forest will be cleared. When that happens, the mission Lord Bayo gave us will be complete. A subordinate quickly runs over to report, Captain, the exit has been blocked. They have nowhere left to run. Jiro says with satisfaction, Well done. Even if the Demon King tries to escape, he'll just be like a rat trapped in a bag. He stands confidently watching the desperate villagers fleeing the fire, certain that his trap has completely closed. Suddenly the soldier observing with binoculars shouts, Captain, I've spotted the Demon King. Jiro immediately turns to ask with excitement, which way is he fleeing? But his subordinate hesitates with a completely baffled expression. As you can see, sir. Jiro's soldier reported in terror as he watched Jen riding on the back of Wara, a warrior from the shark tribe charging straight toward the violently erupting Mount Kakaro. Gliding powerfully through the scorching magma, Jen drew closer to the heart of the catastrophe. Wara yelled in anxiety, Sir, stay back! This is as close as I can get you to the crater! It's too hot up ahead, I can't go any further, Jen replied calmly. This is far enough. I'll handle the rest myself, he said to Wara's bewilderment, jumping off his back and declaring firmly, Do you even have to ask I'll extinguish this fire with my own hands? Wara could only gasp in shock as he saw the Demon King willingly throw himself into the most dangerous place. Watching Jen's determined back amidst the sea of fire, he silently marveled that this king was completely different from everything he had imagined before. As soon as his body hit the extreme temperatures, the system kept sending notifications that his heretic snow skill was leveling up to adapt, and Jen realized a pattern. The harsher the environmental conditions, the stronger his skills became. With a crazy calculation, he decided to strip off all his clothes right there in midair. To maximize surface contact with the magma and force the curse to unleash its ultimate power, he braced himself. Bring it on. Let that curse grow even stronger in this magma. Instantly, the skill reached a new level with its duration significantly extended. Pushing past every limit of endurance, Jen officially acquired a new skill. It was called Absolute Zero Ice. A bone-chilling cold radiated from his body, beginning to freeze everything around him right in the heart of the burning volcano, and Jen flashed a triumphant smile. It's go time. Volcano. I've got this in the bag. A massive explosion of frost erupted, directly countering and suppressing the heat of the magma to stop the eruption. Meanwhile, back at the village, Herat in her white tiger form was struggling to lead the evacuation, shouting to urge everyone to prioritize getting the children to safety immediately. The fire leader is growing stronger. A beastman reported in a panic. Amidst that vast sea of fire, Angie is flying above, doubting that the new Demon King has probably already run away. Herat in her white tiger form immediately roared in protest. He is not that kind of person. The mission countdown flickered with 25 stressful minutes remaining. Angie reminded her coldly, You trust him far too much. Do you really think one individual can stop this eruption? Despite the skepticism, Herat insisted on believing in her master. If it was Sir Sarah, he would surely find a way. She recalled the moments he won, in battles asserting that Sir Sarah had the ability to perform miracles. The younger brother watched in silence, but then his expression suddenly changed. When he noticed something unusual from the mountain, he looked toward the volcano. Look at that! A cry of astonishment rang out. From the mountaintop, brilliant blue rays of light shot straight into the sky. Tearing through the night, a shocking notification appeared. The eruption had stopped. The sight of the silent mountain amidst the sea of fire left everyone stunned. Herat cheered joyfully, It's Sir Sarah! He stopped the eruption. Contrary to that joy, Jiro's assassins were extremely shocked. No way hasn't this boss been defeated yet? A subordinate asked nervously. What now, boss? If we fail, our tribe will... Jiro casually used a knife to peel an apple and reassured him, don't worry, revealing a terrifying truth. The angel group placed a special curse inside those embers, and it has only reached 10% of its power. His eyes glowed red with killing intent as he smirked. The fun is just beginning. In the distance, Angie was still stunned. I can't believe it. Did the Demon King actually stop the eruption? But immediately he sensed another terrifying threat approaching. A massive explosion shook the ground as pitch-black currents of air rose from the mountain. People screamed in panic. Is the mountain collapsing? Run! The mountain is falling! Herat and the Beastmen were horrified, wondering how this could happen. A sinister black cloud of smoke rushed forward with terrifying speed as if to swallow everything. Seeing the danger, Herat shouted, Watch out! And lunged to shield her teammates. A pitch-black rock covered in purple energy suddenly struck her. Herat roared in pain as she was enveloped by the dark aura. Witnessing that scene, a Beastman screamed, Curse! Herat writhed in extreme pain, struggling to shout, Don't come near here! Herat realized the abnormality of this dark fire. This black fire, why does it look so evil and distorted? She realized in agony that it could not be extinguished. No matter how much she blew on it, it wouldn't stop. It was burning her soul. The Beastmen were terrified to hear about fire that burns the soul. One was horrified, realizing the terrible truth, it can't be. This is the cursed seed. Resentment is the true source of power for these embers. Jiro watched the tragedy coldly and judged that there was no better way to accumulate resentment than deaths labeled as accidents. He knew well that every 1,000 years, the eruption of Mount Kakarot would turn everything within a 400-kilometer radius into a sea of fire. The resentment accumulated from tonight and throughout the last 1,000 years should have been enough to awaken the cursed seed. Yet Jiro still could not understand how Sarah could have possibly stopped that eruption. Meanwhile, at the scene, a monkey tribe beastman was in despair as he saw the group surrounded by unextinguishable embers of resentment. He bitterly accepted that the end had come. Just then, Herbert appeared amidst the dark fire and scolded him flat out, You're complaining about fire at this level. Despite her body being burned by the purple energy, she marched forward proudly, causing the beastman to ask in surprise, What are you planning to do? Herbert declared firmly. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to get everyone out of here. She used her incredible strength to shatter the burning logs, carving a path through the flames. A beastman of the monkey tribe panicked, trying to stop her, thinking it was impossible. You'll die before you even get halfway there, he warned. Noting the forest edge was over 100 meters away, but Herat stood firm. We'll never know until we try. If I fall, I'll just get back up. If I fall 100 times, I'll rise 100 times. No matter where I fall, I will rise again because I am going to save everyone. Herat roared with determination, asserting that Mammon Herat was not a beastman to be stopped by such trivial flames. She poured every ounce of her strength into crushing the final obstacles to protect her comrades who witnessed her iron will. Suddenly, an imposing lion beastman appeared and applauded them. Immediately, a whole group of other beastman warriors stood up with her. The malevolent black flames no longer terrified them. They only ignited their fighting spirit. They shouted in unison, Leader, we will help you. We too have the pride of the beastman tribe. Herat smiled proudly. That is why we exist. And I know for a fact that Sir Sarah is fighting with everything he has for our peace. The entire Beastman army let out a mighty roar. Let's charge into this battle for survival. Beastmen, it's time to stand together and fight. Meanwhile, at the heart of the volcano, Jen was struggling amidst the boiling lava, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Damn it, is this black flame caused by the cursed seed? A bright red system notification flashed. Warning, under unidentified mental attack. Jen realized the situation was slipping out of his control. Crap mental attacks are the hardest to deal with. They were never this broken in the game. Suddenly, a giant purple skeletal hand surged up from the lava. Following it, a horrifying entity revealed itself, a massive skeletal monster with hundreds of screaming skulls embedded in its chest. The system confirmed its identity, Cursed Seed, race monster born from the resentment of the dead. The entity let out a thunderous roar. The crushing pressure overwhelmed General. The monster lashed out violently. General nimbly dived into the lava to dodge, observing the enemy while searching for an opening. All right, I can see its attack patterns. Jen leaped high narrowly, escaping a powerful sweep from the vengeful entity. It's slow because of its massive size. However, Jen soon realized the new difficulty: he couldn't land a clean hit. I have to find its weakness before I can take it down. Just then, the cursed seed began to accumulate glowing purple energy in its mouth and chest. Its eerie eyes flashed and it spewed out a barrage of skull souls. They flew towards him with deadly precision. Jen could only curse in frustration. Damn it! A sinister purple energy suddenly wrapped around him, dragging him into an void-like dimension. Jen groaned in agony as he realized his soul was being ripped from his body right in the middle of the lava flow. A skull demon lunged at him cruelly, tearing at his soul. Jen was horrified. The damage to his soul was immediately reflected on his physical body. His left arm went completely numb. Jen realized the bitter, horrifying truth. It's over. I've lost connection to my left arm. Soul damage means physical damage, he thought as the giant monster stood there looming over him. Like a ghost covering the entire volcano. Jen looked at his opponent with cold eyes, whispering the truth. So you're just leisurely playing with your prey. You've got plenty of time, don't you? Jen was shocked at his own realization. And here I thought your movements were just slow. Turns out you're just toying with me. The monster growled threateningly, its eyes glowing in the dark as if mocking his weakness. Jen gritted his teeth in defiance. You must think I'm a fool. Before he could finish, its giant hand slammed down again with immense force. Here it comes again. The 1,000-pound blow created a violent explosion of magma, throwing Jen far away. He roared, struggling to keep his balance in the sea of fire. At that very moment, a skull soul suddenly appeared right in front of his face. Jen's expression turned to terror. This is getting a bit too intense. He managed to curse damn before the purple energy pierced through him brutally. These soul-targeted attacks couldn't be blocked or dodged, leaving Jen in a desperate situation. He realized that if this continued, not only would the mission fail, but just staying alive to get down the mountain would be a luxury. Desperate for a miracle, he wondered how he could turn the tide. At the same time, in the village, those surrounded by the black flames were losing their sanity and becoming crazed. Fans panicked, urging everyone to run away. Witnessing the tragedy unfolding before her eyes, Harad had to struggle against the power of the curses. In pain, she screamed for everyone to leave, before she completely lost her sanity due to the terrifying power of the resentment. Watching from afar, Jiro understood clearly: the more resentment one absorbs, the more one's consciousness erodes. Eventually, the victims would become puppets of resentment, harming even those they loved most. However, Herod remained firm. The Beastman tribe will never bow to this resentment. The other Beastman warriors, despite being heavily wounded and under intense influence, held on to their will, refusing to let themselves be swallowed by the darkness. Dark tentacles stretched out from the volcano, like the arms of demons, spreading terror and tearing families apart. Amidst the desperate cries for help, that dark energy erupted violently. From the mountain peak, it engulfed everything, making the tragedy worse than ever. Amidst the scorching lava, Jen was shocked to realize Mammon's soul was being pulled by a dark force. He screamed in terror, "Mammon's soul!" The cursed entity was frantically absorbing her soul into its skeletal body. Jen watched the scene in agony. It's being pulled into the cursed entity. The monster keeps roaring as it swallows souls to grow bigger and stronger. Jen senses a massive surge of energy. It's gathering at its core. Seeing the exposed energy core, Jen bites through the pain and tells himself with grim resolve, all right, this might be our only chance. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, Mammon has completely lost consciousness in his comrade's arms. Dawson looks at the Demon King's loyal subordinate with a heavy heart, realizing the situation is hopeless. Mammon probably can't be saved anymore. He understands that if they can't reclaim her soul and defeat this entity, the entire Beastman tribe is doomed. Suddenly, a bright red pillar of light erupts from the volcano, making Dawson gasp in shock. What the hell is that? Don't tell me it's evolving again. The old advisor can't believe his eyes when he sees the monster's new form. Is that really the cursed entity? A Crimson System notification blares with lethal intent warning. The cursed entity has absorbed the Demon King's soul and is evolving into a greater cursed entity. Dawson is completely devastated by this terrifying transformation. He trembles to let it evolve this far. This is the end. Watching through binoculars from afar, the assassin Jiro is also caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. He laughs smugly, convinced that by now, no one can stop the destruction. The Demon King, the Beastman tribe, everyone's finished. Goodbye, all of you. Suddenly, Jiro's subordinate shouts, "Report, Captain! There's something inside the cursed entity." Jiro and Dawson both turn pale in shock. What? It's the Demon King, right at the monster's energy core. Jen's figure suddenly becomes visible, leaving everyone stunned and wondering, why is he in there? Amidst the deep purple dark energy, Jen appears bare-chested, his eyes blazing with fury. He grinds his teeth and declares, "Don't think you can just go around swallowing my soul like that." How shameless. I think it's time I taught you a lesson. Jen has infiltrated deep into the giant's chest, spotting a pitch-black orb emitting a sinister aura. He whispers to himself, "Aha, caught your heart, didn't I?" Jen wonders. I wonder what happens if I destroy this thing. Without a moment's hesitation, he reaches out and grabs it. A powerful squeeze makes the cursed entity roar in agony. Its whole body shakes violently from this direct attack on its fatal weak point. Witnessing the Demon King's insane move, a beastman screams in terror, "Demon King, what the hell are you doing?" Watching from a distance, the assassin Jiro offers only a sneer. What an idiot. Too stupid to save. He is convinced the Demon King isn't strong enough to stop it. Right at this moment, Jen is shocked to feel the dark energy within him surging uncontrollably. Can I really not control the power of the curse inside me? But then, a bold idea flashes in his mind. I see. Instead of trying to suppress it, Jen decides to gamble everything. He shouts, "I'll let you absorb as much as you want." He challenges the monster. Let's see how much of my curse you can handle. Under the influence of the vengeful embers, the level of Jen's curse suddenly spikes. The system announces that dark energy is shifting from Jen's body into the cursed seed. The giant entity begins to warp and scream in agony as it gets overloaded by the very evil power that it was trying to swallow from its host. Massive explosions erupt, engulfing the monster in a sea of flames. Its form is now nothing more than a giant black shadow, faintly emitting a sinister purple mist. Through the thick smoke and dust in the village, the beastmen stare at the ruins in horror, survivors clinging to each other in sheer terror. Overwhelmed by the power of the blast, Jiro watches from a high cliff, musing that if his tribe hadn't followed Lord Bio's orders, they might have met the same fate. Seeing the situation settled, Jiro orders his subordinates to retreat. Let's go. My show's over. The Chaos Seed will finish the job for us. But then a massive shockwave erupts from the monster, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Jiro watches in horror at the massive surge of energy. As his subordinates tremble before an unprecedented aura of pressure, Jiro immediately realizes something is wrong. This isn't the aura of the cursed seed. He wonders in shock, so who is powering up their aura now? Just then, the system announces that the cursed seed has absorbed all the curses from Jen, but because its level is too low, it cannot control this overwhelming amount of power. Negative effects begin to materialize, forcing the original host and the absorber to separate. A glowing red entity with absolute authority suddenly breaks free from within. The monster activates the giant dragon's breath curse. It's a Concord, the founder of the giant dragon tribe. Jiro can't believe his eyes. A dragon. Crawling out from inside the cursed seed. The dragon lunges to attack crazily, but Jiro realizes these are just remnants of consciousness reawakening. It unleashes lightning-fast swipes, pinning the dark entity to the ground and clawing it ruthlessly. The cursed seed is completely overwhelmed, roaring in agony. As its body begins to sprout deep blue system code, dark mists erupt from its mouth once more, signaling a new transformation. Another curse, the Contempt of Intellect, is officially activated. From the mysterious blue light, a giant human-shaped entity emerges. With digital patterns appearing on its body, its signator, the founder of the Intellect tribe. The cursed seed looks pathetic now. It's being crushed by giant rocks falling from the sky. It struggles in vain to escape the punishment of the ancestors. The relentless attacks give the hateful entity not a single second of rest. And right after that, the curse, the wrath of the deep sea, erupts, summoning Titan, the founder of the deep sea tribe, with giant tentacles covered in sharp thorns. The bony monster is doomed. Right now he's facing off against the power of the three greatest ancestors, a total mismatch, and is even being cornered by a group of three giant entities. The cursed seed creates a horrifying scene that blankets the entire forest. The beastmen below watch the battle in shock, and one of them realizes the truth. That monster's got a twisted plan. Is it trying to snatch our souls to summon more allies? That is such a cheap move. The situation becomes critical, as the monster swings its massive tail, wiping out everything in its path. Just then the curse, the war cry of the Beast King is triggered, and a giant white tiger carrying Demon King Sarah on its back streaks through, tearing apart the night. The Chaos Seed roars in pain as it's pushed to the brink. Herat, in his white tiger form, lunges forward, ferociously biting and tearing at the vengeful entity. Amidst the brilliant full moon, the silhouette of the Demon King appears, looking incredibly imposing on the tiger's back. He softly apologizes for the wait, and the beastmen below are overjoyed. They cheer, calling out the Demon King's name, and their own seeing that their savior has officially returned. Facing the weakening entity, Sarah coldly mocks, "You've shrunk, haven't you? Didn't I tell you already? There's no way you can deal with me." Witnessing the terrifying scene, one of Jiro's subordinates nervously wonders if this is the true power of the Demon King being able to defeat even the Chaos Seed. However, with a sharp gaze, Jiro insists that what Sarah just did wasn't just about defeating it. When asked by his subordinate about the real meaning behind those words, he remains silent, watching the battle with a tense expression. Jiro suddenly realizes a shocking truth. Wait a minute, is the Demon King controlling this whole fight? At that very moment, a system notification appears, explaining the curse harmony state, a miraculous phenomenon born from the influence of a soul. Extremely powerful, Herat roars and dashes forward. Meanwhile, the ancestor entities of the tribes also unleash destructive attacks according to the king's will. Sarah stands tall on the tiger's back, waving his hand to give decisive orders. Let's go. Jiro silently analyzes that while the Chaos Seed is an entity of pure resentment, its power is still far inferior to the Demon King's. He realizes Sarah has cleverly deceived the consciousness of the founders, making them believe that the Chaos Seed is the only enemy that needs to be destroyed. The fiery red dragon Akonkar gathers a giant energy orb. Right in front of its mouth, it fires straight at the opponent. The vengeful entity is split into many pieces, scattering like a broken anthill, and when it tries to retreat, the red dragon Akonkar blocks its path. It pours all its strength into unleashing a blazing stream of energy, incinerating everything in its way. The cursed seed is pushed back and suffers heavy damage under the terrifying pressure of the attack. It stumbles through the sea of fire, but before it can even react, strange blue cubes suddenly appear surrounding the monster. It stares blankly at the massive digital cage forming around it, sealing off every escape route above. Akonkar continues to unleash its ultimate technique, the Dragon's Roar Cannon, blasting a beam of burning red energy straight down at the imprisoned target. The massive impact forces the vengeful entity to its knees. But the punishment doesn't end there. From the walls of this cage, a barrage of sharp blue rays, the cage wind blades technique, fires repeatedly. The cursed seed is pierced by blades of wind from every direction. It screams in agony, getting hit with a full-blown combo. Amidst the chaos, the founder of the Wisdom Tribe still stands there, dignified with a deep blue aura. Right behind him, the Titan sea monster also appears, its giant tentacles covering the sky. With the Abyssal Meteor Ultimate, a massive dark purple pillar of energy erupts from beneath the earth. It swallows the vengeful entity completely in a destructive blast. The strike from the Abyssal Meteor crashes down, creating a giant purple pillar of light that fully consumes the creature. The monster screams in pain as its skeletal body dissolves under the terrifying heat. A massive explosion erupts, blowing away every trace of darkness and leaving only lingering spirits. Escaping from the pile of white ruins as the dust settles, the silhouettes of the ancestors slowly fade into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the assassin Jiro silently concludes, "The ancestors are disappearing. The Demon King can manipulate their powerful consciousness. He's something else, definitely no small fry." However, a subordinate points out a flaw. Doesn't that also mean he has no other way to attack? Could it be that the Demon King's own power isn't actually that high? Jiro smirks in agreement. Exactly. If we conceal his ability to control the ancestors, we'll gain the upper hand. He declares with full confidence. I've just found a way to finish him off. Follow me. Down at the foot of the mountain, Herat cheers happily, amazing, just as expected from Lord Sarah. But contrary to that excitement, Sarah appears with a tired and anxious look. It's still too early to celebrate. Herat asks in confusion, "What do you mean, my lord?" Sarah gazes thoughtfully at the pile of ruins. The biggest problem hasn't been solved yet. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, making the beastmen panic. What is this earthquake? Every eye turns toward the mountain peak, where a giant pillar of fire erupts once again, tearing through the sky. A desperate scream rings out. The volcano! It's still erupting! Where is all this fire coming from? The Kakaro mountain hasn't cooled down at all. On the contrary, it's flaring up even more powerfully, threatening to submerge everything in a sea of flames, the Kakaro volcano. The eruption intensified, more violent than ever, shaking the very earth in nature's wrath. The beastmen panicked, screaming, "We have to run now!" But immediately other desperate cries rang out. "It's too late! We don't have the strength or the time to run anymore!" Amidst the chaos and the piles of white bones, Sarah sat with an eerie calmness. He nonchalantly popped a pill into his mouth and reassured them. To the terrified crowd, he said, "It's okay. If you aren't going to run, don't worry." Sarah stood up, standing tall as he faced the massive wall of fire rushing down toward them. He declared firmly, "Leave this to me. I can handle this." A terrifying explosion of fire erupted, completely swallowing the Demon King's figure, leaving the beastmen to scream in agony, "Lord Sarah!" as they witnessed the horrific heat. The pessimistic lion beastman muttered, "I don't think the Demon King can stop this fire." Harriet, eyes welling up with tears, suppressed her pain and pleaded, "I want to believe that won't happen. We don't have any other choice." Suddenly, an unimaginable sight unfolded, causing the lion beastman's eyes to widen in shock. "No way! Mammon, look!" A colossal wall of ice suddenly shot up, tearing through the night and completely blocking the surging magma. Sarah stood in the middle of the bone-chilling air. The system issued constant warnings. Environmental temperature exceeded activating scorching state. Your inherent curse, heresy snow, has reached its maximum level. Under the intense heat, Sarah's entire body began to change, crystallizing into a powerful, deep, blue, icy entity. He nonchalantly mocked his own new form. "As expected, I'm one cool guy." The system's cold voice rang out, confirming, "Freezing process officially begun. Sharp shards of ice like the blades of death," stretched out, freezing every stream of glowing lava. In an instant, a vast area was suddenly covered in eternal ice, forming a giant ice flower, blooming right in the heart of the catastrophe. Witness this power enough to turn the very heavens and earth upside down. The lion beastman could only tremble in utter shock, stammering, "Is this some kind of hack or what?" With just a gentle flick of his fingers, he had transformed the entire volcanic disaster into an eternal forest of ice. Standing amidst the shimmering ice crystals, he calmly declared, "To the Demon King, a tiny eruption like this is nothing." However, deep down he was secretly breathing a sigh of relief, because if it weren't for drinking those embers that boosted his curse earlier, he might have truly been in big trouble the moment the danger passed. Herod sobbed as she rushed over to hug her master. "Lord Sarah, I'm just glad you're safe." Sarah laughed loudly, feeling smug, not forgetting to show off to maintain his image. "You were worrying too much. After all, I am the great Demon King, Sarah. This much isn't enough to scare me." Despite his arrogant facade, he couldn't help but be amazed at his own rapid progress. From an ordinary player, he could now command earth-shattering power. Just as he was reveling in the joy, Sarah suddenly froze as he noticed a massive troop of beastmen lumbering toward him. Emerging from the thick fog, seeing the crowd closing in with intense momentum, Sarah anxiously asked, "What is the beast duel still going on?" Herod suddenly realized something and cried out in shock. "No, this is—" Suddenly, the leading beastman stepped forward and ripped a handful of hair right off Sarah's head, making him cry out in pain. "Ow!" Herbert explained that this was the beastman's ritual of acknowledgement. The beastman casually chewed on the tuft of hair he had just snatched, and explained that his tribe took immense pride in their skin and fur. According to tradition, if you want revenge, you must eat the flesh and drink the blood. But if you are deeply indebted, you must eat the other person's hair to express absolute respect. Sarah was horrified, imagining himself being surrounded by hundreds of beastmen and losing so much hair he'd go bald like some one-punch superhero. He clutched his head and screamed in despair, "No, I don't want to be bald at this age. I've still got my style." Seeing the beastmen with glowing eyes surrounding him, Sarah hurriedly asked about the rules of the next round to find a way out. The beastman leader replied gently, "We would never dream of challenging our great benefactor again." However, Angie suddenly interrupted, "But leader, that goes against our rules." The beastman leader brushed off Angie's words, arguing that now wasn't the time to discuss rules when everyone was exhausted. But Angie remained adamant, insisting that he could fight a third round against the Demon King so everyone would be convinced. He promised that if Sarah won, he would officially place the entire beastman tribe under his command. As a sign of respect, old Dawson nodded in agreement, thinking this was a great idea to convince everyone. Immediately, Angie dragged Sarah, who was sprawled on the ground, away. Before he could even finish standing up, they were off to start the race. Seeing the Demon King being dragged away, the Beastman didn't forget to clamor for his hair to complete the ritual, making a panicked Sarah urge Angie to run faster. However, in a hidden corner, Jiro's assassins were lying in wait, tracking their every move from behind a tree. A minion asked, "How did the captain know for sure the Demon King would come this way?" Jiro calmly explained that the third round was a speed race with the bird tribe, and the location was usually chosen at random. He confidently asserted that Sarah would walk right into their trap, without them needing to search for him. Meanwhile, at the Beastman village, everyone was busy cleaning up when Angie's wife suddenly rushed over with a devastated face. Old Dawson and Herbert couldn't help but feel uneasy seeing her running over frantically to report the bad news. The girl cried out in agony, announcing a shocking update. "My husband Angie is dead." Looking at Angie's body lying motionless on the ground, old Dawson was shaken, unable to believe his eyes. Herbert gasped as she realized the horrifying truth. If the real Angie was dead, then who was carrying Lord Sarah right now? Far away in the sky, the fake Angie with glowing red eyes and murderous intent was still carrying Sarah as they flew off, while the Demon King was completely unaware that he was falling into the enemy's clutches. While flying on Angie's back, Sarah felt this guy was quite straightforward, so he promised that after this was over, he would have himself promote him to an elder. However, the one carrying him coldly replied, "Demon King, I am truly honored, but I have one more request." While Sarah was still confused, Angie's eyes suddenly flashed with a blood-red glint of murderous intent. "And that is your little life." A sudden explosion occurred, throwing Sarah to the ground. In his shock, he realized the person in front of him wasn't Angie, but an imposter. Immediately, a purple magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Pillars of light shot up, binding his body. Sarah realized in despair that he had been caught in a binding spell and was completely unable to move. Seeing that the prey had fallen into the trap, the masked assassins swarmed out from the shadows with sharp blades roaring, "Quick, surround him and take his head!" Amidst the thick dust, Sarah coughed, bitter and regretful, realizing he had been too careless to walk straight into the death trap they had laid out. An assassin lunged to deliver the final blow, making Sarah suddenly remember something. I recognized this tactic. At the same time, at the Beastman village, the real Angie's body was found with a fatal wound right in his chest. Old Dawson looked on in pain at his subordinate taken down with just a single strike. Then, gritting his teeth, he confirmed, "This is the work of the Black Moon tribe." Old Dawson mused, explaining that for generations, the 7 great tribes had followed a policy of not interfering with one another. So for them to suddenly act like this, it must definitely be Ben's doing. He turned to tell Herod to stay calm to assess the situation, but suddenly noticed something wrong. Wait, where did Herod run off to? A minion panicked and reported that she had rushed off to find the Demon King just as he was speaking. Dawson could only gasp in shock. What? Far away, Herbert was pushing her limits, racing against time. She shouted with determination, "Lord Sarah, Herod is coming!" In that moment, an assassin swung his blade, stabbing straight at Sarah, but the sharp blade was suddenly blocked by a layer of skin as hard as stone. The assassin stammered in shock. "What in the world is this?" Jen breathed a sigh of relief that was way too close. At the very last split second, he'd managed to activate his petrification state just in time to save his own skin. A layer of gray stone encased his body, rendering all physical attacks useless. The assassins recoiled in horror, seeing their prey still standing there completely unharmed and refusing to give up. 2 of the assassins simultaneously unleashed their secret Hellfire Moonlight technique, spewing massive pillars of flames to incinerate him. As the fires finally began to die down, they asked each other nervously, "Did we get him?" But from within the sea of flames, Jen stood tall, his stone armor not even showing a single scratch. He mentally gauged the average level of the Black Moon tribe to be around level 55, so there was no way anyone here had the power to break his defenses. The system notification showed his petrification state would last for another 10 minutes, making Jen feel completely invincible. Jen figured that if they had to resort to an ambush like this, it meant they weren't strong enough to face the Beastman tribe head-on. He just needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Watching the assassins circling him, Jen thought nonchalantly, "Let them waste all their energy on these useless attacks. Honestly, having them exhaust themselves like this worked in his favor. However, his smile vanished when he saw the two assassins suddenly weave hand signs, purple magic circles igniting around them. Jen suddenly felt himself glowing and tightening up, panic setting in. What the? Jen realized in horror that over the last 100 years they had actually found a way to counter his petrification state. The assassins roared with murderous intent. Time to send him to the waiting room. Jen realized he had no other defensive skills left. He couldn't summon the ancestors with his current offensive setup either. Standing before blades rushing at him from every angle, he anxiously wondered, is there really no other way? Suddenly Jen's eyes flared with determination. No. There's still one way. A surge of violent purple energy erupted, enveloping his body as the system announced his reward exchange was complete. The Demon Lord skill had been awakened instantly. Jen unleashed his ultimate technique, Blood Flesh Wither. Crimson, grotesque tentacles shot out like demonic flowers, piercing straight through the assassins' bodies, draining their life force to fuel his own power. This was one of the 3 ultimate skills of Saza Harat capable of absorbing a target's life essence, and it boosted his attack power by 200% for every blood flower that bloomed. Standing amidst the collapsing enemies, Jen calmly concluded, in the end, raw power is still the best solution. At the same time, the system notified him that he had earned recognition from the Beastman tribe leader, pushing his mission progress to 65%. Jen felt his strength returning. Powerful. And secretly, I'm turning the tables thanks to the power of friendship. Just as he was getting smug, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. So you were hiding an ace up your sleeve all this time? Jen turned around warily to look at the high tree branches. Who's there? He saw a masked figure standing proudly observing him. He smirked, challenging him. You've got guts showing your face after seeing all that. You're pretty brave, too. The stranger casually pulled out a notebook to scribble something down and replied with a disdainful tone, You might be brave, but you're too shallow. You knew we were the Black Moon tribe. Yet you stood there and took the attack without fighting back, Jen asked in shock. What do you mean? He suddenly froze, his expression twisting as bizarre blue veins began to surface and spread all over his neck. Jen's eyes widened in horror as he felt a toxic gas ravaging his body from the inside. A bright red system notification flashed with lethal intent. Congratulations, you have been poisoned. Good luck. Unable to hold his ground any longer, Jen collapsed to the ground in pain, vomiting blood right next to a poison needle that had just fallen from his wound. Standing on the high branch, the assassin looked down at Jen, who was writhing in agony, and mocked him triumphantly. As a demon lord, you should know this, right? Our profession isn't about holding blades, it's about playing with poison. He explained that this toxin was strong enough to wipe out an entire Beastman village, and ironically, Jen's own technique had been guiding the toxins directly into his own body. Jen knelt in pain, his breath hitching while blood poured endlessly from the corner of his mouth. Thinking his prey was finished, the assassin jumped down and drew his blade, intending to finish him off. I didn't expect you to die by your own power. I wouldn't even bother asking if you have any last words. Die. But Jen suddenly looked up with a sinister smile. Heh, who said I was poisoned? Immediately, a system notification appeared to save the day. Due to the massive amount of toxins in his body, the recovery skill Blood Moon Art had been activated. Jen triumphed silently. Because he had developed poison resistance just in time, he was recovering 3% of his health every second. The assassin gasped in utter shock. Impossible, how does the poison have no effect? He frantically threw a barrage of shurikens at his opponent, but Jen just pointed a finger at him coldly and shouted, You're truly pathetic! The crimson tentacles of his blood-flesh wither move immediately shot out, easily swatting away every attack and launching straight at the assassin. Realizing the tables had turned, the assassin gritted his teeth in anxiety. Damn it! This situation went from sweet to rotten retreat for now. He quickly leapt into the trees to flee, bitterly admitting he couldn't finish off the demon lord. At this moment, Jen roared with determination. I won't let you get away that easily. I'll use blood flesh one more time. However, a bright red system notification suddenly appeared, pouring cold water on his plans. Due to the curse, maximum energy has been restricted. Demon Lord skills are limited to 3 uses per day. To restore power, please complete the mission. Jen's face turned pale with despair. He grabbed his head and screamed in frustration. Why does this always happen at the most important moments? Seeing the Demon Lord's attack stop abruptly, the assassin asked himself suspiciously, is that all he's got? Or is he completely out of energy? Regardless of the reason, he decided not to miss this golden opportunity. Either way, this was the perfect moment to strike. Immediately, a series of razor-sharp shurikens were launched aimed directly at Gen's position. He dodged nimbly and challenged him confidently. You think those things can touch me? But the assassin's speed far exceeded Gen's calculations. He suddenly closed the distance right behind his back, making him gasp in shock. A slash grazed him, forcing Gen to retreat to defend himself. The assassin quickly glided away. A glancing slash forces Gen to step back to defend as the assassin quickly slides away. With an enigmatic smile, Gen was horrified to realize that his armor was covered in explosive paper charms. When on Earth did he manage to pull that off? A massive explosion erupted, swallowing Gen in a sea of flames. Emerging from the smoke with a face covered in soot and wounds, Gen clicked his tongue, annoyed by his opponent's trickery. Not letting his prey catch a breath, the assassin lunged again, landing powerful kicks that sent Gen flying and sliding across the ground while he was still struggling to get up. The assassin suddenly formed hand seals to cast a secret technique. A shadow clone jutsu. Immediately, a swarm of clones appeared, completely surrounding Gen from every direction, all attacking him simultaneously from above. Yet amidst the dangerous encirclement, Gen breathed a sigh of relief. Making you attack me all this time wasn't in vain after all. He stood his ground and smirked triumphantly. I've been waiting a long time for this direct attack. Don't you know, you amateur? Instantly, Gen activated a never-before-seen combo skill merging petrification and flesh-bloody relic. Sharp, blood-draining stone spikes suddenly burst out from his body. Piercing through all the clones in a split second, the system officially notified Gen that he had obtained a powerful new combo skill. He smiled to himself smugly. I was curious if I could combine these skills. It was a gamble, but it paid off. Gen looked coldly at the remaining assassin and declared, Then let me show you what happens to those who dare oppose the Demon Lord. Gen stood before the kneeling assassin and demanded, Was it Ben who ordered you to attack us? I doubt he would command all 7 great clans. His only response was a terrifying silence, leaving him puzzled. Has he gone mute, then? Suddenly, the assassin let out a sinister laugh. Gen exclaimed in shock, What? Right before his eyes, the assassin drove a kunai straight into his own chest to perform an evil ritual. Gen realized the situation was extremely dangerous. Something was wrong. Streams of pitch-black blood energy began spreading from his wound, soaking into the ground. The assassin looked at Gen with eerie eyes and asked, Hey, Demon Lord, isn't the moon beautiful tonight? Gen was stunned as he looked up at the sky. The assassin continued the ritual, shouting with all his might, The time has come, right now descend. Suddenly the moon shifted. It turned blood red, leaving Gen horrified. The moon was turning red. This was the ultimate secret technique known as the Blood Moon Summoner, the assassin, shrieked maniacally as his eyes flared red, the color of a demon descending. This is the perfect moonlit night. Gen bitterly realized the truth. So your underlings, and even you yourself, are just pawns. After exhausting me in battle, this technique is meant to ensure my defeat. The assassin proudly confirmed, Exactly. Time to unlock the real boss. He summoned a soul darker than the abyss, a crimson warrior who had slaughtered thousands of demons and was the ancestor of the Black Moon tribe. A giant entity with a mask, a terrifying demon mask, and a series of swords on his back slowly emerged from the red mist. The system announced the identification Seekin ancestor of the Black Moon tribe level 66, but he was in a weakened state and could only be maintained for 3 minutes. Looking at the powerful opponent in front of him, Gen gritted his teeth and took a stance like someone who had been sealed away for a long time. Seekin lunged with terrifying speed, leaving Gen unable to react. He was horrified to realize his opponent's level far exceeded his own. Damn it, his level is way higher than mine right now. I can't keep up with his movements. A harsh sound of clashing metal rang out as Gen struggled to block the attack. Seeing his opponent pull out dual swords, his face turned pale with worry. He's using dual swords, huh? This is bad, I have to dodge. A vicious slash came down, forcing Gen to roll away to escape. He broke into a cold sweat, realizing the massive gap in strength. That slash. It could have taken my head off before I could even move. Is he toying with me? Watching the silhouette of Seekin looming forward with dual glowing red swords, Jen told himself he had to maintain distance to stall for time because he knew these summoned entities surely had a time limit. Jen immediately dashed into the deep forest to find a place to hide, hoping the dense terrain with many obstacles would make him harder to detect. But with a single slash, Seekin leveled a vast area of the forest in an instant. Jen was horrified to see the trees cleanly cut right before his eyes. The trees, what kind of power is this? Just then, the system notified him that he had successfully dodged the area of effect attack and received a new skill called Wheel of Fortune. However, due to the Demon Lord's curse, this skill was instantly transformed into the Wheel of Destruction. Instead of reducing the opponent's attack capability, it increased their accuracy by 50% and attack effectiveness by 30%. Seekin loomed behind him amidst the ruins of the forest. Seeing his opponent still nonchalantly playing cat and mouse, Jen gritted his teeth in fury. So you want me to keep running so you can keep playing around? How dare you mock me like this? He declared loudly, even for a demon lord, I'm being looked down upon way too much. Destroying nature that can't defend itself just to feel strong, Jen sneered in defiance. That trash sword! Don't even dream of touching a hair on my head. Responding to the provocation, Seekin's eyes glowed with murderous intent. He slowly pulled a third sword from its sheath. Jen looked straight at his opponent with determined eyes and shouted out, "Bring it on! I'll take you on with just one strike!" Seekin began unleashing the true power of an ancestor-tier NPC right within his own domain. Zen realized this was Seekin's lunar painting domain, a place where under the crimson moon all gravity and attraction were under his total control. The system constantly notified Zen that Seekin's stats were being boosted at an alarming rate. Attack power up, 300%. Speed, up 200%, along with superior physical and magical resistance plus a lifesteal effect, and an additional 50% damage on every hit. The power of this domain was so terrifying that it drastically increased the gravity around his enemies to hinder their movement, while simultaneously reducing gravity for Seekin himself. Seekin enhanced his attack speed. Even a tiny insect would be crushed into the ground by this invisible pressure. Zen mused to himself, acknowledging a truly troublesome opponent. Seekin swung his giant sword, bringing down a lightning-fast strike, but Zen observed it quickly and dodged just in time. Determining that the blow wouldn't reach him, Zen kept closing the distance with terrifying speed, his sword shattering huge rocks right next to Zen. He told himself that in his current state, he couldn't possibly win against such a powerful entity. However, Zen suddenly realized that inside him there was still a curse that could rival even ancestral power based on his previous experiences. He knew that curses and negative effects didn't seem to work on him. A chance for victory suddenly flashed, helping Zen assert, "If my hunch is right, then this match is still salvageable." Immediately, the system announced that the curse had been triggered. The anti-moon domain completely nullified all effects of Seekin's lunar painting domain. Zen's expression turned cold and determined. He declared, "All right, now the real round begins." He clenched his fist, preparing for a counterattack as he saw Seekin charging in crazily. Zen believed that if he combined the anti-moon domain with the whirlwind of destruction, he could totally keep up with his opponent's speed. Seekin unleashed a powerful slash, but Zen calmly caught the blade with his arm in a split second. Zen told himself that he just needed to hold on until his opponent's summon duration ended. Then I'll win. But Seekin was an ancestor-tier entity. He attacked frenetically, not giving him any chance to stall. Zen struggled to block the wind-tearing slashes. He understood that sooner or later his weakness would be exposed and his opponent would land a finishing blow. Witnessing the Demon King's resilience, a look of surprise flashed across Seekin's face. Zen realized if he had reacted a split second slower, he might have been devoured by the opponent. Deciding he couldn't remain passive forever, he boldly declared, "The best defense is a powerful offense." Instantly, a system notification popped up, anti-moon domain and other skills combined, transforming into the Blackstone King form. Zen donned armor made of stone glowing with powerful purple light. He swung his greatsword and shouted, "Now it's my turn, let's go!" With his new power, Zen shot forward like a purple lightning bolt, directly confronting the ancestor of the Black Moon tribe. The massive collision sent Seekin reeling. The swords behind his back were knocked loose and scattered. Zen relentlessly pressed the attack with powerful strikes, not giving his opponent a single second to breathe. Realizing the opportunity had arrived, Zen raised his greatsword, burning with energy. Putting all his strength into a critical strike down at his opponent, he shouted, "Take this!" A terrifying explosion erupted, shaking the entire forest and blowing everything away. Amidst the thick dust, Zen declared triumphantly, "Game over." But Zen's smile faded as the dust cleared. Cezanne was still standing, using his remaining sword to block his attack. Zen was shocked, realizing his fatal mistake.
I should have shattered his sword completely.
Suddenly, Cezanne revealed a razor-sharp hidden blade from his wrist and stabbed straight into Zen's chest. The Demon King could only gasp in surprise. As he felt the cold blade pierce his body, Zen realized that even in his new form, Cezanne still held an absolute advantage in speed. He struggled to dodge the wind-tearing strikes and silently assessed. "Looks like this guy is still a notch faster than me. However, as a seasoned player," Zen confidently asserted, "when it comes to combat experience, I've got plenty." Suddenly, Cezanne unleashed a familiar technique that stunned Zen. "Isn't that the cloning technique the final boss used?" Cezanne didn't let him catch his breath. He continued to crank his speed to the maximum, creating a barrage of illusions attacking from all sides. But Zen stood firm in the middle of the onslaught, coldly declaring, "Unfortunately for you, these attacks won't work on me anymore." Seeing the clones charging in like madmen, Zen smirked defiantly. "If I can't tell which one is real, I'll just slash them all at once. I'll shred every single one of you." Zen roared, unleashing a massive arc-shaped sword strike. Sweeping away everything nearby, the energy explosion blew the clones away, forcing the real Cezanne to reveal himself with an expression of pure shock. Not giving up, the ancestor of the Black Moon tribe leaped high into the air. He poured all his strength into a downward overhead strike, but Zen was one step faster. He caught the blazing blade with his hand in a split second. A triumphant smile appeared on Zen's face, making Cezanne tremble in shock. He stared straight at his opponent and stated, "You definitely don't have enough power to pierce through this armor anymore." Cezanne was completely helpless, realizing all his efforts were meaningless against the Demon King's absolute defense. Zen landed the finishing blow, blasting his opponent away, and declared coldly, "That means you don't have a single chance of winning left." Cezanne was knocked back, completely collapsing before the terrifying power of Saja. Zen raised his glowing greatsword high. Channeling his energy, he declared decisively, "This is the end." The powerful blow left the assassin completely defeated at his feet. He struggled to look up with a complex expression and muttered in reverence, "My lord Saja." Standing before the defeated opponent, Zen coldly questioned, "Are you begging for your life?" Knowing he had no way out, the assassin knelt down, admitting, "I know mercy is something I never hoped to receive, but I want to share some information regarding my tribe." Jen signaled for him to speak. Getting the green light, he began to reveal the horrific truth. "As you know, the new Heavenly King Ben wants you dead, and not just any death, a death delivered. Death. By your own former subordinates?" Jen pondered, guessing, "So that's why your tribe came to kill me. Does that mean Ben ordered the entire Black Moon tribe to do it?" The assassin nodded in confirmation. "Otherwise, the Black Moon tribe would never have tried to harm you." Jen smirked sarcastically. "Incited to do it, yet so enthusiastic, huh?" Suddenly, the assassin slammed his head into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he pleaded desperately, "I humbly beg you, please. Take my life, but spare the rest of the Black Moon tribe." Without waiting for an answer, he shouted, "Farewell," and took his own life right in front of General. Watching his enemy collapse, Jen could only sigh. "Understood, rest now." He worried silently about Ben's cruelty, which was slowly strangling other tribes. Just then, the system panel popped up, "Mission accomplished." Jen clicked his tongue. "Done that fast, couldn't even give me a moment to process it." The reward for gaining recognition from the Beastman leader was the removal of a portion of the Demon King's curse and a new magic skill. Jen smiled, thinking, "I hope Ma is safe too." He indifferently clicked to start the next mission. Right. Let's keep going." But the moment Jen turned his back, a jet-black hand on the ground suddenly moved. A demonic shadow entity with glowing eyes rose silently right behind him. Before he could even react, a sharp blade pierced through Jen's chest from behind. Shocked, he coughed up blood, only managing to gasp, "What?" amid the suffocating killing intent. The shadow entity spoke with a mocking tone. "Joe, it seems you're having quite a bit of fun, aren't you?" Jen's eyes widened as he stared at his attacker, gasping in despair. Struck suddenly from behind, Jen wheezed in pain. Who are you? Why are you? The demonic entity just pulled the blade out of his chest. He calmly replied, "It's nothing big, just a small errand." Blood splattered everywhere as the blade left his body. The system immediately announced the activation of the Demon Blood Arts skill, helping him regenerate 3% of his health per second. The stranger looked at Jen with mocking, glowing red eyes. "You've wasted too much time. I think I should give you a wake-up call to sharpen your senses." Jen gritted his teeth, his face pale from blood loss. "Damn it, the regeneration can't keep up with the damage." The enemy retracted his dark aura and prepared to leave. "Well, that's done. Catch you later." Jen reached out in vain, trying to call him back. Despite his severe injuries, he strained to ask, "You're not going to finish me off?" The shadow entity paused slightly and replied mockingly, "Sorry, my schedule is fully booked. Maybe next time if you're still alive." With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving Jen to collapse onto the ground, his breathing shallow. I don't know what just happened. But these wounds are really serious. Am I really going to lose my life in this world? Just as his consciousness was fading, a pure white feather floated down before his eyes. Jen looked up at the sky, bewildered, and gasped, "What is that, an angel?" A majestic entity with wings spread wide appeared amidst the bright moon. The system immediately identified the opponent level 79 scout angel. Jen turned pale with terror as he realized this entity held no goodwill. "Damn it! That thing doesn't look like it's here to save me. Is this really the end?" But suddenly a system notification popped up coming to the rescue mission accomplished. The reward: partial removal of the Demon King's curse. Jen was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Taking advantage of the moment. The curse was partially lifted, Jen calculated. Removing part of the curse. Wait, if that's true, then maybe... Across from him, the scout angel slowly touched down, looking down coldly at the dying man. "You're still not dead. That means the Black Moon tribe has failed. Lord Ben's orders are absolute. I will finish you myself." He swung his long spear and lunged at terrifying speed, aiming to pierce Jen's body and complete the mission. A dry sound echoed along with a spurt of blood, but the angel suddenly froze in shock. The angel could only utter a gasp of astonishment as he sensed a cold, murderous aura right behind his back. The scout angel trembled, unable to believe his eyes. No way. How can you be standing behind me with those wounds?" Standing right behind his opponent, Jen smirked arrogantly. "I see. This is actually quite good." The system announced a new status: partial curse removal. Total Demon King power can now be used for 5 minutes per day. After use, a temporary state of unconsciousness will occur. Time remaining 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Jen gripped his sword, which was glowing with purple energy. He had just used the Ghost Presence skill to teleport behind his opponent. Looking at the panicked angel, Jen gave a wicked smile. "Hey, still want to fight?" Still. A blast of jet-black energy erupted, enveloping Jen's body and transforming him into his majestic Demon King form. With eyes burning with killing intent, he thought, "Perfect timing. This is the perfect opportunity to test the true power of the Demon King." Jen just lightly touched the tip of his opponent's spear, but instantly, the angel's weapon began to rot and disintegrate in total shock. The scout gasped in horror. "Just one touch, and my weapon is decaying." Could it be? Has he truly regained the full power of the Demon King? Realizing the overwhelming gap in their strength, he frantically spread his wings, fleeing in desperation, thinking he had to report this to Lord Ben immediately, but Jen watched him with cold eyes and declared, "Do you really think you can just walk away from here? Don't go thinking I'm that kind-hearted." A pitch-black surge of energy erupted from Jen's hand, swallowing the angel who was trying to escape in mid-air. He only had enough time to let out one agonized scream. Before being completely crushed by the dark power, Jen stood tall amidst the eerie aura and firmly asserted that this was the true power of the Demon King. However, at that very moment, the countdown clock on the system board flashed repeatedly, sounding an alarm 0.020.01, 0.00 as the duration for using the Demon King's power came to an end. Jen instantly lost consciousness. His eyes went dull and his body collapsed in total exhaustion. But just as Jen was about to hit the ground, a stranger in a cloak with glowing purple eyes appeared just in time to catch him smiling with a knowing, mysterious look at the unconscious king, thinking, "Just as expected of you, my lord. Your power remains intact and hasn't faded even a little bit." This person was Montes, a traitor to the demon tribe. Shortly after, in the magnificent celestial realm, a high-ranking female angel asked in astonishment, "So he failed? Montes knelt at her feet and confirmed, "Yes, it seems Sarah has completely regained his true power," and the female angel angrily clenched her fists. Her eyes flared with killing intent as she said, "I understand now. In that case, I will personally tear him to pieces." But Montes hurriedly spoke up to stop her, saying, "No, please wait a moment. The tools of the Black Moon tribe are still available." The female angel curled her lips into a sinister smile. "I see you mean Fumizuki, don't you?" She immediately gave a stern order. "Very well. Then issue the command to Fumizuki of the Black Moon tribe. If they don't want their entire clan to be purged, they must finish off Sarah once and for all." Meanwhile, in another location, an angel was ruthlessly stabbing those who resisted with a spear. A man was lifted into the air, trembling and begging through his tears, "Please, I beg you have mercy on me. Fumizuki hasn't fully inherited their role yet, so it's very difficult to carry out the mission." The cold-hearted angel replied, "You can explain that yourself to Lord Ben." Suddenly a cold voice cut through the air. "That won't be necessary." And the angel turned around in a panic, seeing his comrades lying lifeless on the ground. "What, everyone? They're all dead. Who is behind this?" Before he could finish, a sharp blade brutally pierced through his chest from behind. A young girl with her brown hair tied up and glowing red eyes. Emerging from the shadows with murderous intent, she coldly declared, "Fumizuki, I accept the order. In the name of the Black Moon tribe, I will execute the Demon King Sarah." Jen woke up in a tent. Seeing Harad watching him with concern, she whispered with a look of relief, "Lord Sarah, how are you feeling?" "I'm so glad you're safe. Your life is as stubborn as a leech." Jen, still groggy, asked, "How did I end up here?" Herbert explained that she had realized Angie had been replaced by an imposter, so she had rushed after him and found him lying unconscious alone deep in the forest. Jen quickly sat up to ask about the situation. "Right? What about the village and the Beastman tribe?" Herbert reassured him that although some were injured, most had survived. While Jen was wondering about the true identity of the fake Angie, a bright red system notification appeared. It informed him that he had just woken up from a coma caused by the side effects of over-releasing his power. He thought to himself, "That was too close. If I hadn't completed the mission beforehand, I might have lost my life." Just then the old advisor Dawson entered and revealed that the assassin was from the Black Moon tribe sent by the Angel tribe. "I defeated him, but they have discovered where I am. We need to leave this place as soon as possible." Herat realized with a shock that this was indeed a plot by the Angel tribe, and old Dawson urged everyone to pack their belongings and hit the road. Jen immediately became lost in thought, worried that the Angel tribe would definitely send stronger assassins to hunt him down. He needed to complete more quests to learn. To gain more skills, they would target his subordinates as well. To avoid senseless sacrifices, he had to become even stronger. He was deep in thought until old Dawson's voice jolted him back. "So, Lord Sarah..." Old Dawson hesitated. "I should feel happy to see you off, but I still have one more request. Matters didn't end just by defeating the Seed of Grudge." He reminded him of the battle that day. Although Jen had destroyed it perfectly, the remnants of the Seed of Grudge had possessed souls and created another powerful monster called the Crystal Beast. Currently, the injured beastmen who lost their village are hiding in caves inside the volcanic tunnels to avoid being hunted down. Old Dawson knelt down and pleaded because those people were constantly being attacked by the Crystal Beast without any time to heal their wounds, looking at the worried face of Herat and the request of the old advisor. Jen inwardly realized that those exhausted beastmen definitely wouldn't be strong enough to fight that monster, and he couldn't just abandon them like that. Jen placed a hand on old Dawson's shoulder to reassure him. "All right, Elder, don't worry. Just leave it to me." He calculated that the help of the Beastman tribe would be very necessary in the future, and above all this, Crystal Beast seemed like it would be a tasty morsel for him to level up his power. "That's enough. As long as there's a ladder, you just have to climb it, right?" Herat led the way, guiding the group deep into the dark cave, whispering, "Lord Sarah, this way, please." Saza quietly followed along, determined to bring good news to the Beastman tribe soon. He was secretly worried about a surprise attack from the Angel tribe, so he wanted to resolve everything as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted from the pile of rocks, causing the whole group to freeze. Herat jumped in surprise as a stone fell right in front of her, followed immediately by a low, muffled sound that made Saza suspicious. What was that sound? He noticed the stone wall beside them seemed to be narrowing in an unusual way. And has this wall really been this close the whole time? A sense of unease washed over Saza as he realized the horrifying truth. No, this isn't a wall. Suddenly hit by an immense force, Saza was thrown far back, sliding along the ground while trying to regain his balance amidst the thick dust. Herat screamed in panic, "Lord Saza!" He roared a warning, "That's not a stone wall." From the darkness, a giant monster revealed itself with glowing eyes. It was a level 70 crystal serpent. Saza was stunned, confirming, "It's not a wall, it's the body of a giant snake." The serpent raised its body high, looming over the entire cave with suffocating pressure. It lunged forward crazily, making Saza realize how disadvantageous the terrain was. Fighting a snake in a cave was extremely dangerous, so he decisively gave the order. "We have to retreat right now." Herat quickly pointed toward the escape route. "Lord Saza over there." Saza immediately agreed and shouted, "Run!" Both of them narrowly escaped the monster's deadly bite. A thunderous explosion echoed as the snake slammed hard into the cliffside. Creating a pile of debris that blocked its path, Saza looked back at the ruins and let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that should stop it from following us for a while." But the peace didn't last long. Before long, Herat shrieked a warning, "Lord Saza, a new enemy!" Emerging from a wave of scorching heat, a giant saber-toothed tiger with a red crystal on its forehead suddenly appeared and let out a roar that shook the ground. The crystal beast loomed closer, radiating an even more terrifying killing intent than the serpent before it. Standing before this dangerous new opponent, Saza showed no fear at all. Instead, he smirked with interest. "Oh, a tasty meal has been served right to my doorstep. Now whether I can catch it or not is up to me." Just as the giant crystal beast lunged, Herat frantically shouted a warning, "Saza-sama, be careful!" But Jen didn't waver. He immediately deployed the magic skill he had just acquired. To deflect the beast's pounce in an instant instead of destroying it, Jen gently reached out and stroked it, causing the monster to suddenly become docile. It let out soft, needy whimpers like a small kitten. He felt secretly satisfied, realizing that the magic skill reward had officially allowed him to tame the crystal beast. Witnessing that incredible scene, Elder Dawson was stunned and blurted out, "I can't believe it!" Jen proudly rode back to the base on the back of the crystal leopard and loudly declared, "I have brought back a new companion." The system immediately confirmed that the beast had now completely submitted to him thanks to the Demon King's pressure. With the help of the Crystal Beast, the Beast King's village quickly regained its prosperity and stability, just like before. Elder Dawson was extremely grateful, insisting that his kindness would be remembered by the tribe forever, but Jen nonchalantly refused any reward. Seeing this, Elder Dawson hesitated before making a request. Finally, he pointed toward the village's guardian statue, which had been modified by the Angel tribe into a surveillance statue, and earnestly begged Jen to restore it to its original form. Jen happily accepted the request because he wanted to help the tribe through to the end. He observed the statue, which was heavily damaged after the eruption, and doubted whether it could be repaired. Elder Dawson explained that he only needed to touch it and channel his magic power for the statue to be restored. Jen muttered, "I understand. Just touch it, right?" He slowly reached his hand toward the stone statue. As soon as his hand touched it, the statue immediately reacted violently and emitted a brilliant purple energy, but Jen's smile vanished when a strange, malevolent, dark aura suddenly erupted from his arm. He screamed in pain, "Arg!" Elder Dawson was shocked, realizing something was wrong, and exclaimed in surprise, "Is the remaining magic of the Demon King inside the statue rejecting you?" Herat trembled, unable to believe what was happening, while everyone stood in shock, wondering why the statue of the previous Demon King would reject the very person who held that title. Could it be that the previous Demon King still doesn't want to pass the throne to Jen, witnessing the strange scene? The Beastman began to whisper and gossip doubtfully. "Is that person not the Demon King?" Herat was stunned, not believing her own ears. She stuttered as she asked, "Lord Saza, isn't that Lord Saza?" Those around them also began to gossip. They believed a true Demon King would never be easily wounded by a simple ambush like that, and his appearance didn't look anything like the legendary Saza. Amidst the mockery, Jen was struggling against the glowing purple magic. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, after everything I've been through. I can't believe I'm stumbling right here." He realized the magic remaining in the statue was tied to Saza's soul, and since his soul was different, he couldn't interfere with it at all. However, Jen quickly regained his composure with a sinister smile. He secretly thanked the parting gift that Saza had left behind. He concluded that the problem was the soul, and so there were only two ways to solve it: either find a way to trick the statue into believing he was Saza, or destroy it completely. Jen focused his energy, activating a brilliant golden aura. He decided to imbue the statue with curses from the 7 great races and saturate it with his own magic. As the blow landed, the system immediately announced it had detected Demon King power and added the effect of the curse. Jen triumphantly realized his plan was starting to work. Now I've fooled them all. No more worrying, right? Since that's the case, let's go all out! Jen roared in excitement as a flurry of bright red system notifications popped up one after another while he unleashed his full power. The Beast King's roar, the Angel's curse, the Demon Lord's jealousy, the Great Dragon's sigh, the Deep Sea's resentment, the Wisdom Tribe's contempt, and the Black Moon Tribe's sin. Jen funneled an incredibly powerful chaotic energy into the statue, creating a earth-shattering explosion that engulfed the entire space. Watching from a distance, Herat and Old Man Dawson could only gasp their master's name in extreme anxiety, while Jen kept on screaming to release all his magic power, a colossal pillar of fire shooting up into the blue sky. Amidst the thick smoke, as everything gradually settled, Jen stood tall in the middle of the battlefield and let out a sigh of relief. It worked. Witnessing the statue perfectly restored, Herat and the Beastmen cheered loudly. At that very moment, a system notification chimed. Jen had received the skill, Beast King Village Exploration. It allowed him to search for information throughout the entire village. Looking at the newly acquired skill, Jen curled his lip with a calculating gaze, deciding to test it out immediately. Let's do this while it's hot. His eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp, piercing glare. He secretly realized who had been silently sowing fear and suspicion within the tribe all this time. With a confident smile, he declared loudly, I knew it! Without a moment's hesitation, Jen lunged forward, grabbed a fat orc by the throat, and shouted, Show your true form! The orc was stunned, caught off guard, and could only let out a gasp of shock. Instantly, a burst of light tore through his disguise, revealing the snow-white wings of the angel tribe. He bitterly admitted that he had used Ben's power to infiltrate the tribe. The surrounding beastmen roared in fury as they realized the enemy had disguised himself to divide them, and that he was the one who had meddled to seal Lord Saza's power. The crowd driven mad, rushed to attack the angel spy even though he backed away in fear and dragged Ben out to threaten them. Watching that tragic scene, Jen pondered, admitting that what the guy said was true. He really needed to find a way to resolve the wicked curse that was holding him back. Seeing his master troubled, Herat worriedly asked if the instability of his power was caused by the curse. Zen suddenly asked about Potri's whereabouts. Herod brought up the sentient weapon that helps remove negative effects named Potri Akukoa, which made Zen suddenly remember his trump card. This important one. He thought to himself that since Potri was a direct subordinate, she must have a soul connection with Saza. Just then, a new system notification appeared, The Return of the King, Spirit Tribe Edition. It required him to conquer the Spirit Tribe in the East within 40 days, a fairly comfortable time frame if there were no complications, right? Jen turned and asked Herat, Do you know where Potri is? Herat recalled and said the last time she saw Potri, it was flying northwest. Jen turned pale because that was the complete opposite direction of his quest. However, since the 40-day deadline was still long, he decided to prioritize finding Potri to break the curse first. Jen decisively ordered Mammon to head northwest with him. The two quickly left the Beast King village, leaving behind a mysterious system notification. I hope you won't regret this. Suddenly, a gigantic bolt of lightning struck the ground with terrifying force. Amidst the smoke, a young man in sportswear suddenly appeared. He looked around bewildered, wondering if this was the world of the deep border space or not. Assuming he had been reincarnated, he was extremely excited to see a system quest board appear with a 3-month deadline and over 10,000 participants. With the ultimate goal of defeating the Demon Lord, the guy cheered in joy, believing he was the protagonist of this world. In the great wasteland, amidst piles of giant bleached bones, a figure bearing the appearance of the Demon Lord Saza was pacing up stone stairs. Leading to a magnificent castle, he muttered, full of anticipation, This is the place. Standing before the great gate, he shouted loudly to announce his presence. Potri, are you in there? The Demon Lord has returned. The heavy door slowly opened, and a beautiful young woman with fiery red hair and demon ears appeared, looking enchanting. That was Potri, the Demon Lord's unique weapon in human form. She looked coldly at the person before her and asked, What, you're here? Faced with her majesty, the impostor was momentarily flustered, sweat dripping down his forehead. You didn't even greet me. You're not greeting us. Seeing Potri bow slightly, he felt triumphant, thinking his plan to impersonate Saza had succeeded perfectly. In reality, this guy was a player with the ID. First star of the Silent Knight. A level 97 warrior trying to trick a legendary weapon. It turned out this guy had also suddenly been summoned from the real world, into the very game he used to grind. Thanks to his extensive game knowledge, he easily manipulated the native inhabitants and quickly realized he wasn't the only one brought to this world. To gain absolute dominance over other players, he used a special transformation potion to impersonate the demon lord Saza. His goal was none other than to seize Potri the sentient weapon, absolutely loyal to the demon lord because he believed that impersonating the real deal was the best solution to capture her with the ambition of becoming the true protagonist. He wore a sinister smile, thinking about the prospect of holding Potri in his hands to rule the world. But just as he entered the hall, a sudden feeling of dizziness hit him, making his head spin. He was stunned, wondering why. His vision was tilting and blurring like that, until he realized a deep crimson-dark aura was wrapping around his body. Potri looked at the one collapsing to the ground with cold, contemptuous eyes and delivered the finishing line, "Pathetic fool." Potri looked coldly at the imposter falling into the deep pit filled with corpses. She spoke with contempt. "You should at least be grateful. I'm sending you to your grave." Immediately after, the teacher walked through the magnificent hall to meet her true master, who was kneeling before Saha Harat, and reported, "I have dealt with the one who dared to tarnish your name, Master Saha." The Demon King, with his signature white hair and horns, smiled with satisfaction. "Well done, Patrick." The red-haired girl still couldn't hide her disgust. "The number of fools daring to impersonate Master Saha is growing. It's truly revolting." Saha leaned back in his chair, his deep red eyes intense. "Don't be so tense. It's just a little entertainment. In any case, we will clean them up one by one. As for the others, just wait for the prey to walk into the trap. Ha ha." Meanwhile, in a faraway town, Jen suddenly sneezed so loudly that Herat asked anxiously, "Master Saha, are you all right?" "Perhaps you are tired from the journey." He rubbed his nose and replied, "I'm fine. I just need to find Potri quickly." Jen silently checked his system's quest board. The liberation of the spirit tribe had only 32 days remaining, and finding Potri would surely make everything much easier. While deep in thought, a young girl suddenly rushed over and slammed into him. Jen guardedly shouted, "Who's there? Stay alert." Note, combined context from previous line for flow. The brown-haired girl lowered her head in fear and pleaded, "I'm sorry, please, please help me." Her adorable appearance made Herat's heart skip a beat. So cute. But the peace was quickly shattered when 3 fierce thugs appeared right behind her. One shouted threateningly, "You'd better not interfere. We targeted her first." Herat immediately took a defensive stance, growling indignantly. 3 men teaming up to bully a defenseless woman. I will not forgive such behavior." Jen suddenly raised his hand to stop his subordinate. "No, stop, Mammon." Even though Herat was still eager to intervene and protect her, Jen firmly pushed her behind him and stepped forward, gripping the stranger's shoulder. Herat was shocked to see her master seemed to intend to ignore the situation. "Master Saha, are you really going to just ignore this?" Jen calmly replied, "Usually I would help, but this is like the monk Tripitaka, saving the white bone demon only to be bitten back." Ignoring the girl's desperate pleas, Jen casually handed her over to the thugs and smirked. "Handing her over to you will be better for you lot." Deep down he realized the woman's true identity. There was no way Fumizuki Ianagi Fumizuki of the Black Moon clan would let herself be bullied by such nobodies. Something fishy was definitely going on. The girl continued her act with a tear-streaked face. "Master Saha, please save me." But her eyes turned icy when she realized Jen hadn't fallen for the trap. She secretly calculated, "What is this? This isn't what we agreed upon. I heard in the Beast King's village that he helped everyone." Then Jen began to tease her with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, I'm so scared. There's no way I could possibly stand up to you guys." The brown-haired girl gritted her teeth, deciding, "It seems I'll have to change the plan. I wanted to avoid causing a scene in public. I'm so scared." The brown-haired girl gritted her teeth, thinking, "There's no way I can fight them both. It looks like I'll have to change plans. I don't want to cause a scene in public." She quietly stepped closer to Jen with scheming eyes. A thug grabbed her shoulder and quipped, "Hey, sweetie, why don't you play with us a little?" But instantly, Fumizuki's eyes flashed with a blood-red, murderous aura that sent a chill down the thug's spines. "Hey, sweetie, why don't you come play with us for a bit?" But suddenly Fumizuki's eyes flashed with a lethal crimson glare that sent a chill down the thugs' spines. They were terrified to realize what those eyes were. They looked just like a wild wolf hunting its prey, causing the whole gang to bolt for their lives. "Run fast, we'll spare you for today." Jen watched from behind and silently mocked this cowardly fake performance. Fumizuki immediately lunged to hug Jen and whimpered, "Master Saha, you saved me. I will use this whole life to repay your kindness." On the outside, Jen acted confused, but inside he was full of schemes. He realized that keeping her close to monitor her was safer than letting her attack from the shadows. He coolly replied, "All right, let's go." Jen turned to tell Hera that the group would head to the ancient battlefield immediately. This caused the tiger girl to rush after him, calling out, "Wait, Master Saha, please, wait for me." After a long journey, the group finally set foot on the ancient battlefield. Jen was shocked to realize that this place was no longer the desolate wasteland of his memories from 100 years ago. Now it had become a bustling market with all kinds of shops calling out from century-old traditional soups to thousand-year-old swords. All of it created a chaotic scene, making Jen only able to hold his head and exclaim, "What is this madness?" Just as he was bewildered, a man holding a flagpole suddenly poked him hard and shouted, "Move out of the way!" Jen looked at the notice board and was stunned to realize this was a massive line of people waiting to challenge Potri. "Oh my God, there are so many people. This is a disaster." The man explained that because of the massive influx of adventurers, they had to set up a new guard team to manage things. In fact, if Jen wanted to get in line right now, he would have to wait until 2 months later for his turn. Jen panicked, grabbed the man, and yelled, "2 months! Is there any way to challenge him sooner?" He worried silently because at this rate, he would never complete his mission on time. The man suggested he try joining an existing adventurer party, though most of them were already full. Looking at the crowded market, Jen could only sigh with frustration. What a total mess! Seeing her master troubled, Herat offered to go ask around, and Jen agreed to let this group split up to check the situation. Watching from behind, Yanagi Fumizuki began to grow suspicious when she saw the Demon King planning to fight with weapons himself. Potri wondered if he had lost his ability to control this legendary weapon, secretly gloating that this was a golden opportunity to find more useful pawns among the crowd. To carry out his own agenda, General and Herbert met up shortly after, but still had no clue how to shorten their wait. He reassured his subordinate that they had only just arrived, so there was no need to rush, but suddenly a system notification popped up along with a shout of astonishment. "Ichino Zen! It's definitely you!" A blonde warrior and his team rushed over excitedly, claiming he recognized Zen immediately, thanks to his famous face. Zen was stunned to realize he wasn't the only one, but that there were many other players who had also been summoned to this world. The warrior couldn't hide his admiration, calling Jen his idol and the #1 player who had mysteriously vanished during a challenge livestream as he stepped forward to shake his hand enthusiastically. Jen was still bewildered, asking for their identities. The blonde guy was shocked to hear that Jen hadn't met any other players since arriving here. Witnessing the strange conversation, Herbert was completely clueless about what a player was making. Jen realized the system seemed to have arranged it so the local residents remained unaware of the gamer's intrusion. Noticing Zen was also looking to challenge Potri, the blonde warrior enthusiastically invited him to join their squad, as they were all free players not affiliated with any guild. Meanwhile, 2 girls in the squad, a mage and a priestess, quickly made friends with Herbert and Yanagi, showering them with compliments on their outfits and how cute they were. The blonde guy confidently asserted that with the addition of a #1 player like Jen, their team would become invincible when entering the ancient battlefield. He promised that tomorrow they would share the loot fairly by rolling dice, just like in the game back then. After a moment of consideration, Jen smirked calculatingly and agreed to join, feeling that things were starting to get interesting. On the way, Jen began probing about when the blonde guy's group arrived in this world. The warrior recounted that right after Jen disappeared, the game suddenly became inaccessible. A few days later, an update appeared, and when they logged in, a window popped up asking if they wanted to experience a new adventure. Out of curiosity, they chose yes, and ended up being brought here. Along with so many other players, curiosity just let a whole bunch of them in here. It's just a waste of space, Jen thought, realizing the timeline perfectly matched when he had ignored the system to head north. With a stern face, Jen looked straight at the blonde guy and asked whether they had received any quests from the system. The blonde admitted his goal was to defeat the Demon King Saza. Jen clicked his tongue, realizing the system was doing everything it could to counter him. By turning other players into his enemies, the soldiers began lining up on the fortress walls ready to attack. Jen was on guard, thinking, are these guys my enemies now? And the one behind me, are they planning to make a move? The blonde guy pointed straight at Jen and shouted excitedly, that armor belongs to Saza, right? Getting the Demon King's gear is such a stroke of luck and incredible skill, he said, stepping closer with a sinister smile. By the way, Ichino-san, what happened to Saza after you defeated him? Jen was shocked to realize his identity had been completely exposed. He calculated his odds while trapped between two sides. So that's it, they already know who I am. How should I handle this? Jen smirked defiantly. What if I refuse to answer? At that exact moment, the two girls in the blonde's squad suddenly moved to restrain Herbert and Fumizuki. Jen coldly asked, and what are you ladies planning to do? Grab them and take them as hostages, something like that, they replied. The blonde guy carried his axe and walked over arrogantly. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Killing my idol will just make me even luckier. He suddenly swung his axe and roared, fire! Instantly, a rain of arrows poured down from above onto Jen's position. Herbert shouted in anxiety, Lord Saza! But she had a blade held to her throat. Don't move! Jen didn't flinch. He activated the Demon King's exclusive skill, called Demonic Afterimage, which boosted his speed by 30%. With terrifying swiftness, he turned into a purple phantom, easily dodging all the arrows in a split second. Jen suddenly appeared right behind Fumizuki, his purple eyes glowing with a threatening intensity. Just standing by and watching is boring, isn't it? He coldly shoved her forward. Now is the time for you to risk your life for me. Fumizuki was stunned because she couldn't track his movement. When did he get behind me? I didn't see anything at all. Jen stood calmly observing and smirking. I also wanted to sit back and enjoy the show like a true demon king. But, so what's next? Fumizuki was stunned by Saza's mocking words. What the hell are you talking about? Saza still nonchalantly piled on to provoke his opponent. Oh, you want to punish these guys for being rude to me. And you're also saying they're just loud-mouthed cowards. Hey, that's going a bit too far. Right. Suddenly using hostages as human shields, what kind of game is this? Fumizuki was completely speechless. She couldn't understand why the situation had taken such a bizarre turn. Feeling humiliated, the blonde warrior roared and lunged. Then why don't you teach us some manners yourself? He swung a powerful axe blow, but Saza vanished in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage that horrified him. An afterimage, Fumizuki hurriedly clarified. Don't misunderstand, I'm not his ally. But the blonde guy didn't buy it. Don't lie to us. We've been tailing you two all day. If you weren't his ally, you wouldn't be taking his orders. Although he talked tough, he had to secretly admit Saza's speed was formidable. Fumizuki was cornered. She couldn't reveal the truth right in front of Saza. The blonde warrior seized the moment and lunged aggressively. See? She admitted it. Take this. He attacked wildly, forcing Fumizuki to pull out her blade to parry the heavy axe strikes. She gritted her teeth, telling herself she had to handle this mess on her own. Standing back and watching, Saza smirked with amusement. Oh, is the battle starting already? Ugh, it's true that the wicked always live comfortable lives. Magic beams began firing intensely everywhere, creating chaos. Saza gloated inwardly. Good. The more chaotic it is, the easier it is for me to act. Seeing the mage charging up energy, he nonchalantly teased her, shouldn't you be using that magic to help your teammates? Just then, Fumizuki unleashed a sharp slash that tore through the blonde warrior's armor, causing him to stagger back in terror. Saza continued to taunt the mage with a challenging look. Besides, we can always just run away. Look, hurry up, your team is going to die. Sensing the critical situation, the mage signaled the priestess who was restraining Herat with a calculated nod. Immediately, both unleashed their support skills. The mage shouted, Nightmare Gaze, while the priestess deployed her recovery technique, Raging Featherstorm. The system continuously reported changing stats. The captain was healed for 30% of his health and gained 10% movement speed for 5 minutes. Conversely, Fumizuki was hit with a 3-second immobilization effect. Strange purple chains wrapped tightly around her legs, leaving her unable to dodge. Well, you just keep posing like that. It looks great for the team formation, haha. Seeing an opening, the axe-wielding captain lunged like a wild beast, roaring with bloodlust. Die! Facing the death-dealing blade descending upon her, Fumizuki didn't flinch. She just smirked with contempt. Fool. When the axe was just inches away, the captain suddenly froze. His face twisted in extreme pain. A bright red notification appeared. It confirmed he had been poisoned. Purple veins spread rapidly across his body, and his bulging blood vessels left him without any strength to complete the strike. The captain collapsed to the ground, leaving his teammates in shock. The mage and priestess screamed in desperation. Fumizuki stood watching the defeated man coldly, declaring, "I don't like meaningless battles." The system added insult to injury, announcing that the priestess's level was too low to use a detox skill. The free-roaming players were in a panic over the disaster. "Why? Why is this happening?" the mage shouted, demanding, "Hurry up and give us the antidote." But Fumizuki indifferently replied, "You guys were the ones who attacked first." Right then, Saza stepped forward, placed a hand on Fumizuki's shoulder, and said with a triumphant smile, "Poison and a secret weapon. Even the slowest ones must have realized her true identity by now, right?" The name Iaju clan made the mage's limbs go weak with terror. "No way! Someone from the Iaju clan." Fumizuki turned to look at Saza, suspicious. "So, you already knew my identity." Saza kept his mysterious smile. He looked straight into her eyes and offered a challenging proposition. "You're targeting me on the angel's orders, right? Should I entertain myself? By giving you a chance?" Saza calculated that keeping a dangerous assassin like her in sight would make it easier to control the situation. Feeling her pride wounded, Fumizuki snapped angrily, "What chance? Don't you dare look down on me!" Jen radiated a terrifying aura. The Demon King's shadow loomed behind him, suffocating the space. He smirked, peering deep into Fumizuki's mind, then imposed his will. "Well, do you have any other choice?" Faced with that overwhelming pressure, Fumizuki broke into a cold sweat, admitting to herself that she had zero chance of winning against the Demon King at the moment. She reluctantly bowed her head. "Fine, all right." Seeing the opponent had surrendered, Jen immediately changed his expression to a bright, cheerful smile as if nothing had happened and ordered, "Then give them the antidote." Fumizuki silently approached the captain, who was gasping for air, produced a vial, and said, "If you drink this, you'll be saved." As soon as the system announced the poison was cleared, the captain slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Jen bewildered and asked why he had saved his life. Ignoring him, Jen casually walked away holding a glowing blue card, the pass to the ancient battlefield he had been longing for. The next day, Jen enjoyed the life of a true king on a wooden palanquin. Being carried through the wasteland, Fumizuki now played the role of a servant attentively serving watermelon and asking with great concern, "Big boss, is the melon cold enough?" Jen ate and nodded contentedly, replying, Nothing to complain about here." The blonde captain, now a loyal subordinate, ran up to report the situation. Ahead was where our team and another group had clashed. He asked anxiously if Jen planned to recruit any more teammates for this mission. Jen winked mischievously and replied, "Of course not. I'm just here to support your mission, that's all." To boost their morale, he confidently promised that if they managed to defeat Potri, he would grant them a reward in his capacity as a game manager, watching their appreciative expressions. And the absolute trust of the blonde guy, Jen silently mocked their naivety, for in reality, he held no such actual authority at all. He smirked triumphantly in his thoughts, knowing how easily they were fooled, flashing back to a day ago when Jen held up the glowing green card and declared the right to challenge Potri. He unexpectedly handed it to the mage girl, leaving her stunned and speechless, while Jen beamed and congratulated her. "Congratulations, the right to challenge is yours now. You have passed the trial." The blonde guy's entire team was left in deep shock by this overly generous act. Jen continued the act professionally. "My job as a GM is to identify and support the most suitable challenger." Though despite his outward words, he thought to himself, "Yeah, right." It was a lie, and the players began whispering suspiciously about whether Jen was actually a GM, because they had never heard of such a thing before. Jen secretly calculated that keeping them close to gather more information about other players was the best choice for now. Seeing them still hesitating, he turned his back coldly. "If you don't trust me, I'll find someone else to talk to." And the blonde guy panicked and grabbed him. "Wait, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I need some time to process this." Jen turned back and countered, "So you want proof?" The blonde guy scratched his head, admitting, "Yeah, something like that." Jen smirked and made a bold proposal. "Fine. Then attack me." The mage girl was confused and didn't understand what was happening. "Huh? What?" Jen laughed arrogantly as a jet-black aura burst out around him once again. "Go ahead and attack. Come at me." The mage girl gritted her teeth and decided, "All right, here I come." Even if it's a bluff, we're here to take him down anyway. She immediately cast a firebolt spell, launching a blazing fireball at Jen, who stood there casually observing and evaluating. A basic fire attribute spell, not bad. But too bad for you that your opponent is me. As soon as the high temperature was detected, the system immediately activated a counter skill, the punishment of the deep ocean. Sharp blocks of ice suddenly appeared, completely enveloping and freezing the fireball mid-air at absolute zero, then reflecting the frozen fireball back. Now turned into a giant block of ice, it lunged straight at his opponent with terrifying speed. The mage girl frantically deployed a fire shield to defend, but the reflected power was too overwhelming. It made her scream before she was blown away, landing hard on the ground amidst the shattered ice and witnessing this scene. The blonde warrior and the priestess stood frozen in awe, realizing that the deep-sea skill was not supposed to have the ability to convert attributes like that. Looking at the glowing blocks of ice, they were completely convinced and exclaimed, "He really is a GM." Jen put a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. "Shh, don't talk too loudly about that." The whole group immediately obeyed, of course. Deep down, Jen was confident that with the Demon King's skills combined with the experience of a veteran player, he would never fail. The system board popped up a list of exclusive Demon King skills that he had learned. From blood magic to petrification, Jen turned and ordered Mamu release her from the ice. Although Herat was still grumpy, "I don't want to help someone who dared to oppose Lord Sarah." She still performed a kick that shattered the ice block to save the mage, while Yanagi Fumizuki watched, beginning to feel suspicious of Jenner's. Subduing enemies with just a few words, she believed that a true Demon King must surely have some secret motive behind this kindness. As the group continued moving along the stone path, the blonde warrior curiously asked Ichino-san about the reward he mentioned earlier, and Jen smiled enigmatically, replying, "I can't say too much, but my appearance before you is a big hint. Think about what just happened and their existence. That is all I can say." Looking at the backs of Jen, Herat, and Fumizuki, the players began buzzing about the meaning of the beast man, and the assassin and the mage girl suddenly came up with a theory. "Reverse magic and the Demon King's minions, do you mean we should team up with the races that betrayed the Demon King to defeat him?" The whole group cheered with excitement, believing that recruiting the Demon King's minions would weaken his forces. While reviving, Jen secretly marveled that the imagination of these otaku was truly useful. Jen leaned close to the captain's ear and whispered secretively, "All right, but just between us, okay? If it works, you guys might be able to bring something back from this world to the real world." Although they doubted the feasibility, the prospect of bringing back treasure made the whole team scream excitedly, "Let's do it! We'll be rich if we bring the treasure back right after that." They ran into a giant rock monster that was roaring. The warrior swung his sword and charged forward, taking the lead. "A monster, everyone coordinate your moves," while he stood back and watched. Herat asked anxiously, "Master, Lord Sarah, do you really intend to help them?" "They'll definitely come back to attack Master Genza someday. Just keep watching, just keep waiting. I have my own reasons." Suddenly, a violent vortex of energy erupted. It exploded right in the middle of the battlefield, sending the players into a panic. "A dragon, look out!" But then, emerging from the dust and the swirling winds, two figures slowly appeared. It was a white-haired man and a red-haired girl. Potri sniffed the air, frowning, and wondered, "This scent, it smells just like a cat." Patri's crimson eyes flared with rage as she realized something. "Don't tell me it's finally here." She stared toward the high cliff where Jen was standing, observing the battle from afar. Potri let out a growl of pure contempt when she spotted the person who wore the exact same face as her master. That disgusting imposter. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the rock monsters suddenly froze in a strange way. The adventurers were left completely bewildered. In an instant, a beast was torn to shreds, making the blonde captain panic. Did it get away? The whole area sank into total confusion. Harad reported anxiously, "Lord Genza, the monsters are acting really strange." Yanagi Fumizuki could also feel a heavy pressure building up. A murderous aura was closing in fast. Seeing the bizarre scene unfolding, Jen realized something was very wrong. Jen calculated that the monsters in this desert were usually only around level 65 to 70, so the fact that a sharp assassin from the Yaju clan had to be on guard meant the upcoming opponent was no joke. Suddenly, the roaring sandstorm stopped dead in its tracks. Through the thick dust, Herod was shocked to recognize a familiar silhouette and shouted, "Potri! Right behind the red-haired girl!" An entity with white hair and majestic horns appeared, making the adventurers tremble in fear. The Demon King Sarata. Why is the Demon King here? What on earth is happening? Ignoring the terrors of his comrades, the blond man lunged forward in a blind, greedy rage. It doesn't matter. Since he's finally shown his face, his head is mine. Facing the approaching enemy, Potri kneels and asks her white-haired king, "Sajama, should I take care of that fool?" After a cold nod and a reply of understood. Herat is left in total confusion. "Sajama, what is this all about?" Jen is also extremely bewildered. He compares their identical appearances but quickly realizes a crucial truth. The aura around this one and Potri is significantly weaker. That means the blonde man throws a powerful punch at Potri, but the red-haired girl easily deflects the attack with her bizarre hair in the blink of an eye. Potri stands nonchalantly amidst the enemy encirclement. She turns back to look at the white-haired king, reassuring him with deep respect. With eyes glowing red with bloodlust, she coldly declares a death sentence. "Don't be so hasty. I'll send you all to the afterlife right now." Instantly, Potri's figure vanishes into thin air. The adventurers only have time to scream in panic. "It vanished! Form up quickly!" The slaughter begins as Potri displays the overwhelming power of a divine weapon. With stats boosted crazily accuracy up by 150%, critical hit rate reaching 200% and superior attack and defense, she wipes out every enemy in her path. The pitch-black tentacles from Potri's hair stretch out, tearing through the adventurer's formation in a flash amidst explosions of green and red energy. One adventurer asks with delusional hope, "Did we take it down?" Yet Potri stands tall without a single scratch. She mutters with disdain, "That tickles." Without letting her opponents catch their breath, she launches a punitive strike, causing another to scream in terror. The attack power is terrifying. She coldly calls out the next victim, number 2. The adventurers, though trembling, try to shout to reassure each other, "Don't waver if we attack together." Her response to that hopeless effort is only a cold glare. Pathetic. Just then, Jen, standing from afar, begins to activate his beast intimidation skill, radiating a crimson-dark aura that blankets the entire battlefield, the pressure of a true demon king. It makes Potri's body go limp. Is my body failing me? In the mental shock, she realizes the truth in horror and glares at the one standing beside her. How could an impostor dare to approach my king? Potri crazily lunges to deliver the finishing blow to the fake demon king, but Herod appears just in time to intercept the strike. She shouts, "Potri, it's me!" Potri has now completely lost control. She roars with murderous intent, "Death to all traitors!" Witnessing the terrifying clash, the blonde captain trembles and admits, This is not a level we should be interfering with." Jen, standing nearby, smirks sarcastically. "What are you saying now, acting all timid again?" He silently calculates that using Potri as bait has yielded good results. There is no need to worry about monitoring Fumizuki anymore, as she has voluntarily retreated following a ninja's philosophy that values survival over combat. Zen watches Potri fight and silently marvels at the durability of this weapon, which rivals a demon king's body. In front, Herad still persists in trying to convince her, "King Sajama and I came to bring you back." But Potri looks at Zen with deep suspicion. That King Sajama doesn't look like that guy. At all, he looks like a complete idiot. "If he were real, why would you make me attack you first?" Seizing the opportunity, Potri uses her tentacles to wrap tightly around her opponent's legs. Gotcha! She delivers a lightning-fast kick that knocks Herod down and coldly declares, "You're too stupid. I don't even want to kill you. Don't think about resisting again." Potri slowly advances toward the fake Demon King, who stands frozen in shock. "Now then, fake Demon King, have all your lackeys run away. Looks like you're well-loved, huh?" The fake Demon King finally speaks up, responding with insolence. "Not as much as you. After over 100 years, you only have one sycophant under your command." The remark strikes a nerve, twisting Potri's face in anger. She roars in a fit of rage, "I'll kill you! Potri is besieged by a rain of arrows!" And magic from the blonde man's group of adventurers. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, she keeps her arrogant, scornful expression as she looks at the people frantically attacking her, a massive ambush. "Do you really think these petty tricks work on me?" Instantly, a terrifying explosion swallows the red-haired girl in a sea of fire and dust. Stepping out from the smoke, the fake Demon King smirks triumphantly and taunts, "You'd better not overestimate yourself." Under the impact of multiple elemental attacks, red system notifications appear, activating the curses of the ancestors. From the bursting energy, the silhouettes of a giant red dragon, a deep-sea entity, and a spirit of wisdom simultaneously rise, radiating a terrifying pressure that covers the whole battlefield. Watching these big shots fight is a real treat, isn't it? The imposter roars with excitement while controlling the power of the gods, the curses of the ancestors, a greedy collection. If you can endure this, then give it a try. He orders the red dragon spirit to lunge forward, delivering a lightning strike that knocks Potri away and pins her to the ground. Witnessing that scene, the blonde captain, standing behind, cheers triumphantly. "We did it!" Potri is completely exhausted. She collapses in the rubble, only managing a pained moan. The blonde man excitedly shouts to his teammates, "Did we take it down? Contrary?" To that excitement, Iyanagi Fumizuki begins to grow suspicious, noticing that the abilities the guy just used are completely absent from the historical records of the Demon King. The imposter looms over the dying Potri and coldly delivers an ultimatum. "Now will you surrender, or do you want to die?" Potri slightly looks up toward Sajama, with eyes full of remorse, silently promising, "I'm sorry, my king. I will regain my strength soon." Sajama exclaims in shock, "What?" Suddenly, a massive flow of crimson dark energy erupts from afar, making the adventurers scream in a panic. What is happening? The Demon King, who has been silent until now, is starting to move again. However, Sajama looks at that bizarre shadow with a vigilant gaze and asserts firmly, "That is definitely not the Demon King," the captain exclaims in terror. Realizing that the roaring crimson aura was actually Potri's soul, and witnessing the giant soul entity rise, Sarah finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He screamed, "Damn it, don't let that thing touch battery!" He immediately triggered a provocation skill, desperately trying to force the enemy to change targets to him. However, the cold system notification hit him like a bucket of ice water. Provocation failed. The enemy was completely unaffected by the taunt. Sarah stared in disbelief, thinking, "What, that soul is clearly Potri's." Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, consuming the space in a sea of flames. Sarah stared at the red entity engulfing Potri and realized the truth. Could it be soul detachment? He knew that using this technique would reduce the main body's power by 30%. But what shocked him even more was that Potri could repel the curse of the 8 tribes with only the remaining 30% of her power. Soul detachment causes excruciating pain and leaves the body extremely fragile, requiring intense energy replenishment periodically, seeing the absolute loyalty that Potri held for Shaza Harat. Shaza understood that for her, protecting her master was more important than any risk. He turned to urge the adventurers, "All right, attack again." The blonde captain could only look on confused and ask, "Huh?" A murderous aura burst from Potri so powerful it felt like the space around them was being squeezed. One person gasped, "This... isn't it too late?" The adventurers began to scatter in panic. Even a veteran assassin like Fumizuki broke into a cold sweat, terrified by such a monstrous will to fight. Potri's eyes glowed with rage amidst the pitch-black smoke, making everyone wonder if this was her true power. A demonic foot with razor-sharp claws slammed into the ground, signaling that a bloody massacre was about to begin. Potri lunged like a red bolt of lightning, moving with a terrifying speed that left the adventurers defenseless. The blonde captain shouted in desperation to rally his teammates. "Don't falter! Hurry! Set up a defense!" But all his efforts became meaningless against such overwhelming power. Potri zipped past him in a heartbeat with a razor-sharp blade. The captain stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield. He looked down in shock as his chest had been pierced through, and he could only utter his final words in absolute terror before collapsing. "Well, that's it. I'm a goner." Potri had taken down the captain in the blink of an eye, leaving him motionless on the ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the remaining adventurers trembled in despair. They realized they had no choice but to surrender right then and there. But Potri, with her blood-stained face and a manic grin, dismissed that idea instantly. Surrender that thing. She lunged like a red lightning bolt, tearing through the enemy formation despite their desperate cries of resistance. "I will not allow you to stand before the Demon King with that filthy demonic soul." With a giant red presence looming behind her, Potri coldly delivered her final judgment. "Now, you fake Demon King." Any last words? Facing imminent death, Ren gritted his teeth with determination. "I'm not going down that easily." The system immediately notified him. Demon King's full power activated. Within 5 minutes, he unleashed a combo skill combining Hell of White Bones and Blood Flesh Demise. creating giant bone traps that erupted from the ground to impale Potri. Jen shouted triumphantly, "Do you think you can escape this unprecedented combination skill?" But Potri suddenly appeared right behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and calmly replied, "No need to run away." A ruthless system notification popped up. Potri and the Demon King share a special bond, so all Demon King skills are ineffective against her. Jen gasped in shock as Potri revealed the secret of the soul contract between her and Shazza. Herat rendered his attacks completely useless. Just as Potri moved to finish him off, Herat suddenly lunged forward, shouting, "Shazza-sama!" Herat used her own body to shield her master. Taking the fatal blow square on, blood splattered everywhere. Jen, in shock, hugged his loyal subordinate as she collapsed and screamed in pain, "Herat, why? You should have realized by now that I'm not Sarah Wright." Through gasping breaths, Herat looked at him with gentle eyes and a happy smile. "Shazza-sama, to me the one who saved me in the Beast King village, is definitely the Demon King. Serving you is my honor." Watching Herat slowly fade away, Jen spiraled into madness. He secretly regretted that from the beginning he had only used their trust just to find a way out of this world. A terrifying power erupted, causing Jen's eyes to glow with rage. He roared in utter despair, "This cannot end like this! Power. I need more power." Jen woke up in a surreal space, shocked to find himself lying on a glowing red floor. As he sat up, he panicked. He faced a giant version of himself in Demon King armor, writhing in pain, and stammered, "What is this?" Looking into the distance, he saw another version of himself collapsing on a high platform and asked with suspicion,
Me? But why does it look so pathetic?
The deeper he went, the more stunned Jen became as he saw rows of statues shaped like himself in warrior armor, standing tall along the path. He muttered, "Looking closely, there are too many. Are they all me?" A thought flashed, making him shudder. Could this be a pre-death memory? A near-death experience? He silently walked toward Sarah's throne where the true Demon King was sitting. With a mysterious smile, the entity said, "A pre-death memory. A concept that sounds very human, doesn't it? But it's not entirely wrong." Recognizing the familiar face, Jen angrily questioned, "It's you again? Are you the one who forced me to take on the role of the Demon King, and why do you appear in my memories?" Saza casually pointed at him and insisted, "Because that is what you have always longed for." Jen asked sternly, "What are you getting at?" Saza explained loudly, "You have lamented your own helplessness and craved power." Saza projected images of Herat, who was suffering because he could not protect his master, offering a tempting proposal. "That cat is also regretting that it couldn't protect you. If you entrust your body to me, I can save everyone." Jen asked coldly, "Who are you?" Saza smirked and replied, "I am the memory of the Demon King etched into your mind, and I am everything." Jen laughed contemptuously. "Don't make me laugh. What could a parasite in my mind possibly do?" Immediately, a massive burst of flame slammed straight into Jen's face. Saza's flaming fist struck him, throwing him back in his helplessness. Saza calmly declared, "I can do everything you cannot." Seeing smoke rising from the Demon King's fingertips, Jen began to worry. This might not just be empty threats or intimidation. Saza pointed toward the brilliant throne and commanded, "Sit on that throne." He continued his dangerous temptation. "If you abandon your ego and merge with me to become the true Demon King, you will be able to break the seal of all power and defeat that dragon." Yet Jen resolutely refused. "To hell with you. What the hell are you talking about? I will do it my way with my current self." Saza smirked sarcastically. "You think you can do that?" He began to stir up Jen's bitter failures, from being unable to lift the curse on the spirit tribe to being completely overwhelmed by Potri. "If you hadn't made those wrong decisions, then you wouldn't have struggled against Potri, and you wouldn't have been killed by her due to your own arrogance." The words, "if it weren't for you," echoed repeatedly in his mind, causing Jen to completely collapse under the cruel reality. He agonizingly tormented himself. "If it weren't for me, the others wouldn't have ended up like this. Then in that case, wouldn't it be fine if it were someone other than me, even if it was someone else who did it?" He insisted coaxingly, "Yes, that person could ultimately be you, which means that person could be you yourself." Saza stood up, pointed toward the exit, and urged, "Now go to the place where you belong. Everyone is waiting for you." Jen walked silently on the red carpet toward the faint light ahead. Saza smiled triumphantly. Good, just kidding. But Jen's gaze suddenly became icy. He secretly realized the true scheme. So that's it. Your goal is to make me give up this body, right? Without a moment's hesitation, Jen suddenly spun around, grabbed Saza by the collar, and slammed him to the ground to the Demon King's utter shock. What? Saza! Could only utter a startled sound as he was pinned to the floor by General. Jen stood tall over Saza's fallen body, completely in control of the situation. Jen gripped his sword hilt and declared clearly, "Who do you think I am? I will not submit to you." He plunged his sword right next to Saza's face and stated coldly, "There are no rules. That forced me to use your power to defeat Potri. Besides, I'm the one who took down the Demon King, right?" Saza's eyes widened in shock. He stammered in desperation, "Ridiculous! What the hell are you—" "You will regret this. You need my power. You could have made Potri acknowledge your soul as mine." Jen smirked with disdain. "That's not the way of the strongest players. If you need power, I will obtain it myself." In that moment, Jen's consciousness seemed connected to distant memories. He wondered if this situation was similar to what Saza had once experienced, or if this was an event that had happened before. Jen recalled the moment he should have died when devoured by the demon spirit. But an unexpected incident helped him revive. The system interface appeared, revealing the truth. Jinmaru had activated the angel's curse to control him, but it was reversed into an angel's blessing. This transformation allowed Jen to use a special state called catastrophe, an entity transcending both life and reincarnation. With this state, he held the power to use techniques that alter life and death. Jen wore a triumphant smile as he realized he could completely level up and revive once more. Saza countered in a panic, "No, that's not it. The reason I called you here is—" But Jen firmly interrupted, "Enough. I'm starting to doubt whether you're even the real Demon King." He turned his back and walked away coldly, ignoring Saza, who frantically reached out to pull him back. "Wait, don't go. You will definitely have to come back here and beg for my power." Jen shot a glance back, his eyes filled with nothing but contempt. "The words you spoke before carried a shred of authority, but now, they're nothing more than the cheap tricks of Asura. I once defeated Asura I truly believed in. He was far more than this," Jen said, backing Zara into a corner, his voice steely and resolute. "I'll throw your own words back at you. I can do everything you cannot." Suddenly, the system chimed. Player Ichino Jen has obtained the secret of the soul. Potri stood tall on the cliff, looking down at Jen's motionless body. With a cold, scornful gaze, she hissed, "This is your punishment for daring to mock Lord Zara." She knelt, touching his armor, her teeth gritted in fury. "You actually dared to stain Lord Zara's armor with this filthy blood of yours." Suddenly, a hand shot up from the ground, gripping Potri's wrist tight. She froze in shock. "Surprised beauty thought I was done for keep dreaming, sweetheart." Hagen slowly opened his eyes, wearing a mocking grin despite his severe wounds. "Are you really planning on undressing another man so suddenly? Don't you think you're being a bit too aggressive?" Potri recoiled in horror, her eyes turning bloodshot from the shock. You're still alive." Her rage flared and she screamed, "Then just die again." She used her razor-sharp tail to pierce through Jen's body once more. Staring down at her gasping prey in a pool of blood, Potri growled, "You persistent little pest, why won't you just die? Can I finally finish you off once and for all now?" Even as blood gushed from his lips, Jen smirked arrogantly. "Oh, are you really that desperate to kill me? Are you scared?" Potri shrieked maniacally, "You fool! If you're putting your faith in your teammates, you've made a fatal mistake." She pointed toward the scattered corpses around them and declared coldly, "That cat is just like the rest of the vermin, they've all fallen." Potri lunged, aiming for the killing blow. "Die right now!" In that life-or-death moment, Jen roared with authority, "You're not the only one who knows soul magic. Mammon, wake up now!" Instantly, a surge of purple energy erupted, accompanied by a system notification. Soul fusion technique activated. Potri's pupils contracted in shock. "Is this some kind of joke?" From the eerie glow, a figure darted out with terrifying speed. Potri only had time to gasp as her weapon was snatched up by powerful hands. It was Mammon, but now her face was shrouded in shadow, her eyes glowing with a mysterious, intense purple light. Even Jen couldn't help but be stunned, wondering, wasn't Mammon supposed to be dead? Looking at the powerful new form radiating suffocating killing intent, Potri was utterly bewildered. "Is this soul separation magic? No, that's not it. What is happening here?" Potri was sent flying, taken completely by surprise. She realized in horror that her opponent's power had skyrocketed tenfold in an instant. Jen thought to himself, from the moment Mammon declared she would follow me. Even knowing I wasn't Zara, she became a true partner, making me the target for this special ability. Potri collapsed to the ground, trembling as she looked up at the two of them. What the hell are you? Jen smirked smugly and replied, I won't let anyone kill my partner so easily. That shouldn't come as a surprise to you, should it? Or is it that your Zara isn't capable of doing the same? Potri gritted her teeth in frustration, telling herself not to fall into another trap. To measure Mammon's true strength, she decided to summon the giant crimson dragon soul. The beast let out a thunderous roar, emitting a terrifying pressure that filled the space. Facing her opponent's silence, Potri sneered coldly, planning to surrender without a fight. Looks like you don't even have the strength to fight back anymore. The giant dragon lunged to deliver a destructive blow, but a blue barrier suddenly shimmered into existence, enveloping Jen and Mammon, blocking the strike entirely in a heartbeat. A violent explosion rocked the area as the dragon collided head-on with the solid shield. Jen stood firm within the barrier even though the wound on his chest was still bleeding, yet he still flashed a defiant grin. We'll still want to keep going. If so, wait for me a second. Immediately after, the presence of Jen and Mammon dissolved into blue particles and vanished completely, leaving Potri wondering in a panic if the soul magic had already been absorbed. Suddenly, a deep blue blade of energy tore through the ground, creating an explosion that blasted Potri away. She looked up in terror toward the smoke where a powerful silhouette was emerging. Amidst the night, the system notification glowed bright, confirming the soul fusion was complete. With deep blue tattoos glowing across his body and beastly ears, Jen bolted forward like a lightning strike, yelling, Sorry to keep you waiting. He landed a massive bone-crushing punch square on Potri. The sheer force of the blow sent her flying over 10 meters, carving a long path of destruction into the earth. Potri struggled to rise amidst the rubble, staring in shock at her opponent's new form. She gasped, That appearance! What the hell kind of magic is that? Jen calmly approached the magical runes on his chest, radiating a suffocating pressure. He smirked and countered, Curious, are you? If you submit and become my weapon, I'll let you be, I said. That offer was like pouring oil on fire. Potri roared in fury, Don't you dare insult me! Only a powerful king has the right to command me. She lunged in a frenzy, creating explosive clashes between the red and blue energies. Amidst the fierce combat, Jen coldly countered and asserted firmly, Your king lost to me a long time ago. A powerful blow sent Potri flying, leaving her gasping on the ground in pure rage. She gritted her teeth, cursing the arrogance of the man before her. Damn you! You know nothing! She channeled all her power into her claws, lunging with pure hatred. I'll make you pay for this insolence. Facing that absolute fury, Jen remained eerily calm and whispered, You're the one forcing my hand. Jen didn't flinch as her claws stopped inches from his face. He stared into her eyes and said, Deep down you know it's true, don't you? Isn't that right? He declared the harsh truth, I am stronger than any Shaza you ever knew. Potri gritted her teeth, eyes burning red with rage, but she couldn't fight back. Jen unleashed an overwhelming attack, coldly reminding her, Losing your cool only makes you weak. Potri gritted her teeth bitterly. She couldn't believe she was being rattled by an imposter. Even while acknowledging his strength, she insisted in her heart,
This guy
has absolutely nothing to do with the great demon lord Shaza. But the sting of it was that the copy was stronger than the original. It was infuriating. Jen cornered her and calmly delivered the ultimatum, Make your choice. Will you follow me, or will you accept defeat right here? Potri struggled to defend herself, panicked and wondering who this man really was. A thunderous kick sent her crashing down. She secretly compared the strength and nobility of Shaza's soul to something Jen could never touch. She desperately searched for an opening, but Jen smirked mockingly. Talking about the nobility of his soul, are you? Do you really believe the most brutal and cruel demon lord was a virtuous being? That stung like a needle to her heart. She roared in fury, Shut your mouth, don't you dare judge him with your ignorant human perspective. In her mind, memories of Shaza returned vividly. Back then, Shaza had refused to follow those who only sought destruction. He had reached out his hand to her, an entity feared and hated by the whole world, to form an alliance. For Potri, Shaza was the only warm light in the dark. Returning to reality, the sudden disappearance of Jen left her stunned. He vanished. I'm right here. Jen reappeared behind her and declared he wouldn't stop until she joined him. Potri cursed under her breath just before a massive strike sent her flying. A concussive explosion swallowed the red-haired girl. Jen walked forward calmly and asked for her final decision. Potri was a magical artifact shunned by all races from birth, and Shaza was the first person who ever accepted her. That was why her loyalty remained unbroken for hundreds of years, even now as she collapsed at the feet of her new master. Jen mused, realizing that the charisma of Shaza Herat wasn't a lie. He really could dissolve loneliness and earn absolute loyalty. He looked at the trembling girl and loudly asked, "So do you choose to surrender, or do you want to be destroyed?" Seeing she had reached her limit, Jen smiled triumphantly, but Potri still wouldn't yield. Her eyes burned with hatred. "I will never surrender to an impostor." She poured all her power into her ultimate technique, the Dragon Soul art, summoning a giant blazing red dragon spirit that lunged straight for General Potri, roared with determination. "If I can't hurt you from the outside, I'll attack from within." The red dragon spirit dove into Jen's mind. It began to penetrate deep into his soul. There, amidst the surreal swirls of time, Potri was shocked to find herself standing before fragments of his past. It was an image of a broken family in the real world, where a father constantly yelled at Jen while he was still just a boy hiding under his blanket, to immerse himself in the world of games. The harsh father kept spewing insults. "Playing video games all day, I can't believe you turned out to be such a useless waste." In those memories, Jen remained hunched over the computer screen with the word "failed" flashing clearly. "Even with all this gear, I still lost. Once more. I'll keep trying until I succeed." Potri was stunned to witness the moment Jen faced Shaza Herat in the virtual world. She was shocked she had never seen Master Shaza look so happy.
Could he have truly accepted this imposter?
Returning to reality within the soul realm, Jen asked coldly, "Are you satisfied now?" Potri could only gasp in shock. "You!" Jen roared with authority, completely repelling her intrusion. "All of you, how dare you violate my privacy without permission? Get out!" A powerful surge of energy erupted, directly blasting the red dragon spirit out of his body and causing Potri to collapse. Jen stood tall amidst the battlefield and affirmed, "Now do you understand?" Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted, knocking the red dragon's soul right out of his body. Potri collapsed to the ground while Jen stood tall on the battlefield and declared, "Do you understand now?" Potri closed her eyes and pondered for a long moment before finally reaching out to take Jen's hand, declaring firmly, "Fine, let's do this. Since Sahasama has accepted you and you need my help, I will lend you my power." However, her gaze turned cold and menacing as she leaned in close to his face. "But if you dare to show even a hint of weakness, no matter what Sasasama says, I will kill you right here and now." Jen remained calm and gave a faint smirk. "You're really not very cute, are you?" But as the Demon King's weapon, that attitude was perfectly fitting. Immediately, a glowing system notification appeared confirming weapon Potri acquired. Jen gripped the greatsword tightly, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, and exclaimed excitedly, "Perfect!" The system then revealed a crucial piece of information about this divine weapon. Potri was the weapon of the Demon King Sarah, and by her very nature she carried half of the Demon King's curse. Jen swung the sword, unleashing a powerful slash that generated a terrifying wave of pressure. It blew everything around them away. Satisfied with his new power, he looked at the sword with immense contentment just as the soul fusion state officially ended. As the magical markings on his body faded away and a blue light enveloped Jen, he returned to his normal form. Herod rushed over, overjoyed. She hugged her master from behind and cried out in tears, "Master, you're safe. Did you really manage to subdue Potri?" After the intense battle to make Potri his ally, Jen and Herod collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion. Jen groaned wearily, "I'm wiped out." Just then, Fumizuki of the Black Moon tribe suddenly reappeared from behind, weapon in hand. Jen jumped up alert, drew his sword and barked, "Damn it, you still want to fight!" Fumizuki didn't hold back either. She roared with fury, "You pathetic human! I only came here out of curiosity to see how the battle would end." Despite her tough talk, Fumizuki looked quite miserable with her bruised face. She sat down quietly and scribbled in her notebook, thinking anxiously, "The Demon King is getting stronger. Maybe I won't be able to finish my mission." Potri, having reached her power limit, spoke up, "I've expended too much energy in this battle. I'm going to return to my weapon form now." Immediately after, she transformed into a glowing greatsword in Jen's hand, not forgetting to warn, "Make sure you use me carefully." Jen sheathed the sword and turned to Fumizuki. "All right, follow me." The assassin girl blinked, taken aback. Huh? Seeing her hesitation, Jen smirked provocatively. What's the matter? Did you give up on killing me already? That remark immediately struck a nerve. Fumizuki snapped as if, Don't you dare look down on Fumizuki of the Black Moon tribe. Jen walked away casually, urging her, Then hurry up and follow me. Deep down, Jen began mapping out long-term plans for the future. As long as I am the Demon King, I must gather the 7 great tribes as allies. The Black Moon tribe is one of them. Fumizuki followed quietly, eyeing him with suspicion. She realized this Demon King was truly an unpredictable character. The group stopped at an inn to rest and fill their hungry bellies. Watching Herod devouring a giant chicken leg with delight, Jen pondered the true nature of this world. He realized the system was designed to pit other players directly against him. Jen placed 3 pieces of fruit on the table to represent the 3 major factions. The pear was the players, the orange was the system, and the red apple was the Demon King himself. Jen propped his chin on his hand, staring thoughtfully at the red apple, clearly defining his ultimate goal: conquer each tribe and reclaim the Demon King's power. Jen somberly realized a harsh truth about this world. Other players all received missions to exterminate the Demon King. They were hunting him down. The one named Saza and Herod was ready to turn on him for generous reward from the system. Through the memories of the Demon King he had just seen, Jen understood that now every player viewed him as public enemy number 1. Clearly, the system was not on his side. He remembered when he first entered the game. It was because he ignored the system's hints to find Potri that things got complicated. The last time Potri was seen, she flew northwest, but Jen had chosen to go in the opposite direction. Immediately, a group of players was dispatched to hunt him down. Jen began to suspect was the system secretly manipulating his actions. It turned him into the Demon King, but at the same time, it used other players to destroy him. Jen wondered if the title King in the Return of the King mission actually referred to the Demon King or someone else entirely. If his hunch was right, even if he completed the mission, would he actually be able to return to the real world? Wait, do I follow the system and never get to go home? While his mind was in turmoil, Jen heard whispering from the nearby tables about adventurers who had suddenly appeared and were sweeping up resources everywhere. The number of players out to get him was growing rapidly, forcing Jen to come up with a counterplan immediately. The crowd was buzzing about a legendary treasure that everyone coveted. They were whispering about joining expeditions to get a cut of the resources. They were even being offered salaries and generous compensation, even without active missions. Invitations like, "Where do I sign up?" or "That sounds promising," echoed throughout the inn. Jen gave a faint, cold smirk, realizing the nature of the issue. He knew these opportunists all too well. From his gaming days in the old world, he knew this was just a trap to force people to join if they didn't want to end up with nothing. Jen pondered, I need to complete this mission fast. If their faction grows too strong, it could threaten the 7 great clans. Stand up already, let's move. Herat hurried to reply, Yes, sir. Observing from behind, Fumizuki noticed a change in the Demon King's expression immediately after hearing news from the players, and she silently wondered. Is he seeing these new adventurers as a threat, and could she perhaps use this to her advantage somehow, or not? The group began their journey deep into the elf forest, following the map's directions. The surrounding space was eerily silent. There wasn't even the slightest sound of life. Standing amidst the gloomy ancient trees, Herat couldn't help but wonder, it's too quiet. Where did all the spirits go? Fumizuki leaped onto a high branch to scout and discovered traces of a fierce battle, but she soon realized something even more unusual. No, that wasn't all. Is this corrosion? Looking at the rotting, blackened patches of vegetation under the trees, she was shocked, wondering if those terrifying rumors were actually true. Meanwhile, Jen seemed extremely interested in the sight of the elven tree of life being engulfed by a sinister black aura. He decisively ordered them to head straight toward it to investigate. Suddenly, elven warriors appeared from the treetops and drew their bows in unison, aiming at the group. An arrow whistled through the air straight toward them. With terrifying speed, Fumizuki quickly perceived the trajectory of the attack, the trajectory of that arrow. I see it. She hesitated for a split second, realizing her own position. If I dodge, it'll hit the Demon King. Instantly, the arrow pierced straight into Jen, to everyone's shock, hit by the strike. Jen lost his footing and tumbled from the branch, causing Herat to scream in panic. Master! Fumizuki stared in shock at his falling form. She couldn't believe it. How could someone as powerful as the Demon King be taken down so easily? The elves were just as panicked upon realizing they had shot a human, and they rushed to report the news to their tribe. However, upon seeing the mysterious smile on Gen's face as he gripped the arrow, Fumizuki immediately grew suspicious. That smile. Was he intentionally using me? The elves attacked frantically with fire magic, and a rain of arrows forcing Fumizuki to struggle, parrying with her dagger while Herat anxiously checked on his wounds. Gen softly raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and revealed his true plan. Shh, stay calm. This is just to lure the spirits out into the open. Fumizuki immediately dove into the fight with the elven warriors. She landed a powerful kick, sending her opponent flying. The elves coordinated smoothly. They shouted, channeling the power of the wind and reminding each other to focus on the enemy. Clear! Another one replied quickly, while leaping between the ancient trees. Trying to find an attack angle, Fumizuki silently assessed, "The elven tribe using natural power is quite a troublesome opponent." One of them just unleashed a fire attack. Burning hot, it forced her into a corner. Amidst the tension, Gen suddenly appeared right behind an exhausted elven warrior and called out, "Hey there!" He flashed a friendly smile and reassured him, "Sorry about the rude greeting. By the way, are there only a few of you here? What happened to the others?" The elf turned back, stunned. He hesitated and replied, "We don't necessarily have to tell you, but it's not exactly a secret. We are the last of the remaining spirits." Hearing this, Gen silently calculated, "This is exactly what I need. If I help them, I'll finish the mission right away." However, he couldn't help but wonder, but what made these spirits who are usually so peaceful become this full of rage? Gen sincerely made an offer. "If you allow me, I can help." The elf, still suspicious, asked, "Help, what are you saying?" Meanwhile, the skirmish between Fumizuki and the other elves was still raging. An elven warrior roared, "This ends right now," and lunged to deliver a finishing blow. Just as things hung by a thread, Gen shouted, "Wait!" A glowing red sword flash stopped the fight, instantly shaking the ground. Interrupted, Fumizuki snapped in anger. "What the hell are you doing? If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Don't get in my way." Gen spread his arms, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Come on. There's definitely been some misunderstanding here. Why don't we sit down and talk?" But that offer of reconciliation only received utter fury from the elven warrior. Talk, what good would that do? The reason our elven tribe has fallen into such misery is because not a single soul came to save us. Standing on a branch, observing, Fumizuki pondered to herself, "I've heard rumors that the spirits are isolated and desperate. Does the Demon King really want to help them?" Another elf looked down from above and asked, full of doubt, "Hey, do you really want to help us?" Gen looked up and replied with a sincere smile, "I do." The elf spoke bitterly with a voice full of resentment. "In the past, others have told us the exact same thing, but they never kept their promise, and in the end, we were betrayed." Suddenly, Fumizuki felt an incredibly powerful, murderous aura closing in on her. She paled and shouted, "Something evil is coming from underground!" A bizarre, pitch-black liquid like shadows was relentlessly spreading, swallowing everything in its path. Fumizuki panicked and shouted, "This is bad! Climb the tree now!" Suddenly, a massive entity appeared and stomped down right next to the group, shaking the entire forest violently, a true life-or-death moment. The spirit warrior looked at Gen and declared, "If we manage to survive and escape this, maybe we'll give you another chance to earn our trust." The Demon King, Fumizuki, also inwardly hoped, "I hope you can prove your worth. I'm praying for that." Suddenly, a powerful strike from the shadows aimed straight for Herat. Gen yelled, "Mammon, watch out!" and instantly drew his sword. He gathered all his strength to block the monster's attack in a split second. Zen stared in shock at his blade Potri, which was now covered in a weird, ominous purple aura. "What is this aura?" Even Potri in her weapon form cried out in discomfort. "Something strange is sticking to my body." Without a second of hesitation, Gen shouted, "Let's go!" and charged into the fray with Herat. The elves simultaneously unleashed bursts of fire and water magic. "We won't let you get away," Gen parried while silently analyzing that liquid from before. Was that from a monster? Potri in her weapon form felt something very wrong. "This doesn't seem like a mere physical attack." The giant entity that had just appeared was a fallen spirit, a monster in the shape of a withered skeleton with long, grudge-filled horns. Amidst the chaos, an elven warrior began to recount their painful past. 100 years ago, during the war between the gods and the demons, our sacred spirit tree, the source of our faith, was chopped down by the angels. Without our life source, our clan grew weak. We lost our power and were driven out of our own home. The tragedy didn't stop there. They were taken as slaves. But even in misery, we held on to hope. Even while sold as slaves, we clung to that hope. Thanks to the efforts of our people, a sprout of the sacred tree began to revive. But the angels returned once more to extinguish that last bit of light. They sneered, "Ha! You used to be so numerous, now there are only a few of you left." It's truly pathetic to see the proud elven race running away like rats. It was no surprise. In the eyes of the angels, you are nothing but an inferior race. A cruel angel crushed the newborn sprout. The fact that you worship a pathetic tree proves your own lowly nature. In a state of extreme despair and rage, our elder traded everything. And so our elder used the forbidden decay technique to fight back. He transformed into a fallen spirit. He possessed terrifying power to destroy the enemy, but the price was incredibly high. A fallen spirit gains massive strength, but in exchange it loses its sanity. As time passed, the greatest warriors were reduced to nothing but beings that endlessly devour life. Even though the enemy was driven back, those fallen kin will never be able to return to their original form. Witnessing this tragedy, Jen gritted his teeth, realizing the truth. So the real enemies are the angels. We shouldn't be fighting each other. He was shocked to see that the angels' behavior had changed so much compared to what he knew from the game before. Jen swung his sword, blocking the fallen spirit's attack, and calculated. If these are the last remaining spirits, and if the last sane ones have given up, does that mean I've conquered the spirit clan? Just then the elven warrior pleaded, "If you truly want to help us, then please save them too. They are still our family." Observing the situation of the elves, Fumizuki inwardly realized the bitter similarity to her own Black Moon tribe, where she couldn't save her comrades even though their current state was far worse. Standing before the presence of the Demon King, the remaining elves were still suspicious. They wondered how they could ever trust a conqueror who suddenly offered to help. Fumizuki wore a cold smile and mocked, "This desperate effort is ridiculous." She told Sagia that from the very beginning there was truly no way to save these fallen souls. Immediately, the monstrous spirit went berserk, swinging its giant wooden tentacles and causing the crowd to flee in panic. A young elven warrior used all their strength to cast wind magic to block the powerful sweeps, even trying to cut through the wicked branches. But the ominous purple dark energy kept spreading, overwhelming the spirit's natural power. In that split second, as a giant branch collapsed, Sagia suddenly lunged forward quickly, grabbing two elven warriors and pulling them out of the danger zone just in time. Landing safely, Sagia realized the system was intentionally trying to hinder him. But he was determined not to let it control him any longer. He understood that saving everyone and earning the trust of the elven clan would be an extreme challenge. It required him to push past every limit. Seeing the fallen spirits looming closer, Sagia remained firm despite the shivering elven warriors. Asserting that these were monsters that even the angels couldn't defeat, Jen charged straight into the fight, swinging his glowing sword and declaring boldly, "Then this is perfect because I am a demon king even stronger than the angels." He landed in the middle of the encirclement, ready to face the horde. The fallen spirits were roaring all around. Grasping the greatsword in his hand, Jen whispered,
"Potri, I'm counting on you, the soul inside. Their attacks are dangerous."
"Make sure not a single one touches me," Potri immediately replied with confidence. "Are you looking down on me?" Right after that, a brilliant red sword slash wiped out a row of monsters in an instant. Jen's continuous strikes left the monsters no time to react. Watching from afar, Herat anxiously urged, "Master, please try harder." However, an elven warrior standing next to her poured cold water on the situation. "He won't be able to do it," Herbert asked in shock. "What do you mean?" But the guy just replied coldly, "Just watch." Immediately, the Tigerkin girl's eyes widened in horror at the ghastly sight happening right in front of her. Herbert gasped,
"That's coming from the torn wounds."
Not only did the monster not fall, but it also sprouted a series of hideous arms covered in a dark purple aura. A system notification appeared. "Warning, opponent is in a state of physical resistance." Jen looked at the giant six-armed entity looming toward him and smirked. "Physical resistance, huh?" Just then the system panel flashed red, announcing that the Demon Lord's skills were fully unlocked. With only 5 seconds remaining, Jen lowered his stance, his eyes blazing with rage and defiance. So how about this? Jen poured all his power into activating the Hell of White Bones ultimate. Instantly, massive bone spikes erupted from the ground at a terrifying speed, completely impaling the body of the fallen sprite monster, making it shriek in agonizing pain as it witnessed such overwhelming power. The sprite warriors couldn't help but gasp in awe. It's unbelievable, he actually defeated something that even the angels couldn't touch. Is this the true power of a demon lord? Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Jen gave a smug, cocky smirk and replied, "For a demon lord, this is just child's play. However, I might have gone a bit overboard." But Jen's smile vanished when he felt an even more terrifying killing intent rising right behind him. The system continuously blared red warnings about the appearance of a new entity called the Super Fallen Sprite. The monster hadn't died. Instead, it had absorbed energy to evolve into a gigantic form. Radiating a sinister, threatening purple aura, Jen was shocked, realizing the terrifying truth.
Could it be that they have...
Just as Jen lost his guard due to the monster's transformation, Yanagi Fumizuki silently closed in from behind with a sinister smile.
This is my chance.
She knew nothing of the legend that had been passed down for centuries. She swung her blade for a sneak attack, but Jen quickly sensed it and landed a powerful kick to push her back. "If you want to play games, wait for your turn over in that corner." She went flying, but Fumizuki still wore a calculating smile. She casually reminded him, "Did you forget that the Black Moon clan is also quite skilled at using illusions?" She revealed a horrifying truth according to legend. Fallen sprites are essentially immortal because they can absorb all life force and mana from their surroundings to fuse and reform. Suddenly, a deep purple dark energy appeared and tightly wrapped around Jen's arm. Fumizuki coldly declared, "It's time to say our goodbyes. Farewell." Watching Jen get pulled into the dark energy, Herat screamed in extreme anxiety, "Master!" The sprite warriors accompanying them were also panicked and held each other back, believing that anyone who approached that fallen entity would meet their death. Clean, a sprite warrior falling into despair, wondered in shock. Is it possible that even the demon lord can't break this terrifying curse? Right at that moment, a mocking voice echoed in Jen's mind, sneering that both demon lords, the real one and the fake one, were nothing but frauds. Despair hit its peak. Clean let go and accepted his fate. "Father." Before him was the massive fallen sprite monster radiating, a suffocating purple dark energy. Clean muttered about returning to the eternal void even as his comrades behind him screamed desperately, "Clean, don't give up!" Watching from afar, Yanagi Fumizuki stared pensively at the tragedy, while painful memories of losing his home and comrades flooded Clean's mind, making him believe that a life of such loneliness wasn't worth continuing. Clean closed his eyes, smiling in relief, thinking he could finally reunite with his fallen comrades. Just as the monster raised its hand to crush his neck, Jen suddenly appeared like a ghost and shouted, "No matter how long you've lived, giving up on life now is too soon." He used his powerful hands to stop the fallen entity's attack in an instant, saving Clean in the nick of time. Jen looked at the sprite warrior with a proud, arrogant smile and firmly commanded, "Keep living. It's a sin to throw away the life your parents gave you." Seeing her master safe and sound, Herat cheered with joy. "Master, you're safe!" Jen casually turned to tease her over-the-top anxiety. "Wow, wow, wow. You should trust me a little more, shouldn't you?" Witnessing Jen's power and decisiveness, Fumizuki was shocked to realize that all the intelligence she had about the demon lord's weakness was completely wrong. Responding to the assassin's stunned gaze, Jen just indifferently dropped a mysterious remark. "Who knows?" Clean still hadn't recovered from the shock. He trembled as he asked Jen about what he had just done, and if there was any chance to save the other comrades who had fallen. Jen held Clean firmly and reassured him, one question at a time. He secretly wondered about the identity of the person accompanying him, while Clean apologized. "I'm sorry I made a mistake. I was just trying to save them." At that very moment, Ayanagi, Fumizuki suddenly lunged from behind with sharp blades. She was astonished to see the demon lord still alive and resolved to finish him off to complete her mission for the liberation of the Black Moon tribe from the angel's chains. Sensing the killing intent, Jen quickly dodged and casually said, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Clean hurriedly chose the good news, even though another sprite still looked wary. Jen landed powerfully and declared, "The good news is that your race will be saved." The sprites gasped, asking about the bad news. Jen sighed, admitting the harsh reality. The sprites who have already fallen can never be revived. Clean and his comrades completely collapsed at this news. Regretting his earlier rudeness, Clean knelt down to apologize, even intending to use his knife to end his own life to atone to the demon lord. Herat rushed over in a panic to stop him, insisting that her master was not that cruel. Jen walked over silently and asked in return, "Is that what you all think?" Seeing Clean still crazed with the desire to die. Jen turned back with a cold, sharp gaze and asked a cryptic question. "Do you know why the fallen sprites cannot die?" Another sprite bitterly replied that there was no need for explanations. Everyone could see that magic and swordsmanship were useless against them. Jen raised his hand to his forehead, sighing in frustration. Jen suddenly swung his sword, slashing straight at Clean. Clean cried out in pain, leaving the other spirits stunned. Coldly, Jen declared that this was the proof. Clean and the fallen spirits all possessed rapid regeneration. Green hurriedly apologized for offending the Demon King, but Jen brushed it off, telling him to use his head to think. Instead of just talking, Jen pointed toward the ancient tree, which was covered in writhing tentacles, signaling them to observe. The spirits knelt on the ground, confused by the Demon King's intentions. Wondering what it had to do with their current plight, they began to suspect if there was a secret hidden within the fallen ones that they didn't know about. Jen calmly stepped into the dark core. Surrounded by eerie tree roots, he insisted that he had seen something unusual inside their bodies. Moving deeper, Jen softly asked the Patri sword if it was okay. Despite the gloom on the outside, the space inside the tree's core was incredibly quiet and didn't feel bad at all. Jen began searching for clues to save the spirit race, and suddenly he exclaimed triumphantly, having realized the truth. A radiant smile spread across Jen's face when he found what he needed. Believing it would serve his upcoming purpose well, one spirit was shocked to realize that the Tree of Life itself was silently protecting them. That was why their regeneration was so fast. Standing before the spirits, Jen loudly declared that to save them all, they had two choices: either revive the Tree of Life or destroy it completely. Hearing that they had to destroy their life source, a spirit warrior roared in fury, "Why, the Tree of Life is protecting everyone. I won't allow this." Jen remained calm. He stared straight at his opponent and replied in a chilling voice, "You should speak based on the current situation." Another spirit questioned the Demon King nervously. "Could you explain why you are targeting the Tree of Life?" Herod pondered, reasoning according to his master's logic. "The Tree of Life can heal the fallen spirits. So if we destroy the Tree of Life, the fallen spirits will weaken, right? That logic holds up, doesn't it?" Jen nodded in affirmation and added, "Not just weaken. Their recovery ability will vanish. The war against the fallen spirits will only require keeping our distance." He emphasized that if they then purified them with holy magic, they could completely wipe out these fallen entities once and for all. The spirits were shaken, wondering, is that really salvation? A spirit warrior couldn't suppress his emotions. He gathered a burning fireball in his hands and lunged straight at Jen in despair. "If that's the case, kill me first." Jen nimbly dodged the desperate attack and shouted, "Don't be so quick to conclude things and stop throwing your life away so recklessly." Jen stared deep into his opponent with immense pressure. "Otherwise, your life will lose its value. Life is not something to be wasted like this." He pinned the spirit to the ground with his foot, leaving him completely helpless and trembling with fear. Standing tall over the defeated Jen, coldly declared, "Sometimes life and death can be reversed." Faced with this hopeful proposition, the spirits asked in shock, "Do you mean we can bring our comrades back?" Jen secretly weighed his own benefits, but seeing their sincerity, he still nodded in agreement. Immediately, the spirit warriors knelt down and swore an oath. "I swear before the Tree of Life from this day forward, we pledge our loyalty to you." The system notified him that the spirit race's obedience rate had reached 2%, making Jen satisfied with the progress. He announced loudly, "I understand. I have a plan." Just then, the hideous fallen spirit entities came rushing from deep within the forest. Jen observed them calmly, then turned to ask the group of spirits, "Have you decided who will be the one to fall?" A brave warrior stepped forward decisively, pushing his comrades behind him, and accepted, "I'll go." Jen smirked and ordered him to resist with all his might to buy time, because he wanted to observe the entire transformation process carefully. Even though his whole body was shaking with fear, the spirit warrior told himself that he just needed to try his best to fight back. He shouted, "For the spirit race!" and threw himself into the jaws of death. Immediately, jet-black tentacles from the Tree of Life reached out, wrapping tightly around his body. Heart-wrenching screams rang out as a strange, evil aura completely covered him, and the soul transformation process began. Seeing the spirit warrior being swallowed by the dark aura, Fumizuki said with contempt, "You really are an idiot. Do you mean that sacrificing one's life for comrades is foolish? Because he can't even save his comrades, right?" She turned to question Jen with suspicious eyes. "You don't intend to save them either, do you? What is your true objective?" Jen just smirked and replied enigmatically, "Haven't you ever heard that man proposes but God disposes?" Suddenly a massive tremor occurred, causing Fumizuki to exclaim in terror, "What was that?" A gigantic branch from the Tree of Life suddenly descended with immense force. Jen watched calmly and thought to himself, the main character has finally arrived. In front of him, the spirit warrior was screaming in extreme pain as the deep purple dark aura began to invade and destroy his face, not wanting to waste any more time. Jen immediately drew his sword and dashed off like a phantom to interfere with the transformation. Jen unleashed a sharp sword strike, cutting through the tentacles that were strangling the warrior. But he secretly realized a harsh truth. It seemed that those who didn't belong to the spirit race couldn't receive the blessing of the Tree of Life. Facing a precarious situation, as the dark aura grew thicker, Jen decisively declared, "Then I have no other choice but to do this." Immediately, the system activated the soul fusion technique. A deep blue energy burst forth, enveloping his body. Jen closed his eyes, letting the roots wrap tightly around him, forming a giant cocoon, and whispered to himself, "Everything will be over soon." And then, Jen stands tall before the colossal ancient tree, which radiates a suffocating pressure. A voice authoritative and furious echoes from the Tree of Life itself throughout the forest. "You do not belong to the elven race, get out!" From high up in the branches, corrupted spirits with hideous skeletal faces begin to crawl out, staring down at the intruder, with eyes blazing with hatred. The massive corrupted spirits leap down in unison to surround the lone demon king in the deep woods, screaming wildly as they surge forward. A wave of deep purple energy envelops Jen, ready to tear apart anyone who dares to challenge the sacred tree's power. It seems these corrupted beings have been living here quite comfortably. Even though he has activated his soul fusion technique, Jen still feels that something is wrong. He swings his sword, which glows with red energy, striking down a corrupted spirit, but he questions himself. Why can't I feel the spirit's power within me? Just then, strange purple tentacles suddenly reach out and bind his body from every direction. Trapped and unable to move, Jen can only grit his teeth and endure while the grotesque, corrupted spirits keep diving down from the branches to surround him. Just when things are hanging by a thread, a fierce burst of firepower erupts, covering him. The system immediately announces Demon King's exclusive weapon full form. Jen now exudes a blazing pressure, but a mysterious voice rings out, challenging him. "How do you intend to fight Potri in his full form?" The entity inside the sword threatens, "If you have no other attacks, I will take this body for myself." Suddenly, the Tree of Life speaks, leaving Jen stunned. A beam of golden energy suddenly descends, causing him to scream in pain. Jen stares at the yellow lightning covering his body, wondering if this is a wound caused by Potri. Yet a voice full of authority from the darkness immediately denies it. "No, I have not attacked you at all." So who is attacking without daring to show their face? Standing amidst the brilliant golden halo, Jen asks in astonishment, "Then what is this?" He soon realizes the truth. The Tree of Life just forced him to attack the corrupted spirits. Have they possessed my body? Immediately, a golden magic circle appears surrounding his opponents, accompanied by a system notification. Tree of Life shares damage targeting black entities. Representing the sacred roots, it declares, "I control all life." Jen smirks deviously, his eyes glowing as he sees through the other's heart. "You don't look like the Tree of Life at all. Do you think I will be intimidated just because you attacked me?" Jen roars with excitement. "Potri, they are mocking you too. Let's teach them a lesson. Let's go." A streak of fiery red sword light strikes down a wave of corrupted spirits in an instant. He coldly declares his philosophy, "I bring salvation through destruction, and you bring death in exchange for temporary salvation. Let's see whether your salvation or my destruction wins. Let's end this." Jen laughs madly as a flaming aura engulfs his body. The Tree of Life speaks with an authoritative voice from within the black smoke. Outsider, I understand your request. Outsider. If you protect the elven race, I can grant you my power. But Jen just sneers with contempt looking at the situation.
I don't think I really need that kind of power.
Insulted the sacred tree entity roars in anger. So rude. Do you wish to die? Jen nonchalantly retorts, challenging it. You intend to use me as fertilizer, don't you? The corrupted entities are constantly being bound and dragged across the ground by purple tentacles. The Tree of Life questions his course of action. Is that how you help? At this rate, you could wipe everyone out in a single blow. Ignoring the warning, Jen swings his sword, creating a massive arc of red energy ready to sweep away every obstacle while being bound by the tree roots. Jen puts his strength into plunging his sword into the base of the tree and ponders, I've been thinking this whole time about why the elven race fell to this extent. If it's not just decay, if it's not because of the decay, then it must be the work of those angels. Either way, I have to deal with the consequences first. He asserts decisively, if that's the case, I am the only one who can save the elven race. At first, they might have been corrupted spirits, but with your revival, a new form of life has been born. As you know, this new life is affecting everything around it. The corrupted entities stand motionless in the night, radiating a deep purple malice that blankets the entire forest. The sacred tree entity speaks, confirming that its influence is far greater than Jen imagined. Purple tentacles wrap tightly around him, but from within the black smoke. Jen still stubbornly retorts, you are only partially right. I haven't given up yet. He puts all his energy into activating his blazing firepower, shouting defiantly, then let's see if you or I am the one who can save the elven race. In the distance, Herbert and Fumizuki anxiously watch the developments from a high branch. Herbert panics, seeing that the master had just gone inside, only to immediately return. But the situation is worsening as the corrupted spirits have discovered their location. Fumizuki is equally stunned, unable to understand what is happening to Jen. Now facing the siege of enemies, Herbert takes a defensive stance and shouts, we have to do something. A swarm of corrupted spirits looms surrounding the two girls right on the ancient branch. Suddenly, a blinding light bursts forth, tearing through the night. Jen steps out from the halo. Surrounded by swirling purple aura, he whispers to himself, it seems it worked. Seeing their master return, Herbert and Fumizuki rush over to ask, Master, are you okay? Can you run? But responding to that concern is only Jen's manic laughter. I did it. Herat was stunned, feeling a sinister and terrifying spiritual pressure radiating from the very person she revered. Realizing something was wrong, Herat angrily pointed at him and shouted, Who are you? Give our master back right now. The one wearing Jen's face smirked wickedly and replied in an alien tone, Well, that's not quite right. A powerful, authoritative voice echoed, declaring that his soul now belonged to the Tree of Life and the fallen spirits. He laughed arrogantly as a massive pillar of light shot up from the ground. The blue sky radiated terrifying pressure, swallowing the entire forest. The energy erupted violently, creating columns of white smoke that blanketed the area amidst the ruins. Herat could only gasp out, Master, in total shock and desperation as she witnessed the horrific scene unfolding before her. Oh no. Is Jen's soul really trapped inside that tree? Back 5 minutes earlier, Jen was being tightly bound by purple tentacles, completely immobilized. With Sarah and Herat standing there triumphantly, he nonchalantly revealed, I used the fusion technique to combine the Tree of Life with the power of corruption. Seeing the dire situation, Jen gritted his teeth and asked, I can't move anymore. What is your plan now? Syra stepped closer with a sinister smile and delivered an ultimatum. Are you ready to hand over this body to me yet? Facing the threat, Jen remained calm and defiant. So you finally decided to show yourself, huh? It's not that I'm stingy. It's just that you simply can't control it. Syra looked at him with glowing red eyes full of killing intent and sneered, still as arrogant as ever. I see. That just makes you all the more worthy to be my vessel. A terrifying burst of energy erupted as their two souls clashed violently. Jen smirked with a calculated plan. There's no point in arguing with you. I'll let the angel tribe deal with you. Now it's just the two of us. Let's talk slowly. Meanwhile, in reality, the entity possessing the Demon King's soul hovered in midair and inwardly admitted, Father, I knew taking over this body wouldn't be easy. Below, Herat and Fumizuki were struggling to hold off the dark purple energy enveloping them. Herat anxiously called out, Master, suddenly! She froze, catching a strange scent in the wind. Wait, this smell! Immediately after, a powerful army of angels appeared tearing through the night. Herat gasped in shock. "The Angel Tribe, why are you all here?" A mysterious figure in a cloak stepped forward and offered praise. "Fumizuki Yanagi, well done." Herat turned to look at the assassin with eyes full of fury. "You?" She realized the bitter truth. "All this time you've been following me only because you're one of Ben's pawns." Fumizuki bowed her head in silence. Unable to contain her anger, Herat lunged to settle the score with the traitor, but the cloaked figure Montes was one step faster. He unleashed powerful purple magic and coldly warned, "Watch your words in the presence of Lord Ben." Herat was blasted away and collapsed to the ground. With heavy wounds and blood trickling from her mouth, her eyes welled up with resentment as she looked at those who had betrayed her. "Montes, Fumizuki, Yanagi, you traitors, I will never forgive you." Now that she knows the truth, it must be a massive shock for her. Fumizuki bitterly admitted that no one could defeat the Angel Tribe. She felt frustrated that she couldn't take down the Demon King herself. Just then, a high-ranking female angel appeared with an arrogant smile, mocking that she hadn't expected the game to end so quickly, but having someone else hold the power of the Tree of Life was too troublesome. The female angel reached out her hand and declared, "Everything ends here." Fumizuki knelt and pleaded, "Lord Ben, please keep your promise to resurrect the comrades who were executed." Responding to her plea, the female angel just smiled nonchalantly and said, "I simply don't feel like doing that anymore." Fumizuki was stunned by the betrayal. She realized she had long sensed this coming. Treating Fumizuki's laments like the annoying barking of a dog, the female angel unleashed a powerful strike that sent her flying. Fumizuki was completely defeated, as the female angel, pleased that the area had finally gone quiet, prepared to leave with Montes. The angel ordered Montes to clear the scene, not wanting to stay in this foul-smelling place any longer. Instantly, a massive formation of the Angel Tribe appeared in the sky, preparing to rain down the final judgment. Fumizuki hid behind a tree, terrified, as she watched the divine light descend like a giant pillar of fire, incinerating the entire forest in an instant. When the light faded, Fumizuki looked toward the ruins and shouted, "Stop pretending to be dead, Demon King! How long have you been playing hide-and-seek?" Dark pitch-black roots suddenly shook violently. From the surging dark energy of the Tree of Life, Gen stepped out looking completely calm. Fumizuki could only call his name in astonishment. As he smirked, noting that everyone had survived, Gen immediately warned them to run, as the angel's attack was not over yet. Another pillar of destructive light descended from the sky, continuing to burn everything around. Gen looked down at the angels with a sinister smile and nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing but fertilizer for the corruption tree." He reached out, gathering energy, and loudly declared that he would take power from the angels themselves to restore the spirit tribe. Instantly, bizarre roots surged from the ground, wrapping tightly around the angel soldiers, who could only scream in pain before being dragged into the darkness. Standing in the middle of the forest with glowing blue soul cocoons, Gen suddenly sensed someone behind him, an angel soldier covered in a brilliant golden aura. This led Fumizuki to mistake him for a spirit. However, through the Demon King's icy gaze, he confirmed that it wasn't a spirit, but merely an entity in the process of transformation. It's agonizing. Has he fallen just like the other spirits? A chaotic, brutal battle erupted. Swords clashed as the angels struck out at one another in a frenzy. Those succumbing to the corruption were strangled by roots, screaming in absolute agony as their souls were torn apart. Gen watched the carnage with a triumphant grin, declaring that this was the true form of a fallen spirit. He announced boldly that he would absorb every last drop of their blood. To fuel his own infinite power, the battle exploded. Sharp wooden stakes suddenly burst from the ground, skewering an angel soldier. He didn't even have time to cry out. Standing silent amidst the ruins, Montes muttered to himself with a calculated look, "So that really is the Tree of Life." Instantly, Gen dove from above like a bolt of lightning, swinging his blade with a roar. "You don't need to know anything. You'll be finished just like the rest of them." Gen channeled all his strength into a glowing red strike, but Montes quickly blocked the blow with his pitch-black wings, smirking, "You know more than I thought." Gen didn't flinch, responding coldly, "You're just a cunning opportunist, aren't you?" Memories flooded Gen's mind back then while everyone else was fighting like mad. Montes was the only one who surrendered just to save his own skin. He was a professional con artist at heart, always looking for ways to profit from every side. Dealing with his kind really makes my skin crawl. Montes clapped his hands, looking pleased. "You're still one step ahead of me. We deliberately leaked the information to lure the Yanagi family's daughter into our trap." Behind them, Fumizuki was struggling, surrounded by angel soldiers as the twisted roots continued to impale others, to absorb their energy and resurrect the Tree of Life. Jen stood in front of Fumizuki looking at Montes with utter contempt. But since when did you start manipulating the entire family? Yanagi, and why does the Tree of Life support you? Jen let out a cold laugh. And what if I said there's no point in explaining anything to a traitor? Montes just gave a wicked smile, gathering a brilliant purple magic around him as he declared, in that case, I'll just crack your skull open and see for myself. He soared into the air, wings spread wide amidst the demonic energy that was tearing the entire forest apart. Montes gave a subtle finger snap, triggering a dark arcane technique that sent purple chains binding the corpses of the Gen Angel soldiers, all while he remained calm and issued a reminder. Don't forget that the Tree of Life can resurrect its allies. Montes looked at him with a sinister glint, adding, but what if they aren't actually dead yet? Jen watched, stunned, as the angel soldiers who had been pierced through staggered back to their feet, their eyes burning with a deadly purple hue, even with the tree branches still embedded in their backs. Seeing the army of the undead rising, Jen narrowed his eyes and muttered, impressive. These guys just won't stay down. Maybe they've been possessed by a nine-tailed fox or something. Montes looked at Jen with contempt and sneered, but your own power is unexpectedly pathetic. Instantly, a barrage of glowing red magic circles surrounded Jen. Jen stood firm amidst the chaotic energy. Montes continued his mocking taunts, frustrated, but then Jen suddenly appeared right behind him and countered with a question. Just who are you attacking? Montes spun around, panic-stricken, only managing to gasp, You traitor! Jen coldly swung his sword, piercing through his opponent, and asked with a biting sarcasm, Does your blood run red too? Jen let a drop of his blood fall onto the Tree of Life, declaring, This is the proof you wanted. Flashback to the moment before, inside the tree, Jen was tightly bound by its roots. He silently calculated that he could use soul manipulation, but it would take longer than expected, and with the mission clock ticking down, the situation was looking grim. He turned to the spirit of the sacred tree and asked, Don't you want revenge? The tree entity asked suspiciously, What is this outsider implying? Jen began to stir up the pain of the past. Isn't it the angel race that destroyed your kind? While the tree entity hesitated unsure, Jen confidently asserted that he was the only one in the world capable of threatening the angel race. The sacred tree responded with a mocking laugh, claiming that if Jen couldn't even conquer it, there was no way he could challenge the angels. Jen just laughed loudly and defiantly in response. He proposed a bold wager. Let's make a bet. Once the angel race hears of me, they'll come swarming like starving wolves. Jen laid out his plan. He would use their blood to cleanse the sacred tree and claim it as his own. Suddenly, a brilliant green leaf appeared above Jen's head like a mark. The sacred tree entity was finally convinced and accepted its fate as his servant. As long as I can make the enemy pay in blood to nurture my descendants. Jen began absorbing the deep green power and loudly declared that he would borrow a portion of the sacred tree's strength. With the glowing sprout of life shining above his head, Jen affirmed, From this moment on, the Tree of Life shall follow me like a shadow in this world. Back to the present, Jen looked at the heavily wounded Montes with satisfaction. Montes clutched his chest in pain, looking on in horror as the Demon King approached him. Jen raised his dark sword high coldly, judging that a cowardly traitor like him no longer deserved to exist in this world. He unleashed the finishing blow and declared, It's all over. Montes trembled in despair. He looked at Jen with profound, cryptic eyes and asked if he had truly forgotten him. In his final moments, Montes let out a painful cry of "Father," and then he went limp. Jen and Fumizuki were stunned by the unexpected father call from Montes. Jen immediately put his sword to the man's throat and sneered, You call an opponent you couldn't defeat, father. Montes looked back, bewildered at the blade pressing against his neck, and asked, Father, are you being serious? Jen coldly brushed aside any sympathy. Your little act is pathetic. It's getting boring. Montes painfully insisted that Jen had truly forgotten that he was the one who sent him to infiltrate the angel race 100 years ago. This shocking revelation made Fumizuki gasp in disbelief. Infiltrate? Jen remained skeptical. Who would actually believe a story like that? You switched sides after you lost, and now you're claiming I sent you. He silently analyzed that if Montes's words were true, it meant the Demon King had accounted for failure. From the very beginning, Jen pressed, Did that Demon King ever believe he would lose? And how did he know the outcome beforehand? Explain. Montes, his eyes glowing with a mysterious red light, replied, I cannot explain, however I have seen the prophecy. The Demon King already knew the truth of this world, and no one can interfere. Jen was shaken, wondering about the truth Montes had just mentioned. Memories of the moment he was sucked into the game surfaced, making him suspicious. Is this truly just a virtual world, or is there some mysterious link between the game and the real world? Looking at the angels flying overhead, Jen realized that sending Montes undercover was perfectly logical. If Sarah truly knew the future, he covered his face, laughing with excitement. Yet he was also full of doubt. I can understand why the Demon King would send you to infiltrate, but I don't want to believe this scenario is real. I need clearer proof. Put your money where your mouth is. Drag it all out here and let's see it. Montes narrowed his eyes at Jen's sword and whispered mysteriously, "Proof, you say?" Immediately, the angels behind him began to form a formation to surround the group. Montes took a step back and loudly issued a challenge. "If you want proof, you must pay a price." Before he could even finish, Herat had already lunged forward like a gale force arrow. She delivered a devastating, powerful strike through Montes's chest, leaving him only enough time to gasp in shock. "Mammon!" The chaotic melee erupted deep within the forest. Herod constantly clashed with the powerful angel warriors, carving a bloody path through the smoke and dust. Despite being severely wounded, he still looked at Jen with eyes full of reverence. "Is this also part of your plan, my lord? But I truly don't want to attack you, father." He whispered, his loyalty unwavering as blood continuously spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Everything I do is for you, father." Montes staggered, standing firm directly in front of Jen's blade without any intention of hiding, as if to verify those vague words. Jen decisively swung his sword, piercing through Montes's body. He accepted the strike peacefully and whispered, "This is the only way to confirm it." Witnessing the horrific scene unfolding right before their eyes, Fumizuki gasped in terror. Jen realized something was off when his opponent made no move to resist. He silently understood that what he had just stabbed was merely his physical vessel. Looking at the shadow strangely warping beneath his feet, Jen coldly asked, "Have you been waiting for this moment?" "Yes." A giant shadow entity with glowing eyes suddenly emerged from Montes's shadow, enveloping both Jen and Fumizuki in suffocating pressure. Legendary demons were born from darkness, much like the symbiotic bond between the elf tribe and the Tree of Life. They always depended on and existed alongside one another. Demons could hide in shadows and only truly revive with strength by completely crushing the opponent's will. Jen stood tall, facing the giant demonic phantom. As its imposing form slowly materialized, Montes asserted that his power was tied to the Demon King's love, and if abandoned by him, he would be unable to revive in his father's shadow. Montes offered this as proof of his absolute loyalty. Faced with such conviction, Jen pondered and asked about the true mission he was carrying out. Montes admitted he didn't even know the ultimate goal himself, only that he was waiting for orders, and for now all he could do was to protect him from the shadows. Seeing Montes's loyalty, Jen asked if he had gathered any valuable information while being around Ben. He then realized this move would surely expose Montes's true identity. The shadow stealth technique he had used for 5 hours was now compromised. Montes decisively denied it and suddenly spread his giant gray wings, radiating a stream of purple energy surrounding his body. He soared into the air, facing the army of angels surrounding them head-on. Witnessing the sight, Jen could only gasp in surprise. Shadow tentacles from below suddenly pierced through the bodies of the angel soldiers, mercilessly catching them off guard. Not missing the opportunity, Herod bravely dove into the fray, delivering a powerful kick straight to his opponent's neck, sending black blood splattering. Montes smiled mysteriously, and he suggested that this was still not enough proof for Jen to fully trust him. Seeing that Iyanagi Fumizuki seemed provoked and wanted to attack, Montes advised her not to fight him. He leaned close to Jen's ear and revealed an important detail he had discovered while waiting for him at Ben's place. Responding to Jen's curiosity, Montes loudly declared, "Ben is plotting to resurrect the Heavenly King and the Demon King of the previous generation." The shocking information about Ben's plan stunned Iyanagi Fumizuki. She couldn't believe her ears. Is that even possible? The legacy of the Heavenly King was tied to the continuation of life and power. A new Heavenly King could not be born unless the previous one was dead. The image of the Demon King Sarah, Herod stood tall in a sea of blood under the golden moonlight, hauntingly returning proof of a harsh law of survival. Jen watched thoughtfully and remarked, "But since they could resurrect me, they could certainly bring back the Heavenly King or the Demon King." Hearing this, Herod broke into a cold sweat and repeated in shock, "Resurrect Lord Sarah." Jen smirked with an enigmatic smile. He understood that although the price to pay would be immense, the resurrection was entirely possible. He silently recalled the moment. He was brought to this world. It was to serve as a sacrifice for the Demon King's resurrection. Jen looked at Montes and concluded sharply, "Ben doesn't seem like the type to sacrifice herself." Montes nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Ben wouldn't do that. She already has another perfect pawn ready for this task." Fumizuki anxiously asked about the identity of that pawn, and Ben's true plan, but Montes admitted he wasn't close enough to know such secret information from her. However, he still revealed important clues with a sinister smile. The body can be resurrected by the Tree of Life, but the real problem is resurrecting the soul. Bringing back a soul that has dissipated is not easy at all. He explained that the Abyss tribe is the only race capable of interacting with souls, and resurrecting the Heavenly King would definitely require their interference. Jen realized the enemy's next insidious plot. Ben was definitely aiming to bring them back no matter how difficult it might be. Montes skeptically asked if the Abyss of Time was just a legend, but Jen clearly stated it was real based on the knowledge from the map. In the next part of the game, he had seen Jen believed that if the two worlds were truly connected, that place had to exist. Montes shuddered, recalling the legend that the Abyss of Time only appears amidst the cries of the Abyss tribe. Jen firmly concluded that Ben was planning to attack the Abyss tribe, just as she had slaughtered the Spirit tribe before. Montes urged the group to quickly head there. Immediately, Sarah ordered Montes to stay behind to stall Ben and carry out the important mission, as any harm to the Abyss tribe would cause big trouble. Montes bowed in obedience. "Thank you for the order, my lord," he said, then flapped his wings and flew away. Seeing this, Herod asked anxiously, "Master, shouldn't we go there too?" But Sarah calmly replied, "Not yet. I still have one surprise left to prepare." He walked toward an elf bound tightly by vines and commanded, "Wake up." "Wake." The elf opened his eyes in amazement, feeling a new flow of power running through his veins. He looked at his glowing hands in shock. "Why do you all look like this? Do I look strange to you?" Sarah silently realized that increasing the tribe's numbers was not easy. First, he had to find young guardians compatible with the tribe. They gathered around a glowing green sprout. As the energy surge flowed endlessly, Sarah recalled the brutal wars that the Spirit tribe had endured under the attacks of the Oros and the giant dragon monster. Rebuilding a tribe from the ruins is far harder and more demanding than creating one from scratch. Standing before a spirit with the form of a beast, Sarah reached out his hand and declared, "As the Wind King, I shall bestow upon you a name." He touched the spirit warrior and affirmed, "From now on, your name is Thon." Watching Sarah perform this so easily, the surrounding spirits were struck with awe and astonishment. A lead spirit introduced Sarah to his comrades who had just returned. "Welcome back. This is the Demon King who saved us." Herat curiously asked how he managed to remove the rot, but Sarah revealed a shocking truth. "I didn't remove it. I infused more power into their bodies, allowing them to coexist with the rot." Herat anxiously asked if that would cause any side effects, but Sarah just smirked. "Is there a problem? Perhaps the side effect will only make them stronger." Immediately, the system notification announced that the progress for saving the Spirit tribe had reached 4 out of 7 and prompted him to claim his reward. Sarah felt smug, realizing he hadn't been punished despite exploiting the rules. He realized the system was forcing him to confront the Angel tribe, so a bold plan came to mind if turning other races into allies is permitted. Then the key lies in their protectors. This was the loophole the system had left behind. Standing before the glowing red aura of dark energy, Sarah became determined, "If I cannot defeat the Angel tribe, I will turn them into allies instead." His eyes glowed with calculating intent as he affirmed that after all, only one person truly understood the Angel tribe. Everything was going exactly according to the plans of Montes and Ben. Inside the magnificent palace, Ben coldly declared that sacrificing every member of the Spirit tribe for a Tree of Life was an acceptable price for resurrection.
"O Heavenly King."
She was even prepared to use the lives of Angel soldiers to regain the enemy's trust to serve the grand cause. Ben wondered if the Abyss of Time that the Demon King mentioned really existed. Montes insisted it was inevitable, and that the task now was to let Sarah approach the Abyss tribe to open that door for them. Ben stared deeply into Montes, and asked if that would satisfy the desires of both of them. Receiving a nod of confirmation, she suddenly cast the truth spell. Ben threatened that anyone who lied under the influence of this spell would be burned to ash by divine light immediately. Standing before the glowing magic circle, Montes knelt and firmly declared that he truly wished to help her. Ben suspiciously asked if he was living for his father just as she was dedicating herself to the Heavenly King. Montes cleverly replied that he lived for his father just as he was serving her. Suddenly, Ben whipped Montes hard and ordered him to get out. However, she quickly changed her attitude, her face flushing with an eerie glow, claiming she was wrong to doubt the loyalty he held for her. Ben stood before the majestic statue of the Heavenly King and asserted that no one in this world loved him more than she did. Montes quietly left with a cold, contemptuous snort, while Ben remained immersed in her blind worship. Montes walked through the empty hall, silently promising his father, the Demon King, that he would complete the mission at any cost. Meanwhile, in the spirit forest, a premature victory celebration was taking place boisterously around the fire. Yanagi. Fumizuki seemed completely exhilarated. She raised a jar of wine high and shouted, cheering everyone on to enjoy this night before officially becoming warriors. The next day, the assassin girl declared with great spirit that this was the final battle and no one could stop their advance, witnessing the chaotic scene. Herat, while gnawing on a chicken leg, awkwardly asked Jen if he really intended to fight alongside someone who seemed as unhinged as Fumizuki to confront Ben. Herat yelled, calling Fumizuki a lunatic, seeing her in a drunken stupor. Fumizuki pressed close to Jen, her face flushed from the wine, and insisted that she was bound by the blood oath of the Black Moon tribe, so she was absolutely loyal. Jen just sighed softly at the fleeting nature of trust, while Herat grumbled that a blood oath couldn't guarantee anything. However, Fumizuki's gaze suddenly turned sharp. She warned Jen not to underestimate the blood oath because once the covenant is made, her people follow every command. She revealed the brutal truth if they failed. The whole tribe would be annihilated by the angels, and making the covenant was the only way to force Jen to stand on their side. Panicked, Herat tried to stop Fumizuki from saying such strange things to their master, forcing Jen to step in to soothe the Tigerkin girl to calm her down. Fumizuki knelt, admitting that this assassination mission had completely failed, and now her entire tribe could no longer harm him. Jen smiled, realizing she was dead drunk, just like the situation when he subjugated Patrick previously. He silently wondered if his refusal would cause Fumizuki to lose her life right before his eyes. Finally, Jen decisively declared his acceptance, and presented the pledge object of the Black Moon tribe that he was holding. Herat was confused, not remembering where she had seen this, but Jen gently reminded her that she had missed that interesting moment. While she was unconscious, Fumizuki had given him the tribe's symbol as a binding oath. Returning to reality, Fumizuki, with blood still staining her lips, and clearly affirmed that this was the supreme blood oath of the Black Moon tribe. With this item in hand, Jen had the right to command her entire tribe to carry out any request. Even if that command were to sacrifice their own lives, Jen held the pledge object tightly and asked pointedly, "What if I actually ordered you to kill yourself?" Fumizuki gave a faint smile and confessed that after observing him for a while, she realized that behind Jen's rough exterior lay calculated actions far too deep for ordinary people to fathom. She trusted him because she knew he had never carried out a senseless massacre. Jen smirked, mocking his own infamous title of Demon King. But Fumizuki looked at him with eyes full of hope. Declaring that he was their only salvation in these times, Jen walked on in silence. He found it secretly ridiculous that a Demon King had become a symbol of hope, and realized with bitterness how twisted this world had truly become. Jen caught Fumizuki as she staggered, his voice cold. "I have no interest in your life, so don't go falling on me," he said as his system detected surrounding toxins and activated his blood arts, looking at the poison covering her body, characteristic of the Black Moon clan. Jen leaned close to her ear, the assassin's gaze filled with authority. "Live under my command and don't you dare regret it." Fumizuki was stunned. Her heart seemed to skip a beat in the face of this absolute dominance. Closing her eyes gently, Fumizuki whispered in reply, "I look forward to it." In her mind at that moment, Jen was the greatest Demon King of all, the one who never surrendered even when hunted by the Angel clan. She realized that she was the very leaf that heralded the return of the Black Moon clan. She would stand by his side with unwavering resolve. Fumizuki told herself she would never give up. Beneath the brilliant full moon, she made a vow if this world was already twisted. "Then I will help you shatter it completely." Just then, Herat came running over in a panic, holding a notice as he shouted, "Master, this is serious!" The paper bluntly declared that the old era had passed, and the rise of a new king had begun, accompanied by an imposing image of General Gen casually took the paper, and turned to ask Fumizuki, "Did you do this?" Seeing her nod in admission, Gen could only click his tongue, feigning annoyance. Next time, pick a photo that looks a bit cooler. News of the new king quickly attracted fame-hungry adventurers. A leader shouted, "Hey, everyone! This is a perfect opportunity to grind for some experience. Let's go and wipe out the Demon King." A red-haired elf was running for her life, desperate to escape her pursuers. Cruel screams rang out, "Catch her, chop off her fingers!" The gray-haired hunter drew his bow with arrogance, laughing, "Too slow!" The elf tripped and was immediately surrounded by vicious men laughing in triumph. "There it is. You think anyone is coming to save you? Ha 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 ha! A bunch of bastards ganging up on a defenseless girl, looking at their prey cowering on the ground, the marks. Glowing bright blue on their hands, they continued to mock her. "Can't move anymore, huh? Need a hand? Looks like your savior is running a little late." Yet instead of fear, the elf's eyes burned with orange flames of hatred. She gritted her teeth, channeled power into her legs, and ignited a deep blue aura ready for a counterattack. Suddenly, an assassin lunged with sharp blades, trying to run. "Don't be insane!" Right after, another swung a powerful axe. "You can't escape." The elf nimbly dodged the blow and lowered her center of gravity, landing steadily. She looked straight at her opponent with sharp eyes, coldly declaring, "The ones who can't escape are you." Suddenly, a series of shadows appeared in the tall trees, locking off every exit for the hunters. A resounding cry echoed, "Trap activated!" Facing the arrival of reinforcements, the gray-haired leader kept his sneering expression. "Nothing to worry about. Look closely, they're all just weaklings." He saw through the status panels of the weakened elves and mocked, "Even if the Tree of Life revives you, your strength is pathetic. I'll slaughter you all over again." He held up a purple vial and laughed manically. "Plus, we can make you even weaker with dark arts. How do you intend to fight now? Come on, you scum!" Don't challenge the rich to a spending spree. The hunters suddenly realized something was wrong when a sinister figure with long horns and a level of 90 emerged from the shadows. The leader panicked and hurled the poison vial at his opponent, and roared, "Die!" Yet as the purple smoke cleared, the stranger was still standing tall without a single scratch, leaving him terrified as he stammered, "Not a single scratch. What the hell is going on?" The Black Moon warrior immediately counterattacked, pinning his opponent to the ground and coldly repeating, "I told you. The ones who can't escape are you." He looked at the trembling hunters with a gaze of contempt. Pathetic weaklings. In the distance, Gen was riding leisurely on the back of the white tiger Herat, and muttered that idiot would surely show up soon. Yanagi and Fumizuki ran alongside, confirming that spreading the rumors about the elf clan's weakness had worked as expected. Gen stretched excitedly and announced that their next goal was to upgrade the elves' strength to defeat that woman. The group headed toward the towering cliff by the sea. Herat curiously asked if their master intended to visit the Abyss clan. Gen took off his mask. Smiling, he said if they went to Ryugu Castle, they would surely meet the sea turtle. Seeing this, Yanagi began to recount the legend of the kind-hearted boy, Urashima Taro, on the seashore. The story brought back the moment Taro saved a small turtle from some boys and returned it to the ocean. Years later, a giant turtle appeared to repay him and invited him to visit Ryugu Castle, where Taro met Princess Otahim, ate delicious food, and enjoyed a luxurious life like in a dream. Hearing this, Herod couldn't help but swallow hard with envy, but she was instantly bewildered when Yanagi ended the story with Taro suddenly becoming an old man. Herod frantically asked if she wasn't skipping over the most important part. Gen turned to look at Potri, asking curiously if she wanted to add anything to the legend they just heard. But the only reply was a deep, heavy silence from the red-haired girl. Her face flashed with an unfathomable sadness, and seeing that she didn't want to speak, Gen clicked his tongue and said, "Fine then. If you don't want to talk, fine. But don't you dare mess things up at a critical moment. Teasing others and not bothering to reply, then using work to threaten me? Are you crazy?" The group continued their journey, Gen, riding leisurely on the back of the white tiger Herod, while Potri floated behind with eyes glowing red with killing intent. Suddenly, Potri sensed a threat surrounding them. Enemies were everywhere with nothing else around. A massive bright red energy slash suddenly descended, tearing through the ground and creating a terrifying explosion right next to their position. Gen jumped to the ground, glanced at Potri, who was floating with a tense expression, and asked, "Hey, are you mad?" Standing before a range of towering, barren, rocky mountains, Gen curled his lip with interest. "Well, this is starting to get interesting." Herat in tiger form suddenly realized something. "Master, this is it," Jen declared loudly. "Mumble, we've arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Herat returned to her beautiful beastkin maiden form, looking around at the desolate landscape filled only with rocks and wind. Jen began to doubt, here. "It feels like we're in the wrong place." A dry sound echoed under his feet as he stepped toward the sheer cliff. Jen looked up at the towering mountain peak and suddenly shouted, "Hey, can you take me to see your boss?" The only response to his request was the quiet, still silence of the mountains. Jen persistently called out again, "Let me see your boss." Seeing that things didn't seem to be going very smoothly, he muttered, "It seems things aren't going quite as planned." Herat worriedly approached and asked, "Master, who are you talking to?" Jen smiled mysteriously and replied, "Someone you know very well." Immediately, the ground shook violently. A giant creature with a rough, rocky shell emerged from the cliff face, looked at Potri, and cried out with emotion, "Dragon Lady, I have been searching for you for so long." Herat gasped in shock at the magnificence of the ancient creature. "A giant sea turtle," she exclaimed, witnessing the reverence that the sea creature held for her companion. Jen silently assessed the legendary weapon being held. The sword Potri was forged to serve in war. The image of Potri appeared majestic, with eyes burning red with killing intent and mysterious tentacles. Surrounding her, he understood that this weapon was the terror of every living thing in the world, except for one mysterious tribe, standing before the giant sea creature. With the shape of a towering stone dragon, Jen silently concluded that the secrets of the deep sea were far more complex than he had imagined. Potri in her maiden form floated right in front of the beast's glowing yellow eyes. The ancient creature spoke with a deep, muffled voice. "Dragon Lady, you have returned. But why are you in this state?" Witnessing that scene, Fumizuki and Herat could not help but be stunned and amazed. Herat stammered, asking to be sure, "Potri is the dragon lady from the legend." Jen began to connect the clues. He realized her dragon horns were proof of her origins from the deep sea tribe. He smirked and remarked, "Legends and reality are very different." Then he asked the two girls if they knew the true nature of myths. Fumizuki asked skeptically if it was a lesson or a warning, but Jen stated sharply, "No. The nature of legends is that they are created by humans." Fumizuki still didn't understand what he meant. She asked if because they were created by humans, they were always full of lies. Jen held up two fingers and explained that there are usually two reasons people lie. The first is to exploit others, like how he was brought to this world, as a replacement to fill the vacant position of the Demon King. Jen held up his second finger, his face turning solemn as he revealed the other reason to hide something. And Potri was a case that fell into this category, including the story about Taro. Potri stared bewildered, not understanding Jen's meaning, while Fumizuki frantically asked about the actions of the people involved. Jen smiled and suggested, "Let someone who lived through that era tell the truth, which has always been hidden in the shadows of history." Potri closed her eyes slightly. She began to recall the 1,000 years of life that she never thought she would tell anyone. She revealed that the first part of the legend about Taro coming to the Dragon Palace was accurate, and that was the first time she had met someone from the outside world. Potri continued to recall the beautiful days. She had treated Taro to grand feasts, and the two had played together in the magnificent Dragon Palace. Taro's sincerity. In helping her friends, it had made the dragon's heart beat faster, bringing them closer together than ever before. However, happy times did not last long. When the laws of life-aging sickness and death of humans struck, Potri had been too caught up in enjoying herself that she forgot the differences between the two races. That's right, the weakness of humans is birth, aging, sickness, and death. Seeing Taro now old and frail, Potri was devastated when she heard him utter a bitter farewell, "Let's stop seeing each other," facing her pain and questions. Taro wheezed, explaining that he did not want her to see him in this dilapidated state anymore, and he himself could not be with her forever. Unable to bear seeing her loved one fade away over time, Potri frantically searched through piles of ancient texts and discovered a secret art of blood exchange to help Taro join the Deep Sea tribe. She declared loudly, "I will help you," because the desire to be together forever had overwhelmed all reason despite the terrified warning of the Stone Dragon Guardian, "Young miss, that is too dangerous. She's going to die." Potri remained steadfast. "I don't care if it's because of Taro. During the blood exchange ritual, the donor's body will be completely immobilized." Potri gently held Taro's hand inside the magic circle, promising that he would soon be able to move again with new power while witnessing the blind, sacrificial love Potri had shown in the past. Herat in the present couldn't help but gasp in fear for her. Yet Potri's kindness was met with the most cruel betrayal just when she was at her weakest. Taro suddenly revealed his true wicked face, coldly strangling Potri to her utter shock. Why Taro? He had planned it all along to seize all of her power and the status right during the ceremony. Taro transformed completely into a malevolent entity, becoming the most horrific memory and the deepest humiliation of Potri's life. Hearing the tragic outcome, Herbert angrily cursed that scum of a man. While Fumizuki curiously asked what happened to Potri after being stripped of everything, Potri explained that thanks to the resilient soul of the Deep Sea clan, she was lucky enough to survive, but her full power would never return. As a drifting soul, she met the Demon King Saza Herat, and thanks to him, she received a new body in the form of a divine weapon and was officially resurrected to serve under the Demon King. Jen listened in silence with deep, heavy eyes, but the stone dragon beast suddenly spoke up, shattering, "The atmosphere, you're being far too naive." It stared directly at Potri and loudly demanded to know if she intended to tell this new Demon King about the current tragic situation now that the entire Deep Sea clan stood on the brink of soon becoming slaves to humanity. Before the stone dragon's stinging question, Potri stammered in shock. "What do you mean?" The giant sea turtle sighed softly and confirmed, "That's right, Lady Dragon." It began to recount the painful truth that when Potri left, everything initially went very well, but Taro suddenly appeared and led the entire Deep Sea clan to the surface. He used cunning words to deceive the warriors, claiming there was a way to bring their Lady Dragon back if they ventured onto land. Desperate to see their master again, the Deep Sea warriors followed him in high spirits. But the moment they set foot on land, they fell into a brutal massacre and were utterly defeated. The image of corpses strewn across the crimson battlefield made Potri crumble. She trembled, refusing to believe the truth. "No, that's a lie. How could humans defeat the powerful Deep Sea clan?" Just then Jen broke the silence. "That period of time. The Demon King turned you into a sword. Don't you see that the timing was just too perfect?" Potri looked back, dazed. "What do you mean?" Jen calmly explained the nature of these special divine weapons. They can bear the negative burdens in place of their masters. If Potri, an entity protected by the power of the deep sea, were turned into a weapon, it would be the perfect plan for the Demon King Saza Herat to profit just as he did with the previous curse's Ianagi. Fumizuki began to piece the events together and realized a terrifying conspiracy. "So, you mean someone orchestrated this entire tragedy just to get their hands on Potri, and that person is the Demon King?" Potri immediately shouted in denial, "No! He would never do something so despicable." Yet Jen coldly pressed at her, "Have you never found it strange? If you use the power of the deep sea, even if you fail in battle, your soul can still persist." A memory of that fateful encounter surfaced as Potri lay severely wounded and near death. Shazad appeared and offered her his hand. At the time, she naively believed it was destiny. Potri remembered the image of herself kneeling at the Demon King's feet as a mere soul, begging, "Why won't you use me?" responding to that desperation. Shazad just sat casually on his throne and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. I will use you soon, but not today." Now realizing the harsh truth, Potri felt a piercing pain. Realizing she was just a pawn in the grand scheme of the king she worshipped, she wept uncontrollably in utter despair. "I thought my king loved me." King loved. But it was all just part of his plan. What did we, the Deep Sea clan, ever do to deserve this? Facing her weakness, Jen looked at her with icy eyes and asked, "Is crying all you plan to do?" Potri stared at Jen in confusion. Then he declared, "If it were me, I'd make them pay 100 times over." Potri's gaze suddenly became determined. She wiped away her tears and looked toward the vast ocean. Jen turned and ordered the sea turtle, "Turtle, take us to the Deep Sea clan immediately." He clenched his fist, clearly affirming that he would make the enemy pay 100 times over, while Potri gently placed her hand over his as a vow to fight by his side until the end.